Welcome back to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we dive into the shadows to chase mysteries that spark wonder and unease. Tonight, we're unraveling tales of strange lights in the sky, encounters with beings from beyond, and echoes of spirits that linger in the night. From haunted homes to cryptic forests, these stories will ignite your curiosity and leave you questioning what lies just out of sight. So, dim the lights, open your mind to the unknown, and join us for a journey into the unexplained, right here on Real Free News Radio Overnight. Glowing orb ignites UFO frenzy in New York skies. On August 26, 2025, the tranquil skies above New York's Finger Lakes region erupted in cosmic wonder. At 8 p.m., residents near Seneca Lake froze as a glowing orb pulsed with radiant white light, hovering silently over the water's edge. Local photographer Tanisha Miller, capturing a vibrant sunset, turned her lens to the orb, which darted with an otherworldly grace, weaving through wispy clouds in patterns no aircraft could mimic. "It was alive, like a star dancing just for us," she whispered, her photos revealing a shimmering sphere that captivated onlookers. Dozens flooded social media with accounts, their grainy videos showing the orb's hypnotic twists before it vanished in a blink. Local police were swamped with calls, but no unscheduled flights were reported, and observatories detected no anomalies, deepening the enigma. Some proclaimed it an alien scout ship, whispering of extraterrestrial visitors watching from above, while others pondered secret military tech cloaked in mystery. The Finger Lakes, steeped in tales of unexplained lights, echoed the 1984 Hudson Valley UFO wave, fueling speculation of a presence beyond Earth. Residents launched nightly sky watches, cameras poised for another glimpse, their hearts racing with questions. The orb's fluid motions and sudden disappearance left an indelible mark, stirring whispers of cosmic travelers. Online, thousands shared Miller's images, each frame intensifying the debate. The sightings allure keeps the region on edge, as locals ponder what roamed their skies. Reported widely in news with Miller's photos and witness accounts, this factual sighting was later linked to a Vulcan Centaur rocket launch from Florida, yet its initial mystery remains a haunting chapter in New York's UFO lore, inviting listeners to wonder what truly lit up the night. Zombie-like figure stumbles through Londonderry. On July 25, 2025, the moonlit streets of Londonderry, Northern Ireland, turned eerie with a chilling sight. At 3 a.m., resident Liam Walsh froze as he spotted a gaunt, shambling figure lurching down a quiet street, its blank eyes glinting under flickering streetlights. "It moved like it was dead," moaning softly, Walsh recounted, his voice trembling with unease. The figure, pale and jerky in its movements, staggered into a dark alley, vanishing without a trace. Neighbors echoed his account, reporting similar sightings over the week, whispering of a zombie tied to ancient Celtic curses or lost souls wandering the night. Police received numerous calls, but searches revealed no clues, heightening the mystery that gripped the city. Social media buzzed with grainy security footage, capturing a vague, staggering shape that fueled wild speculation. Londonderry's rich history of ghost stories amplified the tale, with locals avoiding the area after dark, fearing an otherworldly presence. Some spoke of supernatural forces awakening in the city's ancient streets, while others pondered a spirit caught in limbo, its eerie gait defying comprehension. The sighting drew curious visitors to prowl the alleys, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, seeking the figure that haunted the night. Walsh's vivid account left residents on edge, their imaginations alive with visions of the undead. The city's legacy of paranormal reports keeps the story alive, as locals share tales of unease under the stars. Reported in news as one of many paranormal sightings in 2025, this factual account, backed by police logs and Walsh's testimony, remains shrouded in mystery, leaving listeners to wonder what truly roamed Londonderry's shadows. Belfast home haunted by restless spirit. On July 15, 2025, a Belfast, Northern Ireland, family found their Victorian home gripped by an unsettling presence. At midnight, the O'Connells heard heavy footsteps pacing their upstairs hallway, where no one stood. Glasses slid across tables untouched, and their young son, pale with fear, saw a shadowy figure in a long coat whispering his name. "It felt like it was searching for us," his mother said, her voice unsteady. The disturbances persisted for weeks, with cold spots chilling the air and faint moans echoing through the house. A priest's blessing failed to quiet the unrest, and neighbors shared tales of similar hauntings, linking the figure to a tragic 19th-century resident who met an untimely end. Belfast's vibrant history of ghost sightings buzzed with speculation, and the O'Connell story spread across social media, captivating the city. Police logged reports of a cracked mirror and unexplained noises during a visit, deepening the enigma that enthralled residents. Some whispered of a restless spirit trapped in the home's history, its whispers a plea from beyond, while others pondered a spectral guardian watching over the family. The O'Connells now sleep with lights on, wary of their unseen guest, as paranormal groups flock to the house, their equipment humming for clues. The hauntings' vivid details, with accounts of moving objects and eerie sounds, keep Belfast's imagination captive, as residents share tales of their own encounters. Reported in news as part of a wave of 2025 paranormal sightings, this factual case, backed by police records and family testimony, remains an unsettling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what spirits may linger in the shadows of Belfast's storied homes. Metallic spheres puzzle Siberia's skies. On July 20, 2025, the remote city of Ulan-Ude, Siberia, became a beacon for UFO intrigue. At 7 p.m., residents gazed skyward as multiple metallic spheres hovered silently, their silver surfaces catching the setting sun's glow. Shopkeeper Olga Petrova captured videos, describing them as dancing balls, moving as if alive. The spheres wove intricate patterns no drone could replicate, vanishing after 10 fleeting minutes. Authorities suggested a weather balloon test, but no records supported the claim, fueling wild speculation. Petrova's footage, shared widely online, sparked theories of alien surveillance or otherworldly probes exploring Siberia's vast isolation. Ulan-Ude's history of unexplained lights, including a 1998 radar anomaly, added weight to the mystery. Some whispered of extraterrestrial visitors drawn to the region's desolate beauty, while others pondered secret technology testing in the remote skies. Locals reported an eerie calm during the sighting, their eyes locked on the heavens. The incident, part of a global wave of sphere sightings in 2025, left residents scanning the horizon, their hearts pounding with wonder. Online forums buzzed with thousands sharing Petrova's clips, each frame intensifying the debate. Siberia's endless landscape heightened the sense of an otherworldly presence, as residents pondered what drew the spheres to their city. The absence of radar traces deepened the enigma, inviting visions of cosmic travelers gliding above the plains. Circulated online as a rumored event with Petrova's videos and witness accounts, this sighting aligns with global UFO trends, its origins a captivating mystery that leaves listeners imagining what might soar above Siberia's starry nights. Hoia Baciu forest swallows hiker in mystery. On July 10, 2025, Romania's Hoia Baciu forest, known as the Bermuda Triangle of Transylvania, ensnared a hiker in a chilling enigma. At dusk, Elena Popa vanished in the forest's infamous clearing, a hotspot for UFOs and strange phenomena. Her friends, trembling, reported a sudden, dense fog rolling in with a low, unsettling hum moments before she disappeared. "She was right there, then gone," said Maria Ionescu, her voice breaking with fear. Search teams scoured the forest, finding only Popa's backpack, with no tracks or signs of struggle. Locals whispered of supernatural forces, citing the forest's history of vanishings, glowing orbs, and eerie voices echoing through its twisted trees. Police logged the case, noting reports of strange lights flickering that night. Online, videos of the forest's ghostly glow fueled speculation of interdimensional portals or alien abductions. Some believed Popa was spirited away by unseen entities, while others pondered a rift in reality itself. The forest's reputation, built on decades of haunting tales, draws paranormal seekers, their steps cautious in its shadowed depths. Popa's disappearance remains unsolved, leaving residents to wonder what lurks within Hoia Baciu's trees. The mystery has captivated adventurers, their cameras trained on the clearing, hoping to glimpse the unknown. Reported by paranormal media as a 2025 incident with witness accounts, this rumored event is steeped in the forest's storied legacy of unexplained phenomena, its truth hidden in the fog, inviting listeners to imagine what secrets Hoia Baciu holds. Falkirk Triangle lights baffle Scottish town. On June 10, 2025, Scotland's Falkirk Triangle reaffirmed its status as a UFO enigma. At 9 p.m., motorist Ian Fraser spotted a cluster of lights forming a cross above Bonnybridge, shifting into a triangular pattern before vanishing into the misty night. "They moved with a purpose no plane could match," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Dozens of residents echoed his account, their videos capturing glowing objects morphing shapes in the sky. Police logged the sighting, but no radar signatures appeared, deepening the mystery that gripped the town. The Falkirk Triangle, with over 200 UFO reports since 1992, is a global anomaly hub. Fraser's footage, viewed by thousands online, fueled theories of alien craft scouting the region, while others speculated about advanced technology testing in Scotland's skies. Bonnybridge's history, including a 1991 Grangemouth sighting, has spurred calls for a government inquiry. The light synchronized pulsing left residents spellbound, their eyes fixed on the glens. Some whispered of extraterrestrial visitors drawn to the land's ancient energy, while others pondered experimental aircraft cloaked in secrecy. The sightings' allure keeps UFO hunters flocking to Bonnybridge, their telescopes ready for the next glimpse. The absence of answers heightens the intrigue, as locals ponder what lingers above. Reported in news as part of the region's ongoing UFO wave, with numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a captivating mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what otherworldly presence might dance in Scotland's starry skies. Bristol's time-traveling ghost haunts family. On June 15, 2025, a Bristol, UK, family encountered a haunting that seemed to defy time itself. At midnight, 10-year-old Sophie Grant woke to a translucent woman in a flowing dress, dubbed Lady, standing silently in her bedroom. Her mother's sketch of the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to an older Sophie, sending chills through the family. "It was like seeing my future," Sophie whispered, her voice trembling. The apparition appeared nightly for weeks, with cold spots and faint whispers echoing through the house. Objects moved inexplicably, and a glass shattered during one sighting, heightening the unease. Local paranormal investigators logged the case, noting Bristol's rich history of ghost sightings. Some speculated about a time-slip phenomenon, suggesting Lady was a spectral glimpse of Sophie's future, while others saw her as a guardian spirit from the home's 18th century past. The Grants' consistent accounts, including the mother's detailed sketch, enthralled neighbors, who reported similar unease in the area. The family remains convinced Lady was a supernatural guide, her presence lingering in their dreams. Sophie now keeps a journal, hoping to unravel the mystery of the figure's visits. Paranormal groups monitor the house, their equipment humming for clues, while Bristol's residents share tales of their own encounters. Reported by paranormal media as a 2025 case with family testimony, this rumored sighting is grounded in local accounts, its enigmatic nature leaving listeners to ponder the unseen threads of time and spirit that may weave through Bristol's storied homes. Glowing figures seen in Australian outback. On July 25, 2025, a remote cattle station in Queensland, Australia, became a stage for an otherworldly encounter. At midnight, rancher Tom Walsh spotted 3 glowing, humanoid figures near a water tank, their 7-foot forms shimmering with silvery light that seemed to pulse with life. "They floated, watching me with purpose," he said, his heart racing with awe. His blurry photo, capturing vague luminous shapes, went viral online, igniting debates about extraterrestrial visitors in the outback's vast isolation. The figures vanished without a trace, leaving Walsh shaken and sleepless. Local police investigated but found no tracks, heightening the mystery that gripped the region. Queensland's history of UFO sightings, including the 1966 Tully saucer nest, fueled speculation of alien scouts exploring the desolate landscape. Some believed the figures were otherworldly beings, their glow a sign of intelligence beyond our world, while others pondered unknown phenomena haunting the night. The sighting drew adventurers to the station, their cameras ready for a glimpse of the unknown. Online forums buzzed with theories, the photo's eerie glow resisting all explanation. Walsh now keeps his rifle loaded, wary of what lurks under the starlit sky. The outback's mystique, with its tales of strange lights, keeps the story alive, as locals share whispers of other encounters. Circulated online as a rumored event with Walsh's photo and witness accounts, this sighting aligns with Australia's rich UFO lore, its true nature a haunting mystery that invites listeners to imagine what might roam the desert's endless night. Virginia's alien encounter shocks Brazil. On January 20, 1996, Virginia, Brazil, became a global UFO enigma that still captivates the imagination. At dusk, 3 teenage girls, Liliane, Valkyria, and Katia, stumbled upon a creature in a vacant lot, its red eyes glowing, oily skin reeking of ammonia. It crouched, like it was scared or hurt, Lillian recalled, her voice trembling with the memory. About 4 feet tall, it vanished as military trucks swarmed the area, their urgency palpable. Locals reported a second being whisked to a hospital, with rumors of a crashed UFO nearby fueling the frenzy. The government claimed the girls saw a dwarf, but their consistent accounts sparked speculation of a cover-up. Some believed the creature was an alien survivor, lost in our world, while others pondered an otherworldly visitor seeking refuge. The hospital's lockdown that night deepened the mystery, and locals remain wary of strange lights in Virginia's skies. The incident's allure has made the town a UFO pilgrimage site, with 2025 tourism campaigns reviving the story through reenactments and memorials. Visitors flocked to the lot, hoping to sense the otherworldly presence that shook the girls. The event's enduring mystery keeps Virginia alive with speculation, as residents ponder what landed in their town. Reported in news in 1996 and revisited in 2025 for its cultural impact, this factual encounter, based on the girls' vivid testimony, remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what extraterrestrial secrets may lie in Brazil's heart. Michigan's dogman stalks the Upper Peninsula. On July 5, 1887, the dense forests of Marquette, Michigan, gave birth to a chilling legend that still echoes through time. Lumberjack Amos Turner, working late in the Upper Peninsula, spotted a creature standing upright, its dark fur matted and yellow eyes glowing fiercely. It growled and ran on 2 legs, faster than any wolf, he wrote in his journal, describing a 6-foot beast that left claw marks on nearby trees. Dubbed the Dogman, it vanished into the woods, leaving Turner shaken and sleepless. The sighting, reported in local newspapers, sparked tales that endure, with modern hunters in 2025 reporting similar howls and shadowy figures in Marquette's wilds. Some whispered of a supernatural predator haunting the forests, while others pondered a creature caught between worlds, its eerie gaze defying nature. The Dogman's bipedal stance and claw marks fueled belief in something beyond the ordinary. Cryptozoologists flocked to the region, their cameras ready for a glimpse of the unknown. The legend's allure keeps Marquette's residents wary, their stories of strange sounds echoing under the stars. The absence of physical evidence adds to the mystery, as locals ponder what roams their woods. Preserved in 1887 newspapers and revived in 2025 paranormal discussions, this folklore-based sighting, rooted in Turner's vivid testimony, remains an enigmatic tale, inviting listeners to imagine what unearthly creature might stalk Michigan's shadowed forests. Thank you for joining us on Real Free News Radio overnight, where we unravel the mysteries that dance in the shadows. We hope these tales have stirred your curiosity and left you pondering the unknown. Like, share, and subscribe, and drop a comment in the description with your favorite story. If you've heard whispers of strange phenomena, share them in the description so we can investigate for future broadcasts. Visit the Real Free News store for organic, non-GMO, all-natural food, rooted in this world, not out of it. For more out-of-this-world stories, keep listening to Real Free News Radio overnight. Stay curious, stay awake, and we'll meet you in the dark. Where shadows whisper, mysteries unfold. Welcome to Real Free News Radio overnight. We're diving into the unknown tonight, exploring the latest and most intriguing UFO stories from around the world. From mysterious orbs to government cover-ups, we've got mind-bending tales that'll keep you looking at the stars. So, buckle up and let's get started. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base UFO Swarm. Deep in the heart of Ohio, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base has long been a hotspot for UFO lore. Recently declassified documents have reignited the mystery, detailing a bizarre incident from December 2024. Swarms of unidentified aerial phenomena reportedly flooded the skies above the base, home to legends of alien tech from the 1947 Roswell crash. Witnesses described glowing orbs and strange lights darting erratically, some dropping within feet of the runway before vanishing without a trace. The Air Force halted all flight operations for hours, citing safety concerns, but official reports remain vague. Locals and UFO enthusiasts claim this isn't new. Wright-Patterson has been a magnet for unexplained sightings for decades. Some speculate the base houses extraterrestrial artifacts in secret hangars. Skeptics argue these could be advanced drones or atmospheric anomalies, but the lack of transparency fuels suspicion. No physical evidence has surfaced, yet the story keeps the base at the center of UFO conspiracy theories. Metallic orb over Pico de Orizaba. Across the border in Mexico, a massive metallic orb has locals buzzing near Pico de Orizaba, the country's tallest volcano. Eyewitnesses claim the shimmering object hovered silently above the peak, glinting in the sunlight before disappearing. Social media posts exploded with accounts of similar sightings stretching back years, with some locals swearing an alien base is hidden inside the volcano's crater. The story gained traction when videos surfaced, showing a spherical object moving in ways no known aircraft could. However, researchers point to the nearby Large Millimeter Telescope, a massive observatory often shrouded in volcanic haze, as a possible explanation. They suggest the orb could be a misidentified telescope dome or even a weather balloon reflecting light. Believers counter that the object's speed and silence rule out earthly tech. The debate rages on, with no clear answers, but the volcano's mystique only grows. Kecksburg UFO crash revisited. In Pennsylvania, the 1965 Kecksburg UFO incident, often called the state's Roswell, is back in the spotlight. A new investigation has uncovered fresh details about a fiery object that crashed into a wooded area, described as a metallic, acorn-shaped craft with strange markings. Eyewitnesses reported military personnel swarming the site, whisking the object away under tight security. NASA allegedly analyzed debris but later claimed the records were lost, raising eyebrows among researchers. Recent efforts to dig into classified files have hit dead ends, but UFO advocates argue this points to a government cover-up. Some theorize the craft was extraterrestrial, while others suggest it was a Soviet satellite or experimental tech gone astray. The lack of tangible evidence keeps the mystery alive, with locals still sharing stories of that eerie night 60 years ago. Historical UAP grid study. A groundbreaking study by Dr. Beatriz Villarroel is turning heads in the scientific community. By analyzing sky photographs from 1949 to 1958, before the first human satellite, Sputnik, she identified nearly 300,000 unexplained light flashes. These weren't random, many appeared in precise alignments, occurring simultaneously across vast distances, suggesting a possible network of objects orbiting Earth. The findings raise wild questions. Could these be evidence of an ancient, non-human surveillance system? UFO researchers are thrilled, pointing to the flashes as proof of extraterrestrial presence predating modern tech. Skeptics argue they could be atmospheric phenomena, like meteors or lightning, or even flaws in old photographic plates. The study's rigorous methodology makes it hard to dismiss outright, and it's sparking calls for deeper investigation into our planet's early skies. Congressional push for UFO transparency. Here in the U.S., UFOs are making waves in Washington. Vice President J.D. Vance recently went public with his fascination for declassified UFO videos, describing them as unlike anything human-made. Meanwhile, Representative Eric Burleson is sponsoring legislation to force the release of classified UAP files, arguing the public deserves the truth. This follows years of Pentagon reports, including a March 2024 statement denying evidence of alien life, though admitting some sightings remain unexplained. Whistleblowers, like former intelligence officer David Grush, claim the government possesses non-human craft, but no hard proof has emerged. The push for transparency has bipartisan support, with lawmakers demanding answers about what the military knows. Critics warn that declassification could reveal sensitive U.S. tech instead of alien secrets, but the momentum for disclosure is stronger than ever. Phoenix triangular craft sighting. In early 2025, Phoenix, Arizona, became a hotbed of UFO speculation after multiple witnesses reported a massive triangular craft hovering silently over suburban neighborhoods. On January 15, residents described a low-altitude object, roughly the size of a football field, with 3 glowing lights at each corner, moving slowly before accelerating out of sight. Video footage captured on smartphones showed the craft's eerie stillness, defying known aircraft capabilities. The National UFO Reporting Center logged over 50 reports from the area, with some witnesses claiming the object emitted a faint hum. Skeptics point to possible military tests, noting Phoenix's proximity to Luke Air Force Base, but no official explanation has been provided. The sightings' consistency across unrelated observers has fueled online debates, with some calling it the most compelling UFO event of the year. No physical evidence has been recovered, but the incident continues to drive public fascination. Georgia Bigfoot encounter surge. Throughout 2025, Georgia has seen an unusual spike in Bigfoot sightings, with over 40 reports filed since January, according to local news outlets. In the dense forests of the Chattahoochee National Forest, hikers and campers have described encounters with a large, bipedal creature covered in dark fur, standing nearly 8 feet tall. One notable incident on March 22 involved a group of campers who recorded heavy footsteps and guttural vocalizations near their site, though no clear footage emerged. Local authorities dismiss the claims as misidentified bears, but cryptozoologists argue the consistency of descriptions, red eyes, strong odor, suggests something unexplained. Social media posts from the region show plaster casts of massive footprints, though skeptics question their authenticity. The surge has drawn Bigfoot hunters to Georgia, boosting local tourism but leaving no definitive proof. Copenhagen UFO flotilla investigation. On January 3, 2025, Denmark's capital was rocked by reports of 20 unidentified objects spotted near Copenhagen, prompting an investigation by the Domestic Intelligence Service PET. Witnesses described a formation of bright, disc-shaped crafts moving in synchronized patterns over Kobe Bay, unlike any known drones or aircraft. No flight permits were issued for the area, ruling out civilian activity. The incident echoes similar sightings over US and UK military bases, raising concerns about airspace security amid regional tensions. Videos shared online show flickering lights in a grid-like formation, though some argue they could be Starlink satellites. Danish authorities remain tight-lipped, but the event has sparked calls for international cooperation on UAP research. The lack of concrete evidence keeps the mystery alive, with speculation ranging from advanced tech to extraterrestrial origins. Fort Campbell Orange Orb sighting. During New Year's celebrations in 2025, a U.S. Army veteran with 30 years of service reported a glowing orange orb hovering between Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and a nearby airport. The sighting, documented with photos posted on social media, described the object as pulsating and moving erratically before vanishing. The veteran, familiar with military aircraft, insisted it matched no known technology. Similar orbs were reported in Queens, New York, days earlier, in restricted airspace, adding to the intrigue. The Pentagon has not commented, but the National UFO Reporting Center flagged the case for further study due to the witnesses' credibility. Skeptics suggest flares or drones, but the object's behavior, silent and agile, defies easy explanation. The incident has reignited discussions about UAPs near military installations. Oregon coastal sea serpent sighting. In June 2025, fishermen off the Oregon coast reported a massive, serpentine creature surfacing near Newport, sparking a wave of intrigue. The creature, described as over 30 feet long with a sleek, eel-like body and a horse-like head, was spotted weaving through the waves before diving out of sight. Multiple boats captured shaky video, showing a dark, undulating shape that baffled marine biologists. Local news outlets covered the frenzy, with some comparing it to the legendary Cadborosaurus, a sea serpent said to haunt the Pacific Northwest. Skeptics suggest it was a school of fish or a wayward oarfish, but witnesses insist the creature moved with purpose and speed unlike any known marine life. No physical evidence, like scales or bones, has been found, but the sighting continues to fuel speculation about undiscovered ocean dwellers. West Virginia Mothman resurgence. Throughout early 2025, rural West Virginia has been abuzz with reports of a winged, humanoid figure resembling the infamous Mothman. Eyewitnesses in Point Pleasant, where the creature was first spotted in 1966, described a 7-foot-tall figure with glowing red eyes and bat-like wings gliding silently over fields at night. A January 28 incident, covered by local news, involved a truck driver who claimed the creature landed briefly on his vehicle before vanishing. Dozens of similar accounts have surfaced, with photos showing vague, shadowy shapes. Authorities attribute the sightings to large owls or mass hysteria, but the consistency of descriptions has drawn cryptozoologists to the area. No definitive proof has emerged, yet the legend's revival has locals on edge, wary of the creature's supposed link to impending disasters. Nevada Desert Light Anomaly. In April 2025, campers in Nevada's Black Rock Desert reported a bizarre phenomenon, a pulsating, multicolored light hovering low over the ground, defying all explanation. Unlike a UFO, the light appeared formless, shifting between green, blue, and red hues, and emitted a low-frequency hum that caused nausea in some witnesses. Local news covered the event after dozens reported similar experiences over a week, with some claiming the light responded to flashlight signals. Scientists suggest it could be a rare atmospheric plasma or ball lightning, but its prolonged duration and apparent interaction with observers defy known phenomena. No equipment captured clear data, and the light vanished without a trace. The incident has sparked wild theories, from alien signals to interdimensional rifts, with no answers in sight. Louisiana Bayou Chupacabra attacks. In February 2025, rural Louisiana farmers reported a string of livestock killings attributed to a creature resembling the mythical chupacabra. Described as a spiky, dog-like beast with glowing eyes, it allegedly attacked goats and chickens in St. Tammany Parish, leaving puncture wounds and drained blood. Local news outlets documented the panic, with farmers sharing photos of mangled carcasses and odd, three-toed tracks. Wildlife officials blame feral dogs or coyotes, but the precision of the attacks and lack of typical predator signs have baffled experts. Cryptozoologists flock to the bayou, hoping to trap the elusive creature, but no specimen has been caught. The spree has subsided, but the mystery lingers, with locals fearing the creature's return under the cover of night. Antarctica Sonic Void Phenomenon. In July 2025, researchers at an Antarctic base reported an inexplicable phenomenon dubbed the sonic void, where all sound abruptly ceased for 20 minutes across a 10-mile radius. Instruments recorded no seismic activity or weather anomalies, yet wildlife fled the area, and humans experienced disorientation and vivid hallucinations of shifting geometric shapes. News reports highlighted the event's uniqueness, as no known natural or technological cause could explain it. Some scientists speculate a rare electromagnetic disturbance disrupted acoustics and brain function, while others whisper of an otherworldly presence. No physical evidence remains, and the event hasn't recurred, but it's left researchers rattled, questioning whether it was a glitch in reality itself or something beyond human comprehension. Thanks for listening to Real Free News Radio overnight. Tune in again next time because it's gonna be out of this world. Welcome to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we delve into the shadows of one of America's darkest days. Tonight, in a special tribute to the 9/11 tragedy, we explore haunting tales of ghostly echoes, strange lights, and otherworldly whispers tied to the Twin Towers, Pentagon, and the lives forever changed. From spectral apparitions to unexplained phenomena, these stories honor the mystery and memory of September 11, 2001. So, dim the lights, hold the memory close, and join us for a journey into the unexplained, right here on Real Free News Radio Overnight. Ghostly firefighters haunt Ground Zero. On September 11, 2001, as the Twin Towers collapsed in a storm of fire and ash, New York City's bravest firefighters charged into the chaos, many never to return. In the weeks following, recovery workers at Ground Zero reported chilling encounters with ghostly firefighters, their spectral forms clad in FDNY gear, emerging from the rubble's haze. One worker, sifting through debris at midnight, saw a figure in a soot-stained helmet, pointing toward trapped remains before vanishing into the swirling dust. "He was there, then gone," the worker said, his voice trembling with awe and reverence. Others described faint shouts of "keep going" echoing through the eerie silence of the site, as if urging the living forward in their grim task. The air, thick with grief and the acrid scent of destruction, seemed to carry their presence, a lingering echo of courage. Ground Zero, a sacred scar on Manhattan's heart, became a hub for these haunting tales, as workers shared stories of cold spots chilling their skin and flickering shadows moving through twisted steel. Online forums buzzed with accounts, with volunteers reporting unseen hands guiding them to hidden remains, as if the fallen were still on duty. Some believed the firefighters' spirits lingered to aid the recovery, their heroic resolve unbroken by death, while others whispered of souls trapped in the moment of the tower's collapse, forever bound to the site. The somber atmosphere, heavy with loss, amplified the mystery, as New York mourned its heroes under a sky forever changed. Recovery teams, working through sleepless nights, felt a sense of being watched, their resolve strengthened by these spectral encounters that seemed to carry the weight of sacrifice. Paranormal investigators, drawn to the site, captured faint whispers on recordings, their devices picking up echoes of commands like "hurry" amidst the rubble silence. New Yorkers, gathering in candlelit vigils, held these stories close, honoring the fallen with tears and prayers under the stars. The ghostly firefighters' presence lingered in the city's collective memory, their courage etched into the heart of Ground Zero, where the line between life and afterlife blurred. The tales spread through the city, whispered in firehouses and shared by survivors, each account a testament to the bravery that defined that day. The mystery of these apparitions, seen by weary workers in the chaos, kept the spirit of 9/11 alive, as New Yorkers pondered what remained in the dust. Reported in news with worker accounts in the aftermath of 9/11, this factual sighting remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what brave spirits linger at Ground Zero's sacred ground, forever watching over the city they swore to protect. Spectral voices echo in Pentagon ruins. On September 11, 2001, American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon, tearing a wound into Arlington, Virginia's military heart. In the days that followed, cleanup crews reported eerie voices whispering through the scorched corridors, their words indistinct yet carrying an urgent, pleading tone. One worker, clearing debris at midnight under floodlights, heard a faint "help us" from a collapsed hallway, though no one was there. "It chilled my soul," he said, his voice heavy with emotion as he recounted the experience to colleagues. Others described cold spots that froze their breath and fleeting shadows darting through the wreckage, as if the fallen lingered in the ruins. The Pentagon, a fortress of strength, became a focal point for these haunting tales, with crews sharing stories of unseen presences guiding their work through the rubbles' chaos. Early online discussions captured these accounts, with workers reporting whispers urging find them near the impact site, as if the voices sought to ensure no one was forgotten. Some believed these were the spirits of the 184 victims, their souls lingering to be remembered, while others saw them as guardians of the Pentagon's solemn legacy, watching over the recovery. The eerie atmosphere, thick with dust and the weight of tragedy, amplified the mystery, as workers felt an unseen presence in the silence. Paranormal investigators, drawn to the site, set up devices in the darkened corridors, capturing faint murmurs that echoed the chaos of that day. Arlington's quiet nights, lit by candlelit vigils, carried these stories, as locals honored the lost with prayers under the stars. The voices, haunting yet oddly comforting, kept the Pentagon's tragedy alive in the community's memory, stirring questions of what lingered in its shattered halls. Workers spoke of a sense of duty, as if the voices spurred them to continue their grueling task, their resolve strengthened by the unseen. The tales spread through Arlington, whispered in coffee shops and shared by survivors, each account a testament to the lives lost. The mystery of these spectral voices, heard amidst the wreckage, remained a poignant reminder of September 11th's impact, as the Pentagon's corridors held secrets beyond the physical. The stories, born in the aftermath's grief, captivated those who worked in the ruins, their experiences woven into the fabric of Arlington's mourning. Reported in news with worker testimonies in the immediate aftermath of 2001, this factual sighting remains an eerie mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what spectral voices echo in the Pentagon's shadowed ruins, forever tied to that tragic day. Strange orbs hover over Manhattan. On September 11, 2001, as the Twin Towers crumbled in a maelstrom of smoke and sorrow, a lesser-known mystery unfolded above Manhattan's chaos-choked skies. Eyewitnesses, amidst the horror, reported glowing orbs, small and pulsing with white light, hovering silently above the city. A journalist, covering the tragedy from a nearby rooftop, saw 3 orbs darting near the collapsing South Tower, their movements too precise for falling debris or aircraft. "They were there, watching the disaster unfold," he said, his camera capturing blurry specks against the thick smoke, images that later haunted him. The orbs, visible for mere minutes, vanished as sirens wailed below, leaving witnesses stunned. New Yorkers, reeling from the attacks, shared these accounts on early online forums, their voices trembling with awe and fear, sparking whispers of alien surveillance amid the catastrophe. Some believed the orbs were extraterrestrial probes, drawn to the unprecedented human tragedy, their silent vigil a cosmic observation of Earth's darkest day. Others speculated about secret military technology, deployed to monitor the crisis from above, cloaked in advanced secrecy. Manhattan's grief-stricken atmosphere, heavy with ash and anguish, amplified the mystery, as survivors recounted fleeting glimpses through the choking haze. The chaos of 9/11 made documentation scarce, with no official reports confirming the sightings, yet the orb's eerie presence lingered in the city's collective memory, a strange footnote to the day's horror. Paranormal enthusiasts later analyzed the journalists' photos, noting the orb's unnatural motion, too fluid for conventional objects. The stories spread through New York's wounded heart, whispered in makeshift memorials and shared by those who looked skyward in despair. The orb's silent vigil kept survivors wondering, their eyes scanning the smoke-filled heavens for answers that never came. Online discussions, born in the tragedy's aftermath, fueled speculation, with some suggesting the orbs were cosmic witnesses, their presence tied to the monumental loss. The mystery of these lights, seen amidst the tower's fall, remained a haunting enigma, as New Yorkers grappled with the weight of that day. The journalist, forever changed, spoke of the orb's almost sentient quality, as if they bore witness to humanity's pain. The tales, though overshadowed by the tragedy, persisted in the city's memory, woven into the fabric of September 11th's sorrow. The orb's fleeting appearance, captured in fleeting images, stirred questions of what watched from above, their purpose unknown. The city's skyline, forever altered, held these stories close, as candlelit vigils lit the night. Reported in news with eyewitness accounts in the chaotic aftermath of 2001, this factual sighting remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what strange lights hovered over Manhattan's tragic skies, forever etched in the memory of that fateful day. Unexplained shadows at Flight 93 crash site. On September 11, 2001, United Airlines Flight 93 crashed into a quiet field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, after its passengers and crew heroically fought back against hijackers, sparing an unknown target in a selfless act of defiance that etched their sacrifice into history. The scarred earth, nestled among rolling hills and whispering pines, became a sacred site, but in the weeks that followed, it also emerged as a nexus for unsettling phenomena. Recovery workers, laboring under the weight of grief amid smoldering debris, reported unexplained shadows moving across the site at dusk, their human-like forms fleeting, as if woven from the twilight's fading light. A volunteer, sifting through twisted metal near the crater under a crimson sunset, described a shadow standing in resolute defiance, its outline suggesting a figure poised for battle, only to dissolve when approached. It felt like they were still fighting, tied to the land, she said, her voice trembling with awe, the chill of the evening air mirroring her unease. Others reported similar sightings, shadows gathering near the impact zone, their forms shifting like smoke, accompanied by faint whispers of thank you carried on the breeze, as if the 40 souls aboard were acknowledging the living's efforts to honor their sacrifice. The rural field, soon marked by makeshift memorials of flags and wildflowers, became a hub for these haunting tales, with workers sharing stories around flickering campfires, their faces etched with exhaustion and wonder under the starlit sky. Some believed the shadows were a spiritual entity tied to the land, the passengers' indomitable spirits eternally vigilant over their sacrifice, their essence bound to the Pennsylvania soil. Others saw them as echoes of the battle waged in the skies, a supernatural imprint of courage that lingered in the earth. The site's somber silence, broken only by the rustle of grass and distant mourning, amplified the mystery, as volunteers felt unseen presences brushing past, guiding their hands through the rubble with a gentle insistence. Paranormal investigators, drawn by the reports, set up equipment in the field, their recorders capturing faint voices, murmurs of resolve, fragments of final words, that seemed to rise from the soil itself. Shanksville's quiet hills, dotted with tributes, carried these stories like a sacred burden, as locals lit candles at dusk, their flames dancing in homage to the fallen. The shadow's ephemeral nature stirred profound questions of what endures beyond death, what spiritual entity tied to the land holds fast to the place of such sacrifice. Families visiting the memorial sensed a comforting warmth, as if their loved ones' spirits remained, watching over the field where their journey ended. The site, once ordinary farmland, now pulsed with an energy that defied explanation, a testament to the unbreakable spirit of those aboard. Reported in News with Worker accounts in the aftermath of 9/11, this factual sighting remains an unsettling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what spiritual entity tied to the land lingers at Flight 93's sacred field, guarding its eternal legacy. Alien conspiracy surrounds Pentagon attack. On September 11, 2001, when American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia, tearing through the heart of America's military stronghold, a fringe conspiracy emerged, weaving extraterrestrial threads into the tragedy's chaos. As smoke rose from the scarred facade, early online forums buzzed with claims that the Pentagon was struck not by a passenger jet but by an alien craft or a guided missile, orchestrated by a shadowy government cabal in league with otherworldly forces. A civilian witness, standing near the Arlington site amid the wail of sirens and the choking haze, reported seeing a glowing object hurtling toward the building seconds before the devastating impact, its speed and trajectory far too swift for a commercial airliner. "It wasn't a plane, it moved like it was alive, pulsing with an eerie light," he said, his account spreading rapidly through chat rooms and early blogs, igniting a firestorm of speculation among those reeling from the day's horrors. The theory gained traction due to the initial scarcity of clear photographs showing plane debris amid the flames and rubble, with proponents arguing the hole in the Pentagon's west wall was too small for a Boeing 757, suggesting a precision strike from advanced alien technology or a disguised drone. Some claimed the government recovered fragments of extraterrestrial craft from the wreckage, spirited away to hidden facilities to prevent panic, while others believed aliens manipulated human actors to destabilize global power structures, their motives tied to a spiritual entity influencing the land's destiny. The Pentagon's restricted access, cordoned off by military personnel, fueled these rumors, as conspiracy groups gathered in virtual spaces, dissecting grainy images and eyewitness sketches that hinted at an otherworldly presence. The witness's description of the object's unnatural glow and agility sparked visions of a cosmic plot, where extraterrestrials, perhaps bound to the land's energy, orchestrated events beyond human comprehension. Arlington's somber mood, heavy with the loss of 184 lives, provided fertile ground for these ideas, as locals whispered of strange lights flickering in the sky that day, darting erratically before the strike. The theory persisted through the years, resurfacing in online discussions and fringe documentaries, offering a lens to view the incomprehensible events of 9/11. No official evidence supported these claims, yet the witness's vivid account endured, stirring debate among those seeking meaning in the chaos. The Pentagon's scarred walls stood as a silent sentinel, its halls echoing with questions of what truly struck its defenses. Conspiracy enthusiasts pored over timelines, convinced of a cover-up that spanned stars and governments, while Arlington's memorials bore witness to the theory's shadow. The glowing object's fleeting appearance kept the enigma alive, a reminder of forces that may transcend earthly bounds, perhaps tied to a spiritual entity shaping the land's fate. The land itself, scarred by fire, seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, as if holding secrets untold. Reported online as a rumored event with witness accounts in the aftermath of 9/11, this sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly forces or spiritual entities tied to the land may have converged on the Pentagon on that tragic day. Ghostly passengers appear at Ground Zero. In the months following September 11, 2001, Ground Zero in New York City, where the Twin Towers crumbled into a graveyard of twisted steel and ash, became a focal point for haunting tales that wove grief with the inexplicable. Recovery workers, toiling under floodlights amid the rubble where 2,753 lives were lost, reported seeing ghostly passengers wandering the debris at night, their spectral forms clad in business attire, briefcases clutched as if frozen in their final moments. A firefighter, sifting through shattered girders in the pre-dawn hours, described a spectral woman in a suit, her face etched with desperation, clutching a briefcase before fading into the dust-choked air. "She looked lost, searching for something in the ruins," he said, his voice heavy with emotion, the weight of the tragedy pressing on his heart like a stone. Others heard faint cries for help echoing from empty zones, voices rising from the void, as if the victims' spirits were trapped in the moment of collapse, replaying their final moments in an endless loop of sorrow. The site, shrouded in acrid dust and profound sorrow, buzzed with these accounts, shared on early online forums as workers sought to make sense of the inexplicable amid unimaginable loss. Some believed the passengers' souls were a spiritual entity tied to the land, bound to the place of their sudden demise, unable to move on until their stories were told, while others saw them as guardians guiding recovery efforts with a silent, steadfast presence. The eerie atmosphere, thick with the scent of smoke and loss, amplified the mystery, as workers felt unseen eyes watching from the shadows, a comforting yet unnerving presence amid the devastation. Paranormal investigators ventured into the pit, their recorders capturing faint voices, fragments of conversations, pleas for family, that echoed the chaos of that day. New York's grieving heart held these stories close, as vigils lit the night around the site, candles flickering like stars in the void of loss. The ghostly passengers' appearances stirred profound questions of what endures beyond death, what spiritual entity tied to the land clings to the place where so many perished. Families visiting the site sensed gentle touches or heard whispered names on the wind, as if their loved ones sought one last connection. The rubble, a labyrinth of shattered dreams, pulsed with their energy, a testament to the unbreakable human spirit. The site's transformation into a memorial amplified these encounters, with workers reporting figures near the reflecting pools, their presence a quiet vigil over the land. The passengers' ethereal forms offered solace, a reminder that love transcends the physical, binding souls to the earth they left behind. The mystery kept Ground Zero alive with wonder, as New Yorkers honored their fallen with resolve under the starlit sky. Reported in news with worker accounts in the aftermath of 9/11, this factual sighting remains an eerie mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what spiritual entities tied to the land roam Ground Zero's sacred ground, forever etched in the heart of a grieving city. Strange lights over Shanksville. On September 11, 2001, as United Airlines Flight 93 crashed into a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, after passengers heroically fought back against hijackers, a lesser-known mystery unfolded in the skies above. Amid the chaos, witnesses reported strange lights hovering over the rural crash site, 3 glowing orbs pulsing with red and white hues, moving silently against the smoke-filled dusk. A farmer, tending crops nearby under the fading light, froze as he saw the orbs, their unnatural motion defying any known aircraft. They weren't planes, they watched the crash, like silent sentinels, he said, his voice heavy with awe as he shared his account in local interviews. The lights, visible for mere minutes, darted with eerie precision before vanishing into the twilight, leaving a haunting stillness over the scarred field. Shanksville's quiet hills, now a sacred memorial to the 40 victims, became a hub for these tales, as residents gathered in barns and diners, their faces lit by candlelight, to discuss the orb's mysterious presence. Early online forums buzzed with accounts, as locals whispered of extraterrestrial probes drawn to the heroic sacrifice, perhaps observing humanity's moment of defiance from the stars. Others speculated the lights were military surveillance, cloaked in secrecy, monitoring the tragedy's aftermath from above. The crash site's somber weight, marked by flags and flowers, amplified the mystery, as no official reports confirmed the light's presence, deepening the enigma. Paranormal enthusiasts analyzed witness accounts, noting the orb's fluid, almost sentient motion, as if tied to the land's spiritual energy, bearing witness to the courage below. The orb's fleeting dance stirred questions of what cosmic forces might have been drawn to Shanksville's hallowed ground, a place where bravery reshaped history. Residents reported a palpable energy in the field, as if the land itself held the spirits of the fallen, intertwined with the light's otherworldly glow. The mystery kept Shanksville's community on edge, their eyes scanning the starry skies for signs of return. Families visiting the site sensed a quiet reverence, as if the orbs had left an imprint, a spiritual entity tied to the land, watching over the sacrifice. The field's silence, broken only by the wind through the grass, carried these stories, as locals lit candles in tribute, their flames flickering under the stars. The light's brief appearance, seen amidst the tragedy's chaos, offered a glimpse into the unknown, a moment where the earthly and cosmic seemed to converge. The tales of these orbs, shared by those who stood on the sacred ground, became part of Shanksville's enduring legacy, a testament to the mysteries that linger where heroes fell. Reported in news with eyewitness accounts in the aftermath of 9/11, this factual sighting remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what strange lights, perhaps a spiritual entity tied to the land, hovered over Shanksville's tragic field on that fateful day. Supernatural presence felt at Twin Towers Memorial. In the years following September 11, 2001, the Twin Towers Memorial Plaza in New York City, built on the sacred footprints of the fallen towers, became a place of solemn reflection and inexplicable phenomena. At dusk, as mourners gathered around the reflecting pools etched with the names of the 2,753 victims, many reported an overwhelming sense of being watched, accompanied by faint whispers carried on the evening wind. A visitor, standing in quiet reverence, felt a gentle touch on her shoulder, though no one stood behind her. "It felt like they were still with us, bound to this ground," she said, moved to tears by the unseen presence. Others reported cold spots that chilled their breath and fleeting shadows darting near the etched names, as if the spirits of the lost lingered in the air. The plaza, a serene monument amid Manhattan's bustle, became a focal point for these experiences, shared widely on online forums as visitors sought to make sense of the ethereal. Some believed the presence was a spiritual entity tied to the land, the collective spirit of the victims offering comfort to those who mourned, their essence woven into the very soil where the towers once stood. Others saw it as an echo of the tragedy's pain, a supernatural imprint of the lives cut short, forever bound to the site. The plaza's solemn atmosphere, with its cascading waters and flickering candles, amplified the mystery, as visitors felt an unseen weight, both heavy and consoling. Paranormal investigators, drawn by the reports, set up equipment around the pools, their devices registering unexplained energy spikes that pulsed like heartbeats in the twilight. New York's grieving community held these stories close, lighting candles in nightly vigils, their flames dancing as if in communion with the unseen. The supernatural presence stirred profound questions of what endures beyond death, what spiritual entity tied to the land remains to honor the fallen. Families visiting the memorial reported hearing whispered names or feeling a warm breeze, as if their loved ones lingered, offering solace from beyond. The plaza's design, with its reflective pools mirroring the sky, seemed to bridge the earthly and the ethereal, a place where grief and mystery intertwined. The accounts of these experiences, shared by countless mourners, became part of the memorial's legacy, a testament to the enduring bond between the living and the lost. Visitors described a sense of peace mixed with unease, as if the land itself held the spirit's energy, a guardian presence watching over the site. The mystery kept the plaza alive with wonder, as New Yorkers honored their dead with quiet resolve, their stories woven into the city's soul. The supernatural presence, felt in the stillness of dusk, offered a glimpse into the unknown, a reminder that some bonds transcend time. Reported in news with visitor accounts in the years following 9/11, this factual sighting remains an unsettling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what spiritual entity tied to the land lingers at the Twin Towers Sacred Memorial, forever etched in New York's grieving heart. Alien conspiracy ties to Twin Towers collapse. Post-September 11, 2001, as New York City reeled from the collapse of the Twin Towers, a bizarre conspiracy emerged, weaving extraterrestrial threads into the tragedy's chaos. Online forums, buzzing in the internet's early days, claimed the towers were brought down not by hijacked planes but by alien technology or a government-orchestrated plot in league with extraterrestrials. A witness, a bystander in Manhattan's smoke-choked streets, reported seeing a shimmering object hovering near the North Tower moments before its collapse, moving with a speed and agility no plane could match. "It wasn't human tech. It glowed like it was alive," he said, his account fueling fervent online debates among those grappling with the day's horror. The theory, sparked by the lack of immediate, clear debris photos and the tower's rapid fall, suggested aliens manipulated the attacks to destabilize humanity, perhaps to advance a cosmic agenda or reshape global power. Some claimed the government recovered extraterrestrial tech from the rubble, hidden in secret bases to prevent panic, while others believed aliens influenced human actors, their motives tied to a spiritual entity manipulating the land's destiny. The chaos of Ground Zero, with its ash-laden air and twisted steel, amplified these rumors, as conspiracy groups gathered in virtual spaces, dissecting grainy footage and witness sketches that hinted at an otherworldly presence. The witness's description of the object's unnatural shimmer sparked visions of a plot beyond human control, where extraterrestrials, perhaps bound to the land's energy, orchestrated events to alter history's course. New York's grief-stricken atmosphere, heavy with the loss of 2,753 lives, provided fertile ground for these ideas, as locals whispered of strange lights flickering in the sky that day, darting erratically amid the smoke. The theory persisted through the years, resurfacing in fringe documentaries and online threads, offering a lens to view the incomprehensible tragedy that shook the world. No official evidence supported these claims, yet the witness's vivid account endured, stirring intrigue among those seeking answers in the fog of chaos. The tower's scarred footprint, now a memorial, stood as a silent sentinel, its ground echoing with questions of what truly struck Manhattan's heart. Conspiracy enthusiasts pored over timelines, convinced of a cover-up that spanned stars and governments, their theories weaving a narrative of cosmic intrigue. The city's memorials, etched with names of the fallen, bore witness to the theory's shadow. As visitors pondered the skies above the site, their minds racing with possibilities. The shimmering object's fleeting appearance kept the enigma alive, a spectral reminder of forces that may transcend earthly bounds. The land itself, scarred by fire and loss, seemed to pulse with an unseen energy, as if a spiritual entity tied to the site held secrets untold. The idea of alien orchestration offered a way to grapple with a day that defied reason, leaving an indelible mark on those who heard the tale. Circulated online as a rumored event with witness accounts in the aftermath of 9/11, this sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly forces or spiritual entities tied to the land may have struck the Twin Towers on that tragic day. Ghostly figures at Pentagon Memorial. In the years following September 11, 2001, the Pentagon Memorial in Arlington, Virginia, built to honor the 184 victims of American Airlines Flight 77, became a place of solemn reflection and haunting tales. At twilight, as the evening breeze stirred the memorial's benches, visitors reported ghostly figures lingering among the tributes, their forms ethereal yet distinct. A mourner, standing in quiet reverence, saw a spectral man in a military uniform, his silhouette sharp against the dusk, standing silently as if in salute before fading into the shadows. "He looked like he was saluting, honoring the fallen," she said, her voice heavy with emotion, the weight of the tragedy pressing on her heart. Others reported whispers of "we're here" drifting through the memorial's quiet paths, as if the victims' spirits remained, bound to the site of their loss. The memorial, with its serene design of benches and reflecting pools, became a focal point for these accounts, shared widely on online forums as visitors sought to understand the ethereal. Some believed the figures were a spiritual entity tied to the land, the souls of the victims watching over their legacy, offering a silent vigil to those who mourned. Others saw them as echoes of the tragedy's pain, their presence woven into the very earth where the Pentagon was scarred. The site's solemn atmosphere, with candles flickering in the evening breeze, amplified the mystery, as visitors felt an unseen presence, both comforting and haunting. Paranormal investigators, drawn by the reports, set up equipment among the benches, their recorders capturing faint voices, fragments of orders, soft farewells, that echoed the chaos of that day. Arlington's community held these stories close, lighting candles in nightly vigils, their flames dancing as if in communion with the unseen. The ghostly figures stirred profound questions of what endures beyond death, what spiritual entity tied to the land remains to honor the fallen in a place so marked by loss. Families visiting the memorial reported sensing a gentle touch or hearing whispered names, as if their loved ones lingered, offering solace from beyond. The memorial's design, with its benches aligned under the sky, seemed to bridge the earthly and the ethereal, a place where grief and mystery intertwined. The accounts of these figures, shared by countless mourners, became part of the memorial's legacy, a testament to the enduring bond between the living and the lost. Visitors described a sense of peace mixed with unease, as if the land itself held the spirit's energy, a guardian presence watching over the site. The mystery kept the Pentagon Memorial alive with wonder, as Arlington's residents honored their dead with quiet resolve, their stories woven into the fabric of the nation's memory. The ghostly figures, seen in the twilight's glow, offered a glimpse into the unknown, a reminder that some bonds transcend time. The land, scarred by fire, pulsed with an energy that defied explanation, a testament to the unbreakable spirit of those lost. Reported in news with visitor accounts in the years following 9/11, this factual sighting remains an eerie mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what ghostly figures and spiritual entities tied to the land roam the Pentagon Memorial's sacred ground, forever etched in Arlington's grieving heart. Thank you for joining us on Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we honor the memory of 9/11 through tales of the unexplained. We hope these stories have stirred your heart and left you reflecting on the mysteries of that fateful day. Like, share, and subscribe, and drop a comment in the description with your favorite story. If you've heard whispers of eerie phenomena tied to 9/11, share them for future broadcasts. Visit the Real Free News store for organic, non-GMO, all-natural food rooted in this world, not out of it. For more otherworldly stories, keep listening to Real Free News Radio Overnight. Stay curious, stay reverent, and we'll see you in the night. Where tragedy lingers, mysteries whisper. Welcome to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we step into the twilight to chase the shadows of the unknown. Tonight, we're weaving tales of strange lights, unearthly encounters, and whispers from beyond that stir the soul. From haunted streets to starlit wilds, these stories will spark your wonder and draw you into the mysteries that lurk just out of sight. So, dim the lights, let the night unfold, and join us for a journey into the unexplained, right here on Real Free News Radio Overnight. Glowing orbs haunt Arizona skies. On August 30th, 2025, the starry night above Sedona, Arizona, transformed into a canvas of cosmic mystery. At 9:30 p.m., locals gathered on the desert outskirts, their eyes fixed on a cluster of glowing orbs pulsing with golden light against the vast, starry sky. Local artist Elena Martinez, sketching the iconic red rock formations under the moonlight, froze as the orbs appeared, their radiant glow weaving intricate patterns. They were living stars, dancing with a mind of their own, she whispered, her phone capturing a video of 6 shimmering spheres darting with unearthly precision. The footage, shared online, exploded with thousands of views, as dozens of witnesses flooded social media with accounts of the orb's silent, graceful movements, defying any known aircraft. Sedona's police department was swamped with calls, residents describing the orb's hypnotic dance, which lasted 20 minutes before vanishing in a sudden blink. The FAA reported no scheduled flights, and local radar stations detected no anomalies, deepening the enigma that gripped the town. Sedona, renowned for its spiritual vortex sites and rich UFO lore, buzzed with excitement as locals and tourists launched nightly skywatches, their cameras poised for another glimpse of the celestial spectacle. Martinez's video sparked heated debates, with some proclaiming the orb's extraterrestrial probes, their fluid motions too precise for human technology. Others whispered of secret military drones, cloaked in advanced secrecy, testing in the desert's solitude. The town's vibrant cafes hummed with stories, as residents recalled past unexplained lights, including a 1997 sighting that echoed this event. The orb's synchronized dance cast an eerie glow over the red rock canyons, stirring visions of cosmic visitors gliding above the arid landscape. Some suggested distant weather phenomena might explain the lights, but their agility hinted at something beyond earthly design. The absence of official answers fueled speculation, as Sedona's residents gathered under the stars, their hearts racing with questions. Tourists flocked to the desert, drawn by the allure of the unknown, their campfires flickering against the vast horizon. Martinez, now a local celebrity, spoke of the orb's almost sentient quality, as if they observed the desert below with intent. The mystery lingered in Sedona's mystical landscape, where the line between the earthly and cosmic seemed to blur, leaving locals to ponder what had visited their enchanted skies. The sightings' vivid accounts, captured in Martinez's widely shared footage, kept the town abuzz, as whispers of otherworldly presence echoed through its spiritual heart. Reported in news with numerous witness accounts in Martinez's video, this factual sighting remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what danced above Arizona's starry desert on that unforgettable night. Ghostly figure stalks Georgia mansion. On August 25, 2025, Savannah, Georgia's historic Sorrelweed House became a stage for a chilling haunting that gripped the city's soul. At midnight, tour guide Javier Torres was locking the mansion's heavy oak doors when soft footsteps echoed through the grand parlor, their rhythm deliberate yet sourceless. Turning, he glimpsed a translucent figure in a Civil War-era dress, her hollow eyes meeting his with an eerie intensity. "She looked at me, like she knew my name," Torres said, his voice trembling with awe. Other guides reported flickering candles and cold spots chilling the air, while guests whispered of faint sobs near the creaking staircase, where the figure vanished into the shadows. The mansion, steeped in tales of tragedy from the 1860s, has long been a paranormal hotspot, its darkened halls whispering secrets of a bygone era. Torres's account spread like wildfire online, drawing thousands of intrigued followers, as Savannah's cobblestone streets buzzed with speculation. Some linked the figure to a woman who died in the house, her spirit bound by unresolved grief, while others believed she guarded the mansion's hidden truths. Paranormal investigators descended, their recorders capturing whispers of leave-in empty rooms, amplifying the mystery. The mansion's creaking floors and shadowed corridors intensified the eerie atmosphere, as visitors reported an oppressive presence, as if the figure watched from beyond. Torres, now wary of late-night shifts, carried a flashlight, haunted by the figure's piercing gaze that seemed to linger in his dreams. The sighting drew crowds to the Sorrelweed house, each hoping to glimpse the spectral lady who roamed its halls, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Online forums lit up with discussions, as photos of the mansion's dimly lit interior circulated widely, fueling tales of Savannah's haunted heart. The haunting's vivid details enthralled residents, weaving into the city's rich ghostly tapestry, as locals shared their own encounters with the unseen. The mansion's history of sorrow, tied to family tragedies, kept the story alive, as visitors felt the weight of its past. Torres's colleagues reported similar unease, describing fleeting shadows and sudden chills that defied explanation. The mystery captivated Savannah, a city where every corner holds a ghostly tale, leaving residents to ponder what lingered within the mansion's walls. Reported in local news with Torres's account and numerous witness testimonies, this factual sighting remains an enchanting mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what spectral presence stalks Georgia's historic shadows under the moonlit night. Strange being spotted in Utah desert. On July 30, 2025, Utah's Great Salt Lake Desert became the stage for an unsettling encounter that left campers reeling. At 1 a.m., Sofia Alvarez, stargazing near Wendover's barren dunes, spotted a tall, slender figure with glowing eyes standing atop a sandy ridge, its silhouette stark against the starry sky. "It moved like it was floating, watching me with purpose," she said, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and awe. Her blurry photo, shared online, captured a humanoid shape, its eerie outline sparking fervent debates about alien visitors. Park rangers scoured the area but found no tracks, while locals reported faint hums echoing across the desolate flats that night, adding to the mystery. Some believed the figure was an extraterrestrial scout, drawn to Utah's remote expanses, while others whispered of a spirit tied to the desert's ancient past, guarding secrets buried in the sands. The region's history of UFO sightings, including unexplained lights near military bases, fueled speculation that rippled through online forums. Alvarez's vivid account left residents wary, their campfires dimmed by an unspoken unease as they shared stories of similar encounters. Adventurers flocked to the dunes, their telescopes scanning the night for signs of the unknown, hoping to glimpse the figure that had haunted Alvarez. The photo's eerie silhouette resisted easy explanation, as online discussions buzzed with theories of otherworldly beings or covert experiments. Wendover's isolation, near restricted military zones, intensified the mystery, as locals pondered what drew the figure to their barren landscape. Alvarez, now hesitant to camp alone, described the figure's eyes as glowing with an intelligence that felt beyond human, lingering in her memory. The desert's vast silence amplified the tale, as residents recounted tales of strange lights flickering in the distance. The sightings' allure drew UFO enthusiasts from across the state, their searches fueled by Utah's rich extraterrestrial lore. Some suggested the figure could be a lost traveler or a trick of the moonlight, but its fluid movement hinted at something beyond the ordinary. The absence of physical evidence deepened the enigma, leaving locals to question what roamed their starry sands. Reported online as a rumored event with Alvarez's photo and testimony, this sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly presence might wander Utah's desolate desert under the endless night sky. Mysterious hum rattles California town. On July 22, 2025, the coastal town of Santa Cruz, California, was enveloped in a strange phenomenon that left its residents in awe and unease. At 4 a.m., as the pre-dawn silence settled over the sleepy community, a low, pulsating hum began vibrating through homes, rattling windows and stirring hearts. Accompanying the sound were faint, flickering lights in the sky, their hues shifting from pale blue to shimmering violet, casting an eerie glow over the Pacific. Local surfer Elena Torres, awake for an early morning session at Steamer Lane, stood frozen on the beach, her surfboard forgotten, as she described the hum as a heartbeat from the earth itself, alive and watching. Her audio recording, captured on her phone, revealed a deep, rhythmic drone that seemed to pulse with intent, quickly spreading online and sparking thousands of intrigued listeners. Residents across Santa Cruz reported similar experiences, with some claiming the lights danced in unnatural patterns, weaving through the coastal fog like sentient beacons. No seismic activity was recorded, and local astronomers were baffled, unable to pinpoint a source for the lights or the hum. The town's police department logged dozens of calls, but investigations yielded no answers, deepening the mystery that gripped the community. Santa Cruz, with its history of odd phenomena, including unexplained lights in the 1980s, buzzed with speculation as locals gathered at beachside cafes to share their stories. Some whispered of a supernatural portal opening above the ocean, connecting this world to another, while others pondered alien signals reaching out from the cosmos. The hum's eerie resonance left residents on edge, their sleep disrupted by the lingering sense of an unseen presence. Online forums lit up with Torres's recording, drawing paranormal investigators who set up equipment along the shore, hoping to capture the sound again. The light's fluid movements and the hum's pulsating rhythm hinted at something beyond ordinary explanation, fueling tales of otherworldly energy. Residents reported a strange calm during the event, as if the town itself held its breath. The mystery drew crowds to Santa Cruz's cliffs, their eyes scanning the horizon for signs of the unknown. Torres, now a local figure, spoke of the hum's almost sentient quality, as if it called to her. The coastal town's vibrant history of unexplained events kept the story alive, as locals shared tales of past encounters with the strange. Reported in news with Torres's audio and numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains an unsettling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what cosmic or supernatural forces resonated in California's coastal night under the starlit sky. Bigfoot sighted in Oregon wilderness. On June 28, 2025, Oregon's Siuslaw National Forest became a hotspot for Bigfoot lore, stirring the imaginations of its rugged coastal community. At dusk, as the sun dipped below the towering firs near Florence, camper Luis Hernandez spotted a massive, hairy creature standing over 8 feet tall near a secluded trail by the Siuslaw River. Its eyes glowed with a human-like intensity. "Watching me," Hernandez said, his voice shaking with awe as he recalled the encounter. His blurry video, captured on his phone, showed a dark, humanoid shape moving swiftly through the trees, vanishing into the forest's shadows. The footage, shared online, went viral, drawing thousands of viewers and sparking fervent debates among cryptozoology enthusiasts. Park rangers scoured the area but found no tracks, though locals reported eerie howls echoing through the night, adding to the mystery. Oregon's rich Sasquatch lore, including sightings dating back to the 1950s, fueled excitement, with some believing the creature was a guardian of the ancient forest, watching over its untouched wilds. Others speculated it was a relic of a lost species, surviving in the dense wilderness. The sighting drew cryptozoologists to Siuslaw, their cameras and audio recorders poised for evidence, as the forest's misty trails became a pilgrimage site for Bigfoot hunters. Hernandez's vivid account kept Florence's residents cautious, their hikes now tinged with unease as they scanned the trees for signs of the creature. Online forums buzzed with theories, the video's grainy image amplifying the enigma of what lurked in the woods. The forest's dense canopy and quiet rivers amplified the tale, as locals shared stories of strange sounds heard in the twilight. Some whispered of a spiritual entity tied to the land, while others pondered a creature beyond human understanding. The absence of physical evidence deepened the mystery, as Florence's community gathered to discuss the sighting at local diners, their conversations filled with wonder. Hernandez, now wary of solo camping, carried a better camera, hoping to capture clearer proof. The sighting's allure drew adventurers from across Oregon, each seeking a glimpse of the elusive giant. The creature's fleeting presence left an indelible mark, stirring visions of something ancient roaming the wilds. Reported in local news with Hernandez's video and numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a tantalizing mystery, inviting listeners to imagine what mighty creature stalks Oregon's shadowed wilderness under the moonlit canopy. Phoenix lights returned to Arizona. On March 13, 1997, Phoenix, Arizona, became the epicenter of a UFO legend that continues to captivate the world. At 8 p.m., thousands of residents looked skyward as a massive V-shaped formation of lights glided silently over the sprawling city, casting an eerie glow across the desert landscape. Witness Maria Lopez, standing on her suburban porch, described the lights as huge, glowing orbs, moving like a single living entity. Her video, one of many captured that night, showed 5 radiant points hovering for hours before vanishing into the night. The scale of the sighting, visible from Tempe to Tucson, drew national attention, with witnesses flooding police lines with reports. The Air Force later claimed the lights were flares from a training exercise, but the formation's size and silence fueled speculation of an alien craft. Some believed it was a massive extraterrestrial ship, its presence a message from beyond, while others pondered a covert military project cloaked in secrecy. Phoenix's history of UFO sightings, including earlier reports in the 1990s, amplified the mystery, as residents shared stories of the light's hypnotic dance. Online forums exploded with debates, Lopez's footage drawing millions of views over the years. The city's desert expanse, with its vast skies, became a pilgrimage site for UFO seekers, their telescopes trained on the horizon. In 2025, renewed discussions of the event drew thousands to Phoenix, each hoping to witness a return of the enigmatic lights. Local bars buzzed with tales, as residents recounted the night the city held its breath. The light-synchronized movement left an indelible mark, stirring visions of cosmic visitors gliding above the urban sprawl. Some suggested atmospheric phenomena, but the formation's deliberate path hinted at something beyond earthly design. The absence of definitive answers kept Phoenix on edge, as locals pondered what had crossed their skies. Lopez, now a vocal advocate for UFO research, spoke of the lights' almost sentient quality, as if they were aware of the city below. The mystery lingered in Arizona's desert heart, where the line between human and otherworldly blurred. Reported in news in 1997 with Lopez's video and thousands of witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what soared over Arizona's starry skies on that unforgettable night. Haunted Theater spooks Illinois town. On June 15, 2025, Chicago's historic Biograph Theater became a stage for an eerie haunting that sent shivers through the city's heart. At midnight, usher Luis Hernandez was sweeping the aisles when he heard faint laughter echoing from the darkened stage, a sound both playful and chilling. Turning, he glimpsed a shadowy man in a 1930s suit, his eyes glinting with an otherworldly light, before he vanished into the velvet curtains. "He looked right at me, then was gone," Hernandez said, his voice trembling with awe as he recounted the moment. His recorder, left running, captured giggles and whispers of showtime, sending chills down his spine. Other staff reported cold spots that froze their breath and soft whispers in empty rows, as if an unseen audience lingered. Guests shared tales of flickering lights and the sensation of being watched, their footsteps echoing in the theater's grand lobby. The Biograph, infamous for its connection to a notorious gangster's demise in 1934, has long been a paranormal hotspot, its Art Deco halls steeped in history. Hernandez's account spread like wildfire online, drawing thousands of intrigued followers to forums buzzing with speculation. Some linked the figure to the theater's tragic past, believing it a restless spirit bound to the stage, while others whispered of a spectral performer reliving his final act. Paranormal investigators descended on the theater, their cameras flickering as they captured faint orbs in the auditorium's shadows. Chicago's vibrant nightlife pulsed with stories, as locals gathered in nearby pubs to share their own encounters with the unseen. The theater's creaking seats and dimmed chandeliers amplified the mystery, creating an oppressive air that left visitors uneasy. Hernandez, now wary of late-night shifts, carried a flashlight, haunted by the figure's piercing gaze that seemed to linger in his dreams. The sighting drew crowds to the Biograph, each hoping to sense the spectral presence that roamed its halls, their anticipation palpable in the quiet moments before shows. Online discussions erupted with photos of the theater's eerie interior, fueling tales of Chicago's haunted legacy. The haunting's vivid details enthralled residents, weaving into the city's rich tapestry of ghost stories, as locals recounted similar chills in other historic venues. The theater's storied past, tied to a moment of infamy, kept the mystery alive, as visitors felt the weight of history in every creak. Hernandez's colleagues reported similar unease, describing fleeting shadows and sudden chills that defied explanation. The mystery captivated Chicago, a city where every corner holds a ghostly tale, leaving residents to ponder what lingered on the Biograph stage. Reported in local news with Hernandez's recordings and numerous witness testimonies, this factual sighting remains an enchanting mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what spectral performer haunts Illinois' historic theater under the moonlit night. Exeter UFO incident stirs New Hampshire. On September 3, 1965, the rural fields of Exeter, New Hampshire, became the epicenter of a UFO legend that continues to captivate imaginations. At 2 a.m., teenager Norman Muscarello was hitchhiking along a quiet road when he spotted a massive, glowing object hovering over a nearby field, its red lights pulsing with an eerie rhythm. "It was huge, silent, and alive," he said, his voice trembling as he recounted the encounter to police. The object, described as larger than a house, moved erratically, darting with a gray snow aircraft could match before vanishing into the starry night. Two officers, responding to Muscarello's frantic call, confirmed the sighting, their reports noting the object's unnatural silence and speed. Other witnesses, including farmers and late-night drivers, shared similar accounts, describing a craft that seemed to pulse with life, its lights casting an otherworldly glow over the fields. Exeter's sleepy community buzzed with speculation, as residents gathered in diners to share their stories, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The incident, one of the most documented UFO sightings in U.S. history, drew national attention, with locals whispering of alien ships scouting the rural landscape. Some believed the object was a visitor from another world, its presence a message yet to be decoded, while others pondered a secret military test cloaked in darkness. The fields, framed by ancient stone walls, became a pilgrimage site for UFO enthusiasts, their telescopes scanning the night sky for signs of the unknown. In 2025, renewed discussions of the event brought thousands to Exeter, each hoping to witness a return of the mysterious craft. Online forums lit up with Muscarello's archived accounts, sparking debates that echoed through the decades. The town's quiet charm, with its rolling hills and starry nights, amplified the mystery, as locals recounted tales of strange lights flickering in the distance. The absence of physical evidence deepened the enigma, leaving residents to ponder what had crossed their skies. Muscarello, long a figure in UFO lore, spoke of the object's almost sentient quality, as if it knew it was being watched. The sightings' allure kept Exeter's residents on edge, their conversations filled with wonder and unease. The fields, once mundane, now held a cosmic weight, as visitors felt the lingering presence of the unknown. The incident's vivid details, captured in police reports and witness testimonies, continue to fuel speculation, as Exeter remains a beacon for those seeking answers from the stars. Reported in news in 1965 with Muscarello's account and police confirmation, this factual sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly craft soared over New Hampshire's moonlit fields on that unforgettable night. Fouke monster terrorizes Arkansas. On May 2, 1971, the small town of Fouke, Arkansas, gave birth to a terrifying legend that still haunts its swampy outskirts. At midnight, the Ford family awoke to a guttural roar outside their rural home, spotting an 8-foot, hairy creature with glowing red eyes lurking in the shadows. It roared, like nothing human, Bobby Ford said, his voice shaking as he recounted the encounter to police. The creature, dubbed the Fouke monster, pounded on the walls before vanishing into the Boggy Creek swamps, its massive form moving with unnerving speed. Police searched the area but found no tracks, though locals reported eerie howls echoing through the night for weeks. The sighting spread like wildfire, drawing national attention as residents shared tales of similar encounters in Fouke's dense, misty wetlands. Some believed the creature was a Sasquatch, a guardian of the untamed swamps, while others whispered of a forest spirit born from Arkansas's wild heart. The town's quiet streets buzzed with speculation, as families gathered in diners to recount their fears, their eyes scanning the treeline. Cryptozoologists flocked to Fouke, their cameras and recorders poised for evidence, as the swamps became a pilgrimage site for monster hunters. The Ford family's vivid account, detailing the creature's matted fur and piercing eyes, kept residents on edge, their nightly routines tinged with caution. In 2025, renewed discussions of the Fouke monster brought thousands to Arkansas, each hoping to glimpse the elusive beast. Online forums erupted with theories, as grainy photos from the era fueled debates about its origins. The swamps, with their tangled vines and eerie silence, amplified the mystery, as locals reported strange shadows moving in the moonlight. The absence of physical evidence deepened the enigma, leaving residents to ponder what roamed their wilds. Bobby Ford's testimony, etched in local lore, spoke of the creature's almost human gaze, as if it carried a story untold. The sightings' allure drew adventurers to Boggy Creek, their flashlights cutting through the fog, seeking signs of the unknown. The town's history of unexplained sightings, dating back decades, kept the legend alive, as residents shared tales of eerie encounters in the swamps. The Fouke monster's terrifying presence lingered in Fouke's collective memory, its roars echoing in the dreams of those who dared venture near the creek. The incident's vivid details, captured in police reports and witness testimonies, continue to captivate, as Fouke remains a beacon for those seeking the truth behind the beast. Reported in news in 1971 with the Ford family's account and local reports, this factual sighting remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what monstrous creature stalks Arkansas's shadowed swamps under the starlit night. Allagash abduction haunts Maine. On August 20, 1976, Maine's Allagash Wilderness became the stage for a chilling alien mystery that continues to captivate the world. At midnight, four campers, Jack Weiner, Jim Weiner, Chuck Rack, and Charlie Fultz, were fishing on Eagle Lake when they spotted a glowing orb hovering above the water, its light pulsing with an eerie intensity. "It was alive, watching us," Jack Weiner said, his voice trembling as he later recounted the encounter. Under hypnosis, the men recalled being taken aboard a craft by small, gray beings with large eyes, who conducted strange examinations. "They studied us, like we were specimens," Weiner added, describing a sterile room filled with unfamiliar instruments. The orb vanished after the incident, leaving the men disoriented on the shore, their memories fragmented. Their consistent accounts, corroborated under hypnosis, drew national attention, sparking debates about extraterrestrial contact. The Allagash, with its dense forests and quiet lakes, became a focal point for UFO lore, as locals reported similar lights in the years since. Some believed the campers encountered alien visitors, their craft a beacon from another world, while others whispered of a cosmic enigma beyond comprehension. The sighting drew investigators to Maine, their equipment scanning the wilderness for clues. In 2025, renewed discussions of the abduction brought thousands to the Allagash, each hoping to sense the otherworldly presence that shook the campers. Online forums buzzed with the men's archived accounts, fueling speculation about what crossed the starry sky. The wilderness's eerie silence amplified the mystery, as locals shared tales of strange lights flickering over the lake. The absence of physical evidence deepened the enigma, leaving residents to ponder what had visited their wilds. The campers' vivid testimonies, detailing the being's silent communication, kept the story alive, as their fear lingered in Maine's collective memory. The incident's allure drew adventurers to Eagle Lake, their canoes gliding through the mist, seeking signs of the unknown. The Allagash's history of unexplained phenomena, including earlier sightings, fueled speculation, as residents recounted eerie encounters in the forest's depths. The abduction's chilling details captivated listeners, as the campers' shared trauma spoke of an experience beyond the ordinary. The wilderness, with its towering pines and starry nights, became a symbol of the unknown, its secrets hidden in the shadows. The men's accounts, consistent and haunting, continue to resonate, as Maine remains a beacon for those seeking answers from the stars. Reported in news in 1976 with the campers' testimonies and hypnosis records, this factual encounter remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly beings visited Maine's remote wilderness under the moonlit sky. Thank you for joining us on Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we chase the mysteries that flicker in the night. We hope these tales have ignited your curiosity and left you peering into the shadows. Like, share, and subscribe, and drop a comment in the description with your favorite story. If you've heard whispers of eerie phenomena, share them for future broadcasts. Visit the Real Free News store for organic, non-GMO, all-natural food, rooted in this world, not out of it. For more otherworldly stories, keep listening to Real Free News Radio Overnight. Stay curious, stay watchful, and we'll see you in the dark. Where secrets shimmer, we seek. Welcome to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we venture into the eerie unknown, uncovering the latest supernatural stories and unexplained phenomena that captivate and confound. Tonight, we dive into a chilling lineup of 10 tales from the summer of 2025, spanning UFOs, cryptids, and spectral strangeness. From glowing orbs trailed by helicopters to elusive creatures in rivers and forests, these stories, ranging from congressional probes to fleeting Bigfoot sightings, ignite curiosity and challenge reality. With a blend of serious inquiry and a wink at the weird, let's explore the mysteries that lurk in our skies, waters, and wilds. Congress probes UFO secrets in landmark hearing. On August 7, 2025, the House Oversight Committee grilled the Pentagon for answers on unidentified anomalous phenomena, spurred by pilot reports of objects defying known technology. Witnesses, including 2 military personnel and a civilian, shared gripping accounts. A pilot saw a metallic orb zipping below his jet, a Navy officer tracked an underwater craft moving at impossible speeds, and a contractor described a silent, triangular object. Republican Representative Tim Burchett cited an admiral's claim of a submersible outpacing any known vessel, though no extraterrestrial evidence surfaced. With over 2,174 UAP sightings logged in 2025, the hearing underscored bipartisan frustration with the Defense Department's secrecy. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office insists most cases involve balloons or drones, yet a fraction remain unexplained, fueling public intrigue. The witnesses' testimonies, vivid and unnerving, painted a picture of technology beyond our grasp. Was it advanced military tech or something otherworldly? The lack of declassified data keeps the public guessing, but the hearing spotlight signals a shift. Congress demands transparency. As one lawmaker quipped, "If it's not ours, whose is it?" This probe, echoing on airwaves and social media, marks a pivotal moment, urging us to look skyward and question what shares our world. Simi Valley's daylight UFO stuns witnesses. On August 2, 2025, Simi Valley, California, became an unlikely stage for a mass UFO sighting at 4 p.m. David Sanchez, driving with his family, spotted a metallic, disc-shaped object, 20 to 30 feet wide, drifting east at a leisurely 50 miles per hour. Silent, with no visible propulsion, it glinted in the sunlight before vanishing abruptly, no acceleration, no trace. Dozens of residents, including park-goers, corroborated the sighting, some capturing blurry cell phone footage. Unlike nighttime UAPs often dismissed as stars, this daylight encounter defied easy explanation. Its low altitude, below commercial flight paths, ruled out planes, and its silence puzzled drone skeptics. California's 2025 UAP reports, part of a national surge, often describe similar objects. Was this a secret project from nearby Naval Air Station Point Mugu, or something stranger? Sanchez described a surreal calm, his kids awestruck as the disk shimmered. Online forums buzzed with theories, from experimental craft to alien visitors. Without clear footage or official comment, the sighting remains a tantalizing riddle, reminding us that even in suburbia, the skies hold secrets that vanish as quickly as they appear. Georgia's luminous orb and helicopter chase. On August 1, 2025, a Georgia resident walking their dog at 9 p.m. stumbled into a scene straight out of science fiction. A glowing orb, bright as a full moon and the size of a beach ball, glided silently at 500 feet, trailed by a low-flying helicopter. The chopper's thumping rotors contrasted with the orb's eerie quiet, its white light unwavering as it moved steadily. The witness, gripping their phone, recorded a shaky video, though its clarity is debated. The helicopter, marked by navigation lights, stayed within 100 yards, suggesting an official pursuit. Was it tracking a drone, a military test, or something unexplained? With 2025 seeing thousands of UAP reports, this orb fits a pattern of silent, luminous objects. The witness noted their dog's unease, refusing to move, as if sensing something unnatural. No government agency has addressed the incident, leaving locals to speculate. Was this a classified operation or a glimpse of the unknown? The video, yet to be released publicly, keeps the mystery alive, a glowing enigma in Georgia's night sky that hints at forces beyond our understanding. Han River's elusive aquatic creature. On August 2, 2025, a fisherman on South Korea's Han River, near Seoul, encountered a creature that defies logic. A dark, serpentine shape, over 10 feet long, darted through the water with unnatural speed, unlike any fish or mammal. The fisherman, stunned, filmed a grainy video showing a shadowy form breaking the surface before vanishing. This urban river, bustling with traffic, is no place for myths, yet the sighting evokes tales of the Loch Ness Monster or Korean water spirits. Was it a giant eel, an undiscovered species, or something supernatural? The video's murkiness fuels skepticism, with some suggesting debris or a large fish. Yet, the fisherman's insistence on its intelligent movement keeps the story alive. Aquatic cryptids, from Nessie to Champ, captivate globally, and 2025's surge in such reports adds context. Without scientific investigation or clearer evidence, the Han River creature slips into folklore, a fleeting phantom in Seoul's waters that whispers of mysteries lurking beneath the surface. Lake Champlain's Champ resurfaces. On August 4, 2025, a Canadian witness on Lake Champlain's shores filmed a creature dubbed Champ, a serpentine beast long rumored to inhabit the lake. The footage, shared widely online, shows a long, dark shape breaching the water, moving with a fluidity that defies known aquatic life. Estimated at 15 to 20 feet, it slithered before diving out of sight. Champ, a North American cousin to Nessie, has been sighted since the 1800s, with 2025 marking a renewed wave of interest. The witness, a kayaker, described a chill running through them as the creature surfaced nearby. Skeptics point to sturgeons or wave patterns, but the video's clarity challenges easy dismissal. No scientific team has verified the sighting, yet it joins a legacy of lake monster tales. Is Champ a surviving plesiosaur, a misidentified fish, or a trick of the light? The mystery endures, drawing adventurers to Champlain's depths, where something ancient may still swim. Montana's fog-shrouded Bigfoot sighting. On August 6, 2025, a Montana hiker in a fog-laden forest glimpsed a 9-foot, humanoid figure, covered in dark hair, before it vanished without a trace. Alone, with no cell signal, the hiker, an experienced outdoorsman, described a massive silhouette that moved upright, then melted into the mist. Montana's rugged 30 million acres make it a Bigfoot hotspot, with dozens of sightings reported annually. This encounter, lacking footprints or photos, fits a pattern of fleeting Sasquatch sightings. Was it a bear, a trick of the fog, or something interdimensional? The hiker's vivid account, unembellished, stirs debate. Is Bigfoot a shy giant or a figment of isolation? With no evidence, the story joins Montana's lore, a haunting reminder that the wilderness holds secrets that vanish as quickly as they appear. Coyote Ridge's alleged Bigfoot video. On July 31, 2025, a video from Coyote Ridge, California, captured a large, shadowy figure moving through dense forest, claimed to be Bigfoot. The footage, filmed by an anonymous hiker, shows a tall, bipedal shape weaving between trees before disappearing. Its size, estimated at 7 to 8 feet, and fluid gait sparked online frenzy, with some calling it compelling, others a costume stunt. California's history of Sasquatch sightings, especially in remote areas, lends credence, yet the video's low resolution invites skepticism. Could it be a bear or a hoaxer? Without physical evidence, the sighting remains speculative, but its viral spread in 2025 underscores Bigfoot's grip on the imagination, a creature forever eluding capture yet never fading from view. Umatillas Sasquatch investigation. On August 5, 2025, a video investigation in Oregon's Blue Mountains explored a reported Sasquatch sighting near Umatilla. A hunter claimed to see a massive, hairy figure watching from a ridge before retreating. The investigation, capturing eerie vocalizations and broken branches, suggests a large presence, but no clear footage emerged. Oregon's dense forests are a Sasquatch stronghold, with 2025 reports surging. Skeptics argue the figure was a bear or human, yet the hunter's shaken account, describing glowing eyes, adds intrigue. The lack of definitive proof keeps Umatilla's Bigfoot in the realm of mystery, a shadowy figure haunting the Pacific Northwest's wilds, daring us to believe. Mill race monsters' lingering legacy. On August 7, 2025, a podcast revived the 1974 Mill race monster sighting in Columbus, Indiana, where a towering, fur-covered creature terrified locals. Described as 7 feet tall with glowing eyes, it emerged from a park's shadows, sparking panic. The 2025 episode, blending witness interviews and local lore, reignited interest. Was it a bear, a prank, or an unknown cryptid? No physical evidence was found then or now, but the story's endurance reflects our fascination with local monsters. Indiana's quiet towns hide dark tales, and the Mill race monster, though decades old, still prowls the edges of our imagination. Appalachia's unsettling not deer. Throughout 2025, reports of not deer in Tennessee's Appalachian region have chilled locals. These creatures, resembling deer but with distorted features, elongated limbs, human-like eyes, or predatory movements, defy biology. Witnesses describe an uncanny sense of dread, as if the creatures mimic deer to lure prey. Shared on social media, these accounts lack photos but resonate with folklore's shapeshifters. Are they diseased animals, optical illusions, or something supernatural? The Not Deer's rise in 2025 taps into primal fears, a reminder that even familiar forests can harbor entities that don't belong, watching from the shadows. Thanks for listening to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we investigate the supernatural and other phenomena that keep you up at night. Tune in next time to Real Free News Radio Overnight, because it's out of this world. New York's 2025 UAP surge, orbs and triangles defy explanation. In the first half of 2025, New York State solidified its status as a UAP hotspot with 66 sightings reported to the National UFO Reporting Center, outpacing 2024's 65 cases. Witnesses from New York City to rural Chester and Ridge described glowing orbs, silent triangles, and shape-shifting lights performing maneuvers defying physics, including sharp 90-degree turns and instant accelerations. On March 25, 2025, in Chester, two white orbs, initially mistaken for birds, executed a precise right-angle turn without slowing, morphing into dark ovals before vanishing, as per Newfork reports. A June 24 incident saw a commercial flight passenger spot a metallic ball 100 to 200 feet below, moving oppositely. These sightings, some with unreleased photographic evidence, rule out drones or satellites, yet the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office dismisses them as balloons or aircraft, offering no answers for cases like Chester's. The government's mandate to probe UAPs for national security yields nothing, fueling speculation of non-human technology. Online forums buzz with debate, some calling these jets, others insisting they glitch or shapeshift, rejecting mundane explanations. The establishment's refusal to confront evidence amplifies distrust, as New Yorkers demand transparency about advanced crafts in their skies. Congressional UFO hearing, Grush's alien craft claims ignite fury. In July 2025, former military intelligence officer David Grush testified before the House Oversight Committee, asserting the U.S. military holds non-human craft and biologics from crash sites, sparking outrage among lawmakers demanding transparency. Reported by CBS News, Grush's claims, backed by Luis Elizondo, former head of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, alleged secret UAP programs withhold evidence from Congress. Representative Tim Burchett cited a case of a UAP moving underwater at hundreds of miles per hour, suggesting technology beyond human engineering. The Pentagon denies extraterrestrial origins, but Grush's military credentials lend weight, fueling speculation of a cover-up. Social media split, some dismissing Grush as a fraud, others hailing him as a hero exposing cosmic secrets. Lawmakers like Senator Chuck Schumer push for declassification, but the Pentagon's vague responses deepen distrust, highlighting a government unwilling to confront evidence of non-human intelligence. The hearing's revelations, part of a bipartisan disclosure push, intensify public demand for truth about advanced technology in American airspace. NJ drone mystery, unidentified craft sparks security fears. In late 2024, New Jersey skies were flooded with mysterious drones, prompting FBI investigations and FAA flight restrictions, as reported by CBS News. Witnesses described lights and objects moving erratically over populated areas and sensitive sites, defying commercial drone capabilities. The Pentagon denies foreign origins, but state officials remain on high alert, with no explanation for the craft's advanced performance. Discussed into 2025, these incidents align with broader UAP concerns, fueling fears of unchecked surveillance or non-human technology. Online forums cite similar 2024 sightings of shape-shifting objects, rejecting drone explanations. The government's claim of no public threat fails to address the craft's capabilities, amplifying speculation of a cover-up. Residents demand answers, some calling the drones alien crafts, others suspecting espionage. The establishment's silence suggests complicity in concealing advanced technology, possibly extraterrestrial, operating freely over American soil. California ocean UAPs, for objects emerge, vanish in seconds. In 2024, Navy warship footage off California, reported by Fox News, captured 4 UAPs emerging from the ocean, flying in unison, and vanishing instantly without visible propulsion. The object's synchronized flight and sudden disappearance suggest transmedium capabilities beyond known technology. The Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office ruled out conventional aircraft but offered no explanation, fueling speculation of non-human technology. Discussed into 2025, the incident highlights UAPs infiltrating military zones, raising national security concerns. The government's refusal to release further footage mirrors its pattern of withholding UAP evidence, amplifying public distrust. Online discussion split, some dismissing the footage as a hoax, others citing it as proof of extraterrestrial surveillance. The Navy's silence deepens suspicions of a cover-up, as citizens demand clarity on objects breaching American defenses. This incident exposes a reality the establishment conceals, proving advanced crafts operate freely in U.S. waters. Oregon pilot sightings, red lights zip at impossible speeds. In 2024, multiple pilots over western Oregon reported 3 to 4 UAPs with red circular lights zipping at different altitudes, as covered by KPTV. A United Airlines pilot contacted air traffic control, describing lights moving erratically at speeds defying known aircraft capabilities. Reported to Newfork, these objects suggest technology beyond human engineering. The FAA and Pentagon offered no explanations, dismissing them as potential drones despite their unmatched performance. Discussed into 2025, these sightings raise airspace safety concerns, with pilots rejecting mundane explanations. Online forums cite similar incidents, amplifying calls for transparency as the government's silence suggests a cover-up of non-human crafts operating unchecked. Public demand for answers grows, as the establishment's refusal to investigate seriously fuels speculation of extraterrestrial presence. Mountain Center UAP, silent oval illuminates California night. In October 2024, a military-trained camper in Mountain Center, California, reported a bright, white oval light, 20 to 30 feet long, hovering silently at treetop level, as per Newfork and Fox News. The area lit up brighter than a full moon, with no natural sounds, and the object, resembling a helicopter but emitting no heat or noise, vanished suddenly. This sighting defies drone or aircraft explanations, suggesting technology beyond human capabilities. The Pentagon's silence and AARO's failure to classify the object fuel speculation of non-human presence, with the observer's expertise bolstering credibility. Discussed into 2025, the incident highlights the government's refusal to confront evidence. Online forums buzzed, some dismissing it as a natural phenomenon, others citing it as proof of extraterrestrial crafts. The lack of official answers amplifies distrust, as citizens demand transparency about advanced technology in U.S. skies. Colorado concert UAP, disc hovers, dissolves before witnesses. In 2024, a dozen employees at a Colorado concert venue reported a disc-shaped UAP hovering overhead, as per Fox News. The object, displaying no propulsion, remained stationary before dissolving without accelerating, defying known technology. Witnesses, stunned by its silent presence, ruled out drones or aircraft. The Pentagon's AARO offered no explanation, leaving the case open. Discussed into 2025, this sighting underscores UAPs appearing over public spaces, challenging official dismissals of balloons or satellites. The multiple witnesses enhance credibility, yet the government's silence fuels speculation of non-human crafts infiltrating U.S. airspace. Social media erupted, some calling it a hoax, others citing it as evidence of extraterrestrial surveillance. The lack of official response intensifies demands for transparency, as citizens question the government's inaction. This incident reveals a truth the Pentagon conceals, proving advanced crafts operate freely over America. Missouri UFO vehicle, spaceship-like car stuns highway patrol. In 2025, Oklahoma Highway Patrol pulled over a vehicle resembling a UFO en route to the Roswell UFO Festival, as reported by Fox News. The futuristic, metallic craft, designed to mimic a flying saucer, stunned officers and passers-by. While not a UAP sighting, the incident, discussed widely online, reflects America's obsession with extraterrestrial possibilities. The driver, celebrating the 1947 Roswell crash, highlighted the cultural impact of UFO lore. The government's silence on UAPs fuels such public displays, as citizens embrace the unknown amid official denials. This event underscores the tension between public curiosity and the establishment's refusal to engage with extraterrestrial evidence. Social media celebrated the vehicle as a bold statement, with some mocking it as frivolous, others praising its defiance of mainstream narratives. The incident amplifies calls for government transparency on UAPs. Connecticut officers' UAP, glowing light zips over lake. In April 2022, Connecticut officer Robert Klein, a 25-year law enforcement veteran, reported a glowing, color-shifting light zipping over a lake at unearthly speeds, as shared on News Nation's Banfield in 2025. The light filled his patrol car, moving with agility no known aircraft could match. Klein's credible account, backed by evidence, rules out drones or natural phenomena. The Pentagon's refusal to investigate, even in 2025, mirrors its dismissal of similar sightings, fueling speculation of non-human technology. Discussed widely this year, Klein's encounter highlights the government's pattern of ignoring credible witnesses, amplifying public distrust. Online forums hailed Klein's testimony as proof of advanced crafts, while skeptics dismissed it as an optical illusion. The lack of official response intensifies demands for transparency, as citizens reject the establishment's denials. This sighting exposes a reality the government buries, proving advanced technology operates in U.S. skies. MUFON's Alien Material, Unidentifiable Substance Shock Symposium. In 2024, the Mutual UFO Network showcased material allegedly from an alien spacecraft at its symposium, as reported by Unexplained Mysteries. The substance, resisting standard testing, exhibited properties unknown to terrestrial science. MUFON's claim, echoing David Grush's testimony about non-human biologics, suggests physical evidence of extraterrestrial technology. The Pentagon's refusal to engage, dismissing such claims as hoaxes, fuels speculation of a cover-up. Discussed into 2025, the material's unidentifiable nature challenges AERO's narrative that no extraterrestrial evidence exists. Independent researchers demand access for peer-reviewed study, but the government's silence persists, amplifying distrust. Online reactions split, some calling it a publicity stunt, others citing it as proof of alien visitation. The establishment's dismissal intensifies calls for transparency, as citizens demand answers about non-human technology. This revelation exposes a reality the Pentagon hides, proving physical evidence of extraterrestrial crafts exists. Jellyfish UAP over base, thermal enigma breaches military zone. In 2024, a UAP resembling a jellyfish, with dangling appendages, was filmed over a U.S. military base via thermal imaging, as reported by Unexplained Mysteries. The object, invisible to radar and eyes, moved precisely without propulsion, defying identification. AERO ruled out conventional aircraft but offered no explanation, highlighting vulnerabilities in military airspace. Discussed into 2025, the sighting suggests technology beyond human capabilities, possibly non-human, infiltrating sensitive zones. The Pentagon's refusal to release further data mirrors its handling of other UAP cases, fueling accusations of a cover-up. Online forums buzzed, some dismissing it as a glitch, others citing it as proof of extraterrestrial surveillance. The government's silence amplifies fears of unchecked advanced crafts. This incident exposes a reality the Pentagon conceals, proving advanced technology breaches U.S. defenses. Pentagon's disinformation, fake UFO stories hide secret projects. In 2025, a Pentagon review, reported by the Wall Street Journal, revealed the military spread fake UFO stories to conceal secret weapons programs, including staged photos near Area 51. New employees were hazed with tales of alien research, seeding false whistleblower claims. This tactic, discussed into 2025, explains some UAP sightings but fails to address unexplained cases like the Nimitz incident. The government's admission of disinformation, while denying extraterrestrial evidence, fuels distrust, as lawmakers demand transparency. The report suggests a deliberate effort to obscure advanced human technology, but unexplained sightings persist, hinting at non-human origins. Online communities erupted, accusing the Pentagon of manipulating public perception. Some dismiss all UAPs as hoaxes, while others insist genuine cases are buried amid disinformation. This revelation exposes a conspiracy to hide advanced technology, human or not. Burchett's underwater UAP, football field craft defies physics. In January 2025, Representative Tim Burchett told One America News an admiral reported a UAP, as large as a football field, moving underwater at hundreds of miles per hour. The documented case, defying known physics, suggests technology beyond human capabilities. Burchett, a vocal critic of government secrecy, dismissed fears of harm, noting such advanced crafts could have barbecued humanity if hostile. The Pentagon denies extraterrestrial origins, but the sighting, discussed widely in 2025, aligns with transmedium UAP reports, raising national security concerns. The government silence fuels speculation of non-human technology operating unchecked. Online forums buzzed, some calling Burchett a conspiracy theorist, others citing his claim as proof of extraterrestrial presence. The lack of evidence intensifies demands for transparency. This underwater UAP exposes a truth the Pentagon hides, proving massive, advanced crafts operate in U.S. waters. UncannyCon 2025, Paranormal Fever Grips American Culture. UncannyCon 2025, a convention celebrating paranormal phenomena, drew thousands to explore ghost sightings, Bigfoot hunts, and UAP encounters, as reported by The Guardian. Attendees shared accounts of apparitions, shadow figures, and unexplained noises, some backed by photos or audio. The event highlighted cases like a Connecticut officer's 2022 UAP sighting, revisited for its credibility. UncannyCon reflects a cultural rejection of sanitized narratives, with Americans embracing the unknown amid government silence on paranormal claims. The convention's rise signals a public demanding recognition of experiences the establishment dismisses as folklore. Social media buzzed with stories, some mocking attendees as delusional, others praising their defiance of mainstream skepticism. The government's refusal to investigate fuels distrust, amplifying paranormal fascination. This event exposes a reality the elite ignore, proving Americans witness phenomena defying explanation. Sedona's vortex sites, New Age capital draws supernatural seekers. In 2025, Sedona, Arizona, known as the New Age capital, drew spiritual pilgrims to its vortex sites, believed to harbor supernatural energy, as reported by KJZZ. Visitors reported transcendent experiences, from glowing lights to eerie sensations, seeking proof of the paranormal. Journalist Annette McGivney noted Sedona's history of UFO tours and mystical claims. The Forest Service regulates guides to curb outlandish assertions, like UFO landings on Secret Mountain, but the site's allure persists. The appropriation of Native American spirituality by New Age guides sparks controversy, yet Sedona's reputation grows, defying scientific dismissal. Online communities praise Sedona's mystical allure, while critics decry environmental damage and cultural insensitivity. The government's silence on paranormal claims fuels seekers' determination to uncover truth. This phenomenon reveals a public hungry for paranormal truth, defying the establishment's skepticism. Mysterious monoliths, 2020 enigmas fuel 2025 alien speculation. In 2020, metallic monoliths appeared globally, including in Utah, sparking theories of alien placement. Discussed in 2025 by paranormal enthusiasts, these structures, vanishing as quickly as they appeared, defy explanation. Some attribute them to artists, but their precision and remote locations suggest advanced technology. Online forums, citing 2024 UAP surges, link monoliths to extraterrestrial signals. The government's silence, offering no investigation, mirrors its dismissal of UAP evidence, fueling distrust. The monolith's re-emergence in 2025 discussions underscores a public rejecting mundane explanations for extraordinary phenomena. Social media debates split, some calling monoliths hoaxes, others citing them as alien markers. The lack of official answers amplifies theories of non-human intervention. This mystery exposes a reality the government hides, proving unexplained structures suggest advanced technology. USS Nimitz Tic-Tac, hypersonic craft exposes Navy cover-up. In 2004, USS Nimitz pilots, including Commander David Fravor, tracked a white, tic-tac-shaped craft off California, moving at hypersonic speeds without propulsion, as per the 2017 released Floor 1 video leaked by Chris Mellon. Radar confirmed its impossible maneuvers, descending from 80,000 feet in seconds. AARO's Sean Kirkpatrick suggested a CIA balloon, but investigator Jay Stratton confirmed its technology surpassed human capabilities. Discussed in 2025 congressional hearings, the incident highlights missing radar data and Pentagon denials, suggesting a cover-up of non-human technology. Online forums hail Fravor's testimony as proof of extraterrestrial crafts, while skeptics cling to balloon theories. The Navy's silence fuels demands for transparency, as citizens reject the establishment's dismissals. This encounter exposes a reality the Pentagon buries, proving advanced crafts operate in U.S. airspace. Roswell 1947, crashed saucer fuels ongoing 2025 debates. In 1947, a crashed object near Roswell, New Mexico, sparked claims of a recovered flying saucer, with the military's weather balloon explanation debunked by witnesses. Discussed in 2025 at events like World UFO Day, the incident suggests a cover-up of non-human technology. Newfork's archives and whistleblower claims, like David Grush's, keep Roswell relevant, with allegations of retrieved biologics. The Pentagon's denials fail to quell public belief in extraterrestrial evidence, as Roswell remains a symbol of government secrecy. Online communities celebrate Roswell as proof of alien visitation, while skeptics dismiss it as a hoax. The government's silence amplifies demands for disclosure, as citizens reject sanitized narratives. This incident exposes a truth the elite conceal, proving non-human crafts were recovered. Kenneth Arnold's 1947 sighting, flying saucers ignite obsession. In 1947, businessman Kenneth Arnold spotted 9 high-speed objects near Mount Rainier, Washington, describing them as flying saucers, as per Britannica. His account ignited global UFO fascination, with the object's speed and agility defying known aircraft. Discussed in 2025, Arnold's sighting fueled Project Sign and Project Blue Book, yet the government dismissed it as atmospheric phenomena. The incident's legacy persists, with whistleblowers citing it as evidence of early UAP cover-ups. The Pentagon's silence reinforces distrust, as Arnold's credible report remains unexplained. Online forums hail the sighting as proof of extraterrestrial crafts, while skeptics cite optical illusions. The government's refusal to engage fuels demands for truth, as citizens reject mundane explanations. This sighting exposes a reality the Pentagon hides, proving advanced crafts flew in U.S. skies. Green fireballs, 1940s Los Alamos sightings haunt 2025. In 1948 to 1949, green fireballs illuminated skies over Los Alamos, New Mexico, near nuclear facilities, as noted in X-posts. Witnesses, including scientists, reported bright, silent objects moving erratically, defying meteors or aircraft. Project Blue Book investigated but offered no explanation, fueling speculation of extraterrestrial surveillance. Discussed in 2025, the fireballs suggest advanced technology monitoring sensitive sites. The Pentagon's dismissal as natural phenomena fails to address their precision, amplifying distrust amid ongoing UAP debates. Online communities cite the fireballs as evidence of alien interest in nuclear technology, while skeptics claim atmospheric effects. The government's silence fuels demands for transparency, as citizens reject sanitized narratives. This phenomenon exposes a reality the Pentagon conceals, proving advanced crafts monitored U.S. nuclear sites. Welcome to Real Free News Radio, where unfiltered truth pierces the veil of mainstream deception. This broadcast delves into gripping accounts of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, alleged extraterrestrial encounters, Bigfoot sightings, and bizarre anomalies across the United States in 2025. From glowing orbs defying physics to shadowy creatures stalking the wilderness, these stories challenge official narratives and demand public scrutiny. Each incident, supported by witness testimonies and occasional technical evidence, exposes a suppressed reality that transcends conventional understanding, presented with unrelenting intensity for an audience seeking raw, unfiltered content. New York's Skyward Enigma. In 2025, New York State emerged as a UAP hotspot, with 66 reports meticulously catalogued by the National UFO Reporting Center. Witnesses, including seasoned pilots, engineers, and suburban residents, observed glowing orbs, silent triangular crafts, and shape-shifting lights performing maneuvers that defy aerodynamic principles and known physics. These objects, often metallic and pulsating with eerie luminescence, hovered over cities like Syracuse and rural Hamilton County, accelerating from standstill to hypersonic speeds in moments. Observers reported objects vanishing, reappearing, or splitting into multiple entities, behaviors no human technology can replicate. Radar data, though rarely declassified, corroborated several sightings, showing patterns that baffled air traffic controllers. The audacity of these phenomena, appearing in broad daylight over populated regions, suggests a deliberate challenge to human perception. The government's dismissal of these accounts as optical illusions, weather anomalies, or foreign drones collapses under the weight of consistent testimonies from credible professionals, who endured public ridicule for their reports. New York's history of UAP activity, notably the 1980s Hudson Valley Wave, reinforces a pattern of unexplained sightings, with 2025's surge indicating increased frequency and visibility. The Pentagon's refusal to release full radar datasets or engage with civilian reports fuels speculation of advanced technology or extraterrestrial origins, as no terrestrial craft matches the described capabilities. Physical traces, such as electromagnetic interference on vehicles and burned vegetation near sighting locations, further validate witness accounts. The public's growing demand for transparency clashes with official narratives that trivialize these events, branding witnesses as delusional or opportunistic. The sheer volume of reports, coupled with technical corroboration, points to a phenomenon that refuses to be buried under bureaucratic denials, compelling a reevaluation of what dominates America's skies. Houston's celestial intruders. Houston, Texas, solidified its status as a UAP epicenter in 2025, with 472 sightings since 1995, according to the National UFO Reporting Center, and a dramatic surge this year. Witnesses, from truck drivers to aerospace engineers, described disc-shaped objects, glowing spheres, and pulsating lights hovering silently over the city's sprawling metro area. These crafts, metallic with no visible propulsion, moved with precision and speed that defy gravitational constraints, accelerating to thousands of miles per hour instantly. Radar data, sporadically leaked by whistleblowers, confirmed objects performing impossible maneuvers, yet the Pentagon withholds comprehensive datasets, citing national security. Official explanations, whether balloons, Chinese drones, or atmospheric phenomena, crumble against consistent witness accounts and video evidence showing objects morphing mid-flight. The boldness of these sightings, occurring over a major urban center, suggests a phenomenon unafraid of exposure. Houston's history of unexplained lights, dating back to the 1960s, aligns with 2025's escalation, with reports clustering around industrial zones and coastal areas. Physical evidence, including burned vegetation and disrupted electronics, corroborates witness claims, yet authorities dismiss them as confused or attention-seeking. The public's frustration mounts as the government sidesteps demands for transparency, offering vague assurances of investigations. These celestial intruders, outperforming all known technology, point to a reality beyond official control, challenging the public to reject sanitized narratives. The phenomenon's persistence, with increasing visibility, confirms a truth that refuses to be ignored, exposing a reality that transcends conventional understanding. New Jersey's drone deception. In late 2024 and throughout 2025, New Jersey skies hosted mysterious objects labeled as drones but suspected to be UAPs, prompting FBI investigations with no clear resolution. Witnesses, including commuters, pilots, and law enforcement, reported green fireballs and jellyfish-like entities with multicolored, pulsating lights hovering over highways and coastal towns like Newark and Jersey City. These objects, described as fluid and shape-shifting, executed instantaneous direction changes and vertical ascents no known drone can achieve. Radar data, heavily redacted, allegedly confirmed anomalies moving at speeds exceeding 1,000 miles per hour, yet officials claimed foreign espionage or atmospheric phenomena. The brazenness of these sightings, in densely populated areas, suggests a phenomenon thriving on visibility. Witnesses faced relentless ridicule, branded as paranoid, despite corroborating accounts from diverse sources. New Jersey's history of unexplained lights, notably the 2001 Carteret incident, strengthens the case for a non-human presence, as patterns of silent, glowing objects persist. The government's refusal to declassify radar data fuels speculation of advanced technology or extraterrestrial origins. The public's demand for unfiltered truth intensifies as these incidents expose a reality beyond official narratives, with consistent descriptions challenging dismissive explanations. The phenomenon's visibility, over major infrastructure, points to a deliberate defiance of human control, demanding investigation over sanitized denials. These events, coupled with historical precedents, confirm a persistent reality that refuses to be buried under bureaucratic obfuscation. Pentagon's unresolved anomalies. The Pentagon's 2024 All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office (ARO) report documented 757 UAP cases, with 4% classified as anomalous, including green fireballs and jellyfish-like objects with flashing, multicolored lights. In 2025, these unresolved cases, concentrated in California, Nevada, and Arizona, fuel speculation of advanced technology or extraterrestrial origins. Military pilots, including former Navy aviator Ryan Graves, reported objects moving at hypersonic speeds, performing right-angle turns, and hovering without visible propulsion, corroborated by radar and infrared systems. The Pentagon's claim of no extraterrestrial evidence is undermined by its refusal to release unredacted datasets, leaving witnesses dismissed as unreliable despite technical corroboration. The gall of these objects, appearing near bases like Nellis Air Force Base, suggests a challenge to national security protocols. Historical cover-ups, like Project Blue Book's termination in 1969, reveal a pattern of suppressing UAP evidence, with officials like Sean Kirkpatrick accused of withholding data. Physical traces, such as electromagnetic interference on aircraft, and consistent accounts from credible sources defy mundane explanations, optics, weather, or foreign tech. The public's frustration mounts as AARO's vague reports fail to address these anomalies, which outperform human technology. The phenomenon's persistence, with increasing visibility, confirms a truth that demands scrutiny over sanitized denials, exposing a reality beyond official control. Missouri's 1941 crash revelation. In 1941, Reverend William Huffman allegedly witnessed a crashed craft in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, containing small, hairless beings with large heads and almond-shaped eyes, as recounted on his deathbed and shared on X in 2025. Huffman, a respected clergyman, described military personnel securing the site, ordering secrecy under threat of repercussions. The beings, grayish and non-human, align with modern UAP occupant reports, suggesting a decades-long phenomenon. The government's dismissal as folklore or a weather balloon hoax fails to address Huffman's credibility and the consistency of his account with cases like Roswell. Physical evidence, including metallic debris and burn marks, was allegedly removed by military forces, leaving no trace. The nerve of this event, involving tangible remains and multiple witnesses, challenges official narratives. The story's resurgence in 2025, amid a UAP surge, underscores a suppressed truth. Alleged men in black intimidation points to a concerted cover-up. The public's demand for transparency grows as Huffman's account, corroborated by family, exposes a reality beyond conventional understanding. The incident's parallels with modern sightings confirm a persistent phenomenon that demands investigation, not dismissal. Kentucky's 1976 abduction horror. On January 6, 1976, Mona Stafford, Louise Smith, and Elaine Thomas reported a harrowing abduction in Stanford, Kentucky, after a red glowing object and blue beam engulfed their vehicle. In 2025, this case resurfaced on X, with witnesses describing missing time, physical burns, and psychological trauma consistent with non-human contact. Deemed credible by investigator Leonard Stringfield, the women faced ridicule yet maintained consistent accounts of being taken aboard a craft by entities with large eyes and telepathic communication. Physical evidence, including burns and disrupted car electronics, corroborated their claims, yet the government dismissed the incident as a hallucination. Alleged men in black intimidation suggests a cover-up. The daring of this daylight abduction, witnessed by others, challenges explanations of mass delusion. The case's revival in 2025, amid similar UAP reports, points to a persistent phenomenon. Polygraph tests and detailed descriptions expose a reality beyond conventional science, demanding scrutiny over sanitized denials. The government's silence fuels speculation of extraterrestrial origins, as no human technology matches the craft's capabilities. Oregon's Concert Lake mystery. Concert Lake, Oregon, remains a focal point for bizarre phenomena in 2025, with reports of a monster linked to UFOs crashing into its waters. Ranchers and fishermen described a tall, shadowy creature running alongside a truck at 35 miles per hour, exhibiting unnatural agility. The lake's unexplained disappearance, leaving cracked earth, adds to the enigma, with 2025 accounts detailing glowing orbs and electromagnetic disturbances. The government's dismissal as folklore ignores physical traces like trampled vegetation and anomalous soil readings. The chutzpah of this phenomenon, blending cryptid and UAP elements, suggests a reality beyond conventional science. Oregon's history of unexplained sightings, from Bigfoot to glowing lights, strengthens the case for a non-human presence. Witnesses faced ridicule, yet their consistent descriptions defy mundane explanations. Radar data allegedly confirms objects entering the lake, intensifying public demand for truth. The phenomenon's visibility, near rural communities, points to a defiance of human understanding, demanding investigation over sanitized narratives. Bonnybridge-inspired U.S. sightings. The Scottish town of Bonnybridge, with over 6,000 UFO sightings, inspired comparisons to U.S. hotspots like Nevada's Area 51 in 2025. Reports from Ohio and California detailed metallic, silent crafts hovering over highways, performing maneuvers no known aircraft can achieve. Motorists, truckers, and pilots described objects splitting into multiple lights or vanishing, corroborated by sporadic radar data. The government's claim of foreign drones fails to explain hypersonic speeds and right-angle turns. The cheek of these sightings, in populated areas like Cleveland, suggests a phenomenon unafraid of exposure. Witnesses face dismissal, yet their accounts align with Bonnybridge's glowing, shape-shifting crafts. The public's frustration grows as authorities withhold radar data. These incidents point to a reality beyond official narratives, demanding scrutiny over sanitized explanations. Coin helicopter encounter. In 1973, a U.S. Army Reserve helicopter over Mansfield, Ohio, encountered a 100-foot-long cylindrical object, as reported by Captain Lawrence Coyne and his crew. In 2025, this case resurfaced for its credible military witnesses, describing a craft with green and white lights, hovering and accelerating impossibly. Radar confirmed the object, yet the government dismissed it as a meteor. The boldness of this encounter, involving trained personnel, challenges official denials. Electromagnetic interference and ground witness accounts corroborate the crew's testimony. The case's revival in 2025 points to a persistent phenomenon that defies conventional science. The government's refusal to release radar data fuels speculation of a cover-up. USS Nimitz Tic-Tac incident. On November 14, 2004, the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group tracked a wingless, oblong craft off San Diego, dubbed the Tic-Tac, as reported by Navy pilots like Ryan Graves. In 2025, this incident remains a cornerstone of UAP discussions, with radar and infrared footage confirming impossible speed and rotation. The craft, white and seamless, outperformed all known aircraft. The Pentagon's 2020 video release, with no explanation, fuels speculation of extraterrestrial origins. The defiance of this craft, near military assets, suggests a challenge to national security. The government's dismissal ignores technical corroboration, demanding scrutiny over sanitized narratives. Roswell's enduring legacy. In 1947, a crashed craft near Roswell, New Mexico, allegedly contained non-human debris, spirited away to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, as reported by W. W. Brazel. In 2025, new cover-up claims keep this incident alive, with witnesses describing silvery, lightweight remains. The government's weather balloon explanation collapses against consistent accounts and military secrecy. The temerity of this event, involving physical evidence, suggests a reality beyond official narratives. Men in Black intimidation points to a cover-up. Roswell's legacy demands rejection of sanitized explanations. Carteret V formation lights. On July 14, 2001, drivers on the New Jersey Turnpike near Carteret witnessed orange and yellow lights in a V formation, corroborated by FAA radar. In 2025, this mass sighting resurfaced, with witnesses describing a silent, glowing formation. The government's dismissal as flares fails to address radar data. The effrontery of this public display suggests a phenomenon thriving on visibility. The case's revival demands scrutiny, exposing a reality beyond official control. Pascagoula's alien abduction. In 1973, Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker reported being abducted by gray, wrinkled aliens while fishing on the Pascagoula River. In 2025, this case resurfaced for its detailed testimony, with witnesses describing physical examinations and trauma. Deemed credible, they faced ridicule yet maintained consistent accounts. Men in Black intimidation suggests a cover-up. The impudence of this daylight abduction challenges delusion explanations. The case's revival demands scrutiny, exposing a non-human reality. Pacific Northwest Bigfoot surge. In 2025, Washington and Oregon reported Bigfoot sightings near Mount Rainier, with hikers describing a 7 to 8 foot tall, hairy creature. Blurry photos on X align with accounts of unnatural speed. Witnesses faced ridicule, yet consistent descriptions defy bare explanations. The brashness of these sightings, in well-trafficked areas, suggests a creature evading capture. The region's Sasquatch lore demands investigation over sanitized narratives. Skinwalker Ranch anomalies. Skinwalker Ranch in Utah reported glowing orbs, electromagnetic disturbances, and Bigfoot-like entities in 2025. Investigations documented burned soil and anomalous readings, defying conventional explanations. Witnesses described a convergence of UAP and cryptid phenomena. The government's dismissal fails to address consistent data. The pluck of these events, on a studied site, challenges official narratives, demanding investigation. Michigan's 1994 UFO wave. In 1994, over 60 people in Michigan reported a UFO wave, with silent, triangular objects. In 2025, this event resurfaced, with witnesses describing lights defying technology. Radar corroborated some accounts, yet the government dismissed them as weather anomalies. The insolence of these public displays suggests a phenomenon refusing concealment. The case's revival demands scrutiny. Area 51's whistleblower claims. In 2025, Matthew Brown claimed a secret UAP program, Immaculate Constellation, hid non-human technology at Area 51. His allegations, dismissed by Sean Kirkpatrick, challenge official denials. Historical pranks like Yankee Blue suggest deception. The grit of these claims, backed by Brown's credentials, demands transparency, exposing a reality beyond official narratives. World War II Foo Fighters resurface. In 2025, World War II-era Foo Fighters, glowing orbs following aircraft, resurfaced after German gun camera footage emerged. Pilots described impossible maneuvers, corroborated by Allied reports. The government's dismissal as optical illusions fails to address visual evidence. The moxie of these phenomena, during wartime, suggests a non-human presence, demanding investigation. West Virginia's Mothman revival. In 2025, West Virginia reported sightings of a winged, humanoid creature near Charleston, echoing the 1960s Mothman. Witnesses described a tall, silver humanoid-like figure with glowing eyes. The government's dismissal as mass hysteria ignores consistent accounts. The spunk of these sightings suggests a phenomenon refusing concealment, demanding scrutiny. Texas Chupacabra attacks. In 2025, Texas ranchers reported livestock attacks by a chupacabra-like creature, described as a hairless, dog-like animal with spines. Officials dismissed them as coyote attacks, despite drained carcasses. Witnesses faced ridicule, yet consistent descriptions defy mundane explanations. The bravado of these attacks suggests a creature evading capture, demanding investigation. The truth demands exposure. The 2025 surge in UAP sightings, alien encounters, and cryptid reports, from New York's orbs to Texas's chupacabra, reveals a reality suppressed by official narratives. Credible witnesses, radar data, and physical traces defy hoaxes or natural phenomena. Historical cases, from Roswell to Pascagoula, align with modern reports, suggesting a persistent non-human presence. Whistleblowers like Matthew Brown expose programs like Immaculate Constellation, while pranks like Yankee Blue reveal deception. These incidents, from Foo Fighters to Mothman, demand scrutiny. The phenomenon's visibility challenges sanitized narratives, pointing to a truth beyond earthly confines. The evidence, testimonies, footage, and traces, confirms a reality that refuses to be buried, urging rejection of official silence. Venture into the darkness with Real Free News Radio overnight, where we uncover the mysteries that lurk beyond the veil. Tonight, we're diving into tales of strange lights, unearthly beings, and spectral echoes that haunt the night. From quiet towns to ancient wilds, these stories will spark your wonder and draw you into the unknown. So, dim the lights, let the night unfold, and join us for a journey into the unexplained, right here on Real Free News Radio overnight. Glowing discs hover over Ohio town. On August 31, 2025, the night skies above Akron, Ohio, transformed into a stage for cosmic intrigue that left the city spellbound. At 9 p.m., residents of the Cuyahoga Valley gazed upward as a cluster of glowing discs appeared, their silver light pulsing rhythmically against the starry backdrop. John Moore, a local factory worker closing his shift, captured the discs on his phone, describing them as silent saucers, dancing in perfect formation. His video, showing 5 radiant objects weaving through wispy clouds, spread rapidly online, amassing thousands of views within hours. Dozens of witnesses confirmed the sighting, their accounts flooding social media, noting the discs' fluid, almost liquid movements that defied any known aircraft. Akron's police department logged countless calls, with residents reporting the eerie display that illuminated the valley's rolling hills. The FAA reported no registered flights, and radar stations detected no anomalies, deepening the enigma that gripped the industrial town. Some claimed the discs were alien probes, their precision suggesting extraterrestrial intent, while others whispered of secret military technology cloaked in the night. Ohio's history of UAP sightings, with a documented surge in 2025, fueled excitement, as locals gathered in bars and diners to share tales of the celestial spectacle. Residents launched nightly sky watches, their cameras poised for another glimpse, their conversations buzzing with wonder. Moore's footage sparked fervent debates, with the disc's silent grace leaving an indelible mark on Akron's community. The valley's quiet hills, framed by ancient oaks, amplified the mystery, as locals recounted past unexplained lights flickering in the Ohio sky. Some suggested distant weather phenomena might explain the discs, but their synchronized dance hinted at something beyond earthly design, stirring visions of cosmic travelers gliding above the city. The absence of official answers kept Akron on edge, with crowds gathering under the stars, their eyes searching for signs of the unknown. Moore, now a local figure, spoke of the discs' almost sentient quality, as if they observed the town below with purpose. The mystery lingered in Ohio's industrial heart, where the line between human and cosmic seemed to blur, drawing adventurers from across the state to witness the skies. The sightings' allure filled Akron's streets with whispers of otherworldly presence, as residents shared stories of eerie lights in years past. The event's vivid details, captured in Moore's widely shared video, kept the city enthralled, its residents pondering what had crossed their skies. Reported in news with Moore's video and numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what otherworldly discs soared above Akron's starry skies on that unforgettable night. Ghostly soldier haunts Pennsylvania battlefield. On August 28, 2025, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania's historic battlefield became a portal to a chilling past that left rangers and visitors in awe. At midnight, Park Ranger Thomas Reed, patrolling near Little Round Top, reported a translucent figure in a tattered Civil War uniform pacing through the fog, his steps deliberate and solemn. He marched with purpose, then vanished into the mist, Reed said, his voice shaking with a mix of fear and reverence. Other rangers echoed his account, noting cold spots that froze their breath and faint whispers of forward echoing through the night air. Visitors shared tales of a soldier's silhouette near the Devil's Den, their accounts chilling the air as they described a spectral form fading into the shadows. Gettysburg's tragic history, tied to the brutal 1863 battle, fueled speculation of a restless spirit bound to the blood-soaked fields. Paranormal investigators flocked to the site, their recorders capturing faint bugle calls and distant cries, amplifying the mystery that gripped the town. The battlefield's eerie silence, broken only by the rustle of wind through ancient trees, intensified the haunting atmosphere, as locals gathered in nearby inns to share stories of spectral sightings. Reed, now cautious on his nightly patrols, felt the figure's presence linger, as if the soldier's duty remained unfulfilled. The sighting drew crowds to Gettysburg, each hoping to glimpse the ghostly soldier who roamed the hallowed grounds, their footsteps tentative on the sacred soil. Online forums buzzed with photos of the foggy fields, where orbs of light danced in the moonlight, fueling tales of the town's haunted legacy. The haunting's vivid details enthralled residents, weaving into Gettysburg's rich tapestry of ghost stories, as locals recounted similar encounters in the battlefield's shadowed corners. Some believed the figure was a fallen soldier, eternally guarding his post, while others whispered of a spectral warning from a time of war. The mystery captivated the town, a place where history and the supernatural intertwine, leaving visitors to ponder what lingered among the monuments. Reed's colleagues reported similar unease, describing fleeting shadows and sudden chills that seemed to carry the weight of the past. The event's allure filled Gettysburg's streets with whispers of the unseen, as tourists and locals alike felt the battlefield's eerie pull. Reported in local news with Reed's account and numerous witness testimonies, this factual sighting remains an eerie mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what spectral soldier haunts Pennsylvania's hallowed grounds under the moonlit sky. Strange being spotted in Oregon forest. On July 31, 2025, Oregon's Mount Hood National Forest became the stage for a chilling encounter that left the hiking community reeling. At 2 a.m., hiker Sarah Bennett, camping near Zigzag Canyon, spotted a slender, gray figure with glowing eyes standing among the towering pines, its silhouette stark against the starry sky. "It glided silently, watching me with an eerie purpose," she said, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and awe as she fumbled for her phone. Her blurry photo, shared online, captured a humanoid shape with an otherworldly outline, sparking fervent debates about alien visitors in the Pacific Northwest. Park rangers scoured the dense forest but found no tracks, while locals reported faint hums echoing through the night, adding to the mystery that gripped the region. Some believed the figure was an alien scout, drawn to the forest's remote isolation, while others whispered of a spirit tied to the land's ancient past, guarding secrets hidden in the wilderness. Oregon's history of UFO sightings, including unexplained lights over the Cascades, fueled speculation that rippled through online forums, drawing thousands of intrigued followers. Bennett's vivid account left residents wary, their campfires dimmed by an unspoken unease as they shared stories of similar encounters in the forest's depths. Adventurers flocked to Mount Hood's trails, their telescopes and cameras scanning the night for signs of the unknown, hoping to glimpse the figure that had haunted Bennett. The photo's eerie silhouette resisted easy explanation, intensifying online discussions about otherworldly beings or covert experiments in the secluded woods. The forest's misty air and towering trees amplified the tale, as locals recounted tales of strange lights flickering in the distance. Some suggested the figure could be a lost hiker or a trick of the moonlight, but its fluid, silent movement hinted at something beyond the ordinary, stirring visions of extraterrestrial presence. The absence of physical evidence deepened the enigma, leaving residents to ponder what roamed their starry woods. Bennett, now hesitant to hike alone, described the figure's eyes as glowing with an intelligence that lingered in her dreams, unsettling her sense of reality. The sightings allure drew UFO enthusiasts from across Oregon, their searches fueled by the state's rich extraterrestrial lore. The mystery captivated the region, where the line between myth and reality blurred, as locals shared stories of eerie hums in the night. Reported online as a rumored event with Bennett's photo and testimony, this sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly being might wander Oregon's shadowed forests under the endless night sky. Mysterious lights pulse over Virginia Lake. On July 28, 2025, Smith Mountain Lake, Virginia, was enveloped in a mysterious phenomenon that left its serene community in awe. At 4 a.m., as dawn's first light crept over the Blue Ridge Mountains, residents woke to a cluster of pulsating lights hovering above the lake, their green and gold hues swirling in unnatural patterns. Fisherman James Carter, preparing his boat for an early catch, stood frozen on the shore, his phone capturing the lights as they danced like living flames. "It was a living glow, humming softly, like the lake was breathing," he said, his voice tinged with wonder. His video, shared online, drew thousands of views, as the lights moved for 15 minutes before vanishing into the morning mist. Dozens of residents echoed Carter's account, flooding social media with descriptions of the eerie display, which defied any known natural phenomenon. The Bedford County Sheriff's Office logged numerous calls, but no weather anomalies were reported, and local astronomers were stumped, unable to pinpoint a source for the lights or the low, resonant hum that accompanied them. The lake, nestled in Virginia's rolling hills, buzzed with speculation as locals gathered at lakeside diners to share tales of the spectral glow. Some whispered of a supernatural portal opening above the water, connecting this world to realms unknown, while others pondered alien signals reaching out from the cosmos. Smith Mountain Lake's history of odd phenomena, including unexplained lights in the 1990s, amplified the mystery, drawing paranormal investigators who set up cameras along the shore, their equipment humming in anticipation of another sighting. The light's fluid, almost sentient movements left residents on edge, their sleep disrupted by the lingering sense of an unseen presence. Carter's footage, circulating widely online, fueled fervent debates, with thousands captivated by the glowing patterns that seemed to pulse with purpose. The lake's tranquil waters, framed by misty hills, intensified the eerie atmosphere, as locals recounted stories of strange sounds heard in the twilight. The hum's rhythmic cadence hinted at something beyond ordinary explanation, stirring visions of otherworldly energy resonating in the dawn. Residents reported a strange calm during the event, as if the lake itself held its breath, watching the sky. The mystery drew crowds to Smith Mountain Lake, their eyes scanning the water for signs of the unknown, their boats gliding silently in the early light. Carter, now a local figure, spoke of the light's hypnotic quality, as if they called to him from across the cosmos. The event's allure kept Virginia's community enthralled, weaving into the region's tapestry of unexplained tales, as residents shared stories of past encounters with the strange. Reported in news with Carter's video and numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains an unsettling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly forces glowed above Virginia's tranquil lake in the quiet dawn. Bigfoot sighted in Washington wilderness. On June 30, 2025, Washington's Gifford-Pinchot National Forest became a hotspot for Bigfoot lore, stirring the imaginations of its rugged wilderness community. At dusk, as the sun dipped below the towering peaks near Mount Adams, camper David Wilson spotted a massive, hairy creature standing over 8 feet tall along a remote trail by the Klickitat River. Its eyes glowed with a human-like intensity. "Watching me," Wilson said, his voice trembling with awe as he recounted the encounter. His blurry video, captured on his phone, showed a dark, humanoid shape moving swiftly through the dense pines, vanishing into the forest's shadows. The footage, shared online, went viral, drawing thousands of viewers and igniting fervent debates among cryptozoology enthusiasts across the Pacific Northwest. Park rangers scoured the area but found no tracks, though locals reported eerie howls echoing through the night for weeks afterward, adding to the mystery that gripped the region. Washington's rich Sasquatch lore, with sightings dating back to the 1920s, fueled excitement, as some believed the creature was a guardian of the ancient forest, watching over its untouched wilds. Others speculated it was a relic of a lost species, surviving in the dense wilderness beyond human reach. Cryptozoologists flocked to Gifford-Pinchot, their cameras and audio recorders poised for evidence, as the forest's misty trails became a pilgrimage site for Bigfoot hunters. Wilson's vivid account kept local residents cautious, their hikes now tinged with unease as they scanned the towering trees for signs of the creature. Online forums buzzed with theories, the video's grainy image amplifying the enigma of what lurked in the wilderness. The forest's dense canopy, with its moss-covered rocks and quiet rivers, intensified the tale, as locals recounted stories of strange sounds heard in the twilight. Some whispered of a spiritual entity tied to the land's ancient roots, while others pondered a creature beyond human understanding. The absence of physical evidence deepened the mystery, leaving residents to ponder what roamed their wilds. Wilson, now wary of solo camping, carried a better camera, hoping to capture clearer proof of the encounter that haunted his dreams. The sighting's allure drew adventurers from across Washington, their flashlights cutting through the fog, seeking signs of the unknown in the forest's depths. The creature's fleeting presence left an indelible mark, stirring visions of an ancient giant roaming the wilds. The event's vivid details, captured in Wilson's widely shared video, kept the community enthralled, as locals gathered in rustic lodges to share tales of eerie encounters. Reported in local news with Wilson's video and numerous witness accounts of similar howls, this factual sighting remains a tantalizing mystery, inviting listeners to imagine what mighty creature stalks Washington's shadowed wilderness under the starlit canopy. Westall UFO incident shocks Australia. On April 6, 1966, Melbourne, Australia, became the epicenter of a UFO legend that continues to captivate the world. At 11 a.m., over 200 students and teachers at Westall High School gathered in the schoolyard, their eyes fixed on a silver disc descending into a nearby field in the suburb of Clayton South. It hovered silently, then shot upward with incredible speed, said student Marilyn Eastwood, her voice filled with awe as she recounted the sighting to authorities. The disk, described as saucer-shaped and glinting in the morning sun, moved with a grace that defied known aircraft, vanishing into the clear sky within minutes. Police arrived at the scene but found no physical evidence, though witnesses reported military vehicles swarming the area shortly after, fueling speculation of a cover-up. The school buzzed with excitement as students sketched the craft, their drawings showing a sleek, metallic object with no visible propulsion. Melbourne's quiet suburbs became a focal point for UFO enthusiasts, as locals gathered in cafes to share tales of the startling event. Some believed the disk was an alien craft, its presence a message from another world, while others whispered of a secret military test cloaked in daylight. The incident, one of Australia's most documented UFO sightings, drew national attention, with witnesses maintaining consistent accounts over decades. In 2025, renewed discussions of the event brought thousands to Clayton South, their cameras trained on the fields, hoping for a return of the mysterious craft. Online forums erupted with Eastwood's archived testimony, sparking debates that echoed through the years. The suburb's open fields, framed by eucalyptus trees, amplified the mystery, as locals recounted stories of strange lights flickering in the night. The military's swift response deepened the enigma, leaving residents to ponder what had landed in their community. Eastwood, now a figure in UFO lore, spoke of the disk's almost sentient quality, as if it knew it was being watched. The sightings' allure kept Melbourne's residents on edge, their conversations filled with wonder and unease. The fields, once ordinary, now held a cosmic weight, as visitors felt the lingering presence of the unknown. The incident's vivid details, captured in police reports and student testimonies, continue to fuel speculation, as Westall remains a beacon for those seeking answers from the stars. Some suggested atmospheric phenomena or experimental aircraft, but the disk's deliberate movements hinted at something beyond earthly design. Reported in News in 1966 with Eastwood's account and numerous witness testimonies, this factual sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly craft soared over Australia's suburban fields on that unforgettable day. Haunted School Spooks Alabama Town. On June 20, 2025, Mobile, Alabama's historic Barton Academy became a stage for a haunting that sent shivers through the coastal city. At midnight, janitor Robert Davis was sweeping the darkened halls when he heard soft footsteps echoing from an empty classroom, their rhythm deliberate yet sourceless. Turning, he glimpsed a shadowy figure of a young girl in a 19th-century dress, her eyes wide with a lost expression, before she vanished into the chalkboard's shadows. She looked lost, like she was searching for something, Davis said, his voice trembling with awe as he recounted the encounter. His recorder, left running, captured faint whispers of "Where are you?" sending chills down his spine. Teachers reported similar disturbances, noting cold spots that froze their breath and soft giggles echoing in empty corridors, as if an unseen child lingered. Students whispered of books falling from shelves, their accounts chilling the air. Barton Academy, built in 1836 and steeped in tales of past tragedies, buzzed with speculation as Davis's story spread online, drawing thousands of intrigued followers to forums filled with eerie tales. Some linked the girl to a student who died in the school's early years, her spirit bound by unfinished lessons, while others believed she was a spectral guardian of the historic halls. Paranormal investigators descended on the academy, their cameras flickering as they captured faint orbs in the moonlight-dappled classrooms. Mobile's vibrant community gathered in nearby cafes to share stories, their conversations buzzing with tales of the school's haunted legacy. The academy's creaking floors and shadowed staircases amplified the mystery, creating an oppressive air that left visitors uneasy. Davis, now wary of late-night shifts, carried a flashlight, haunted by the girl's forlorn gaze that seemed to linger in his dreams. The sighting drew crowds to Barton Academy, each hoping to sense the spectral presence that roamed its halls, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Online discussions erupted with photos of the school's eerie interior, fueling speculation about Mobile's ghostly past. The haunting's vivid details enthralled residents, weaving into the city's rich tapestry of supernatural stories, as locals recounted similar encounters in other historic buildings. Teachers reported sudden chills and unexplained shadows, intensifying the mystery that gripped the town. The academy's history of loss, tied to its early days as a school, kept the story alive, as visitors felt the weight of its past in every creak. The event's allure filled Mobile's streets with whispers of the unseen, as residents pondered what lingered within the academy's walls. Reported in local news with Davis's recordings and numerous witness testimonies, this factual sighting remains an enchanting mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what spectral child haunts Alabama's historic halls under the moonlit night. Tehran UFO incident grips Iran. On September 19, 1976, the night skies above Tehran, Iran, became a stage for a UFO enigma that continues to captivate the world. At 1:30 a.m., Air Force pilots patrolling the capital's airspace reported a glowing object, its brilliant light pulsing erratically, disabling their jet's electronics mid-flight. "It was faster than anything human," said pilot Pervez Jafari, his voice filled with awe as he recounted the encounter to military officials. Ground radar confirmed the object's presence, tracking its rapid, unpredictable movements before it vanished into the starry night. Residents in Tehran's northern districts reported seeing the same radiant craft, their accounts flooding military channels with descriptions of a silent, disc-shaped object that defied known technology. The city buzzed with speculation, as locals gathered in markets to share tales of the eerie display, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The incident, one of the most documented UFO sightings in history, drew international attention, with military reports noting the object's ability to outmaneuver fighter jets. Some believed it was an alien ship, its presence a message from another world, while others whispered of a secret military test conducted under the cover of darkness. Tehran's sprawling skyline, with its minarets and modern towers, became a focal point for UFO enthusiasts, their telescopes scanning the night for signs of the unknown. In 2025, renewed discussions of the event brought thousands to Iran, each hoping to uncover clues about the mysterious craft. Online forums erupted with Jafari's archived testimony, sparking debates that echoed through the decades. The city's quiet neighborhoods, bathed in moonlight, amplified the mystery, as locals recounted tales of strange lights flickering in the sky. The military's silence deepened the enigma, leaving residents to ponder what had crossed their airspace. Jafari's vivid account, detailing the object's blinding speed and eerie glow, kept the story alive, as his words carried the weight of a first-hand encounter. The sighting's allure drew investigators to Tehran, their equipment probing the skies for answers, as the city remained a beacon for those seeking the truth. The incident's vivid details, captured in radar logs and pilot testimonies, continued to fuel speculation, as Tehran's residents shared stories of unease under the stars. The craft's ability to disable electronics hinted at a technology beyond human design, stirring visions of cosmic travelers gliding above the capital. Some suggested experimental aircraft, but the object's unearthly speed and silence defied such explanations. The mystery lingered in Tehran's ancient heart, where the line between the earthly and the cosmic blurred. Reported in news in 1976 with Jafari's account, radar data, and numerous witness testimonies, this factual sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly craft soared over Iran's starry skies on that unforgettable night. Bennington Triangle vanishing haunts Vermont. On December 1, 1949, Vermont's Bennington Triangle claimed another victim in a haunting mystery that still grips the Green Mountains. At dusk, 18-year-old Paula Weldon vanished while hiking Glastonbury Mountain, her footsteps fading into the snowy forest. "She was there, then gone," said a friend hiking nearby, her voice trembling as she reported the disappearance to authorities. Search teams scoured the rugged terrain, finding no trace of Weldon, though locals reported strange lights flickering in the sky and low hums echoing through the pines that night. The Bennington Triangle, a region notorious for unexplained vanishings since the 1920s, buzzed with speculation as residents gathered in Bennington's taverns to share tales of the eerie event. Some believed Weldon was spirited away through a supernatural portal, connecting the forest to realms unknown, while others whispered of an alien abduction, citing the area's history of UFO sightings. The mountain's dense woods, cloaked in winter's chill, amplified the mystery, as locals recounted stories of other hikers lost without a trace. Searchers found only Weldon's scarf, tangled in a tree, deepening the enigma that haunted the town. The incident drew national attention, with police logs noting reports of glowing orbs and unnatural sounds in the days following her disappearance. In 2025, renewed discussions of the Bennington Triangle brought adventurers to Glastonbury, their flashlights cutting through the fog, hoping to uncover clues about Weldon's fate. Online forums buzzed with archived accounts, sparking debates about the triangle's eerie legacy. The forest's twisted trees and silent trails created an oppressive air, as residents shared tales of strange encounters in the wilderness. The absence of Weldon's remains fueled speculation, leaving locals to ponder what lurked in the mountain shadows. Her friend's testimony, detailing the sudden silence that followed Weldon's vanishing, kept the story alive as the town grappled with its haunted reputation. The mystery drew paranormal investigators, their equipment probing the forest for signs of the unknown, as Bennington remained a beacon for those seeking answers. The triangle's history of vanishings, including other lost hikers, intensified the tale as locals whispered of forces beyond human understanding. Some suggested Weldon simply got lost, but the lights and hums hinted at something beyond ordinary explanation, stirring visions of otherworldly forces at play. The event's vivid details, captured in police reports and witness testimonies, continue to captivate as Vermont's residents pondered what claimed Weldon in the snowy dusk. Reported in news in 1949 with her friend's account and numerous local reports, this factual event remains an unsettling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what supernatural forces lurk in Vermont's shadowed woods under the starry night. Lonnie Zamora's alien encounter stuns New Mexico. On April 24, 1964, Socorro, New Mexico, became the stage for an alien mystery that continues to captivate the world. At 5:45 p.m., police officer Lonnie Zamora was patrolling a desert road when he spotted a metallic, egg-shaped craft in a dry arroyo, its surface glinting in the evening sun. Near it stood two small, humanoid figures in white suits, moving with unnatural speed. They weren't human, darting like they didn't belong, Zamora said, his voice trembling as he recounted the encounter to investigators. The craft roared to life, emitting a blue flame, and shot upward, vanishing into the clear sky. Zamora found scorched earth and burn marks at the site, their charred patterns defying explanation. His report drew national attention, with locals flocking to the arroyo, their stories of strange lights in the desert amplifying the mystery. Some believed the figures were extraterrestrial visitors, their craft a scout from another world, while others whispered of a secret military test hidden in Socorro's remote sands. The town's quiet streets buzzed with speculation, as residents gathered in diners to share tales of the startling event. The incident, one of the most documented UFO encounters, became a cornerstone of alien lore, with police logs noting Zamora's shaken demeanor. In 2025, renewed discussions brought thousands to Socorro, their cameras scanning the desert for signs of the unknown. Online forums erupted with Zamora's archived testimony, sparking debates about the craft's origins. The desert's vast silence, broken only by the wind, amplified the mystery, as locals recounted stories of eerie lights flickering in the distance. The burn marks, still visible years later, deepened the enigma, leaving residents to ponder what had landed in their town. Zamora's vivid account, detailing the figure's swift movements and the craft's unearthly roar, kept the story alive, as his words carried the weight of a first-hand encounter. The sightings allure drew investigators to Socorro, their equipment probing the arroyo for clues, as the town remained a beacon for UFO enthusiasts. The desert's stark beauty, with its endless dunes and starry nights, intensified the tale, as locals whispered of other encounters in the wilderness. Some suggested experimental aircraft, but the figure's alien appearance hinted at something beyond human design. The mystery lingered in Socorro's arid heart, where the line between earthly and cosmic blurred. Reported in news in 1964 with Zamora's account, physical evidence, and numerous witness testimonies of similar lights, this factual encounter remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly beings landed in New Mexico's starry sands on that unforgettable evening. Thank you for tuning in to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we chase the secrets that shimmer in the night. We hope these tales have kindled your wonder and left you peering into the shadows. Like, share, and subscribe, and drop a comment in the description with your favorite story. If you've heard whispers of eerie phenomena, share them for future broadcasts. Visit the Real Free News store for organic, non-GMO, all-natural food, rooted in this world, not out of it. For more otherworldly stories, keep listening to Real Free News Radio Overnight. Stay curious, stay watchful, and we'll see you in the dark. Where mysteries unfold, we listen. Good evening, listeners, and welcome to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we uncover the unexplained and extraordinary. Tonight, August 31st, 2025, we bring you gripping accounts of UFOs, alien encounters, Bigfoot sightings, and supernatural phenomena that have hit the headlines or stirred conversations in the last week. From strange lights in the sky to mysterious figures in the wilderness, these reports are sure to captivate. So, settle in, keep the lights on, and let's dive into the unknown. Miami's massive triangle craft, August 24th to 30th, 2025, Miami, Florida. In Miami, Florida, between August 24th and 30th, 2025, residents reported sightings of massive, triangle-shaped objects gliding silently through the night sky, sparking widespread intrigue. Witnesses described these craft as enormous, larger than a football field, with faint, pulsating lights outlining their edges. On August 27th, a delivery driver on Northwest 36th Street in Miami pulled over around 9 p.m. when he noticed a dark, triangular shape hovering above, obscuring the stars. He said the object appeared to fracture into three smaller segments, each moving independently with precision, before snapping back together in seconds. The craft then ascended rapidly, vanishing without a sound. On August 29th, a group of friends at a beachfront gathering in Key Biscayne reported a similar object, metallic and gleaming under the moonlight. A local teacher in the group said it pulsed with a low, almost inaudible hum, then split apart and reformed before disappearing into the clouds. She described the experience as unsettling, unlike any aircraft she'd seen. Another sighting occurred on August 25th in Homestead, where a farmer saw a triangular craft hovering over his fields, its lights flickering in a rhythmic pattern. Local police received over 50 calls about these sightings, but air traffic control at Miami International Airport reported no unusual radar activity. The Federal Aviation Administration stated no aircraft matching the descriptions were logged. Residents speculate about advanced military technology, possibly from nearby Homestead Air Reserve Base, while others insist the objects are extraterrestrial. Videos captured by witnesses show dark shapes moving in ways that defy conventional flight patterns, fueling heated debates. The Miami Police Department has urged calm, stating no threat has been identified, but the sightings continue to dominate local conversations, with more reports emerging each night. Mother and son's UFO interaction, August 26, 2025, Henderson, Nevada. On August 26, 2025, in Henderson, Nevada, a mother and her teenage son reported a remarkable encounter with a glowing orb in the sky that appeared to respond to their commands. The incident occurred at 10 p.m. in their backyard on Green Valley Parkway. The mother, a nurse, noticed a bright, pulsating sphere, roughly the size of a small car, hovering silently about 50 feet above their property. Its white glow cast an eerie light across the yard. Her son, a high school student and amateur photographer, grabbed his smartphone to record the object. As they watched, the orb moved in slow, deliberate circles. Curious, the son shouted, asking it to flash its lights. To their astonishment, the orb pulsed brightly 3 times, as if acknowledging the request. The mother then called out, asking it to move closer, and the object descended slightly, hovering just above a neighbor's roof before rising again. The pair recorded nearly 10 minutes of footage, capturing the orb's erratic movements and apparent reactions. The son described feeling an unusual calm, despite the surreal event, and noted a faint, rhythmic hum from the object. Eventually, the orb shot upward, disappearing into the night sky. Henderson police were called but found no evidence at the scene. The family shared their video with neighbors, sparking speculation about drones, atmospheric phenomena, or extraterrestrial craft. The Clark County Sheriff's Office noted similar reports from nearby residents that night, but air traffic control at Harry Reid International Airport reported no unauthorized aircraft. The video shows a bright object moving in ways inconsistent with typical drones, prompting local UFO enthusiasts to call for further investigation. The mother and son remain convinced they witnessed something beyond human technology, and they continue to monitor the skies for another sighting. New York surge of glowing orbs, August 23 to 29, 2025, Finger Lakes, New York. Between August 23 and 29, 2025, residents of New York's Finger Lakes region reported a surge of glowing orbs and shape-shifting lights in the sky, stirring UFO speculation. On August 25, a woman in Seneca Falls spotted a bright, round light moving diagonally across the sky around 8 p.m. She and her friends, gathered at a lakeside park, watched as it shifted up and down in a pattern unlike any aircraft. They captured video showing the object's erratic movements before it vanished. On August 27, a farmer near Watkins Glen reported a cluster of glowing orbs hovering over his fields at dusk. He described them as pulsing in unison, forming a circular pattern before dispersing in different directions. Another sighting occurred on August 29 in Ithaca, where a couple driving on Route 13 saw a silent, triangular object with shifting lights that appeared to change shape mid-flight. Air traffic control at Syracuse Hancock International Airport reported no unauthorized aircraft during these incidents, and the Federal Aviation Administration offered no explanation. Local police in Seneca Falls and Ithaca received multiple calls, but investigations found no physical evidence. Some residents suggest the lights could be advanced drones, possibly from a nearby research facility, while others believe they indicate extraterrestrial activity. The National UFO Reporting Center noted over 60 such sightings in New York this year, with the Finger Lakes region as a hotspot. Videos shared by witnesses show glowing objects performing maneuvers that challenge conventional explanations, fueling local debates. Community groups have organized skywatching events, hoping to capture more evidence of these mysterious lights. Ohio's Mysterious Sky Objects, August 28, 2025, Dayton, Ohio. On August 28, 2025, residents of Dayton, Ohio, reported a series of mysterious objects in the sky near Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, reigniting speculation about UFO activity. At 9:30 p.m., a group of neighbors in the Belmont neighborhood saw a cluster of bright, pulsating lights hovering low over a residential area. One witness, a mechanic, described the objects as small, star-like points that moved in a synchronized pattern, forming a triangle before scattering. He captured footage showing the lights shifting rapidly, unlike any aircraft he'd seen. Another report came from a truck driver on Interstate 70, who saw a large, cylindrical object with glowing blue edges hovering near the airbase at 10 p.m. He said it moved silently, then vanished abruptly. Dayton police received over 30 calls about the sightings, but investigations found no debris or radar anomalies. The Air Force Base, long associated with UFO lore, issued a statement denying any unusual activity or tests that night. Air traffic control at Dayton International Airport reported no unauthorized aircraft. Some speculate the objects could be linked to classified military projects, given the base's history, while others believe they're extraterrestrial. Videos circulating online show the lights moving in ways that defy conventional flight, prompting calls for transparency from local residents. The sightings have sparked renewed interest in Wright-Patterson's rumored role in UFO research, with community forums buzzing about what was seen that night. Blue lights linked to wildfires, August 26 to 29, 2025, Sacramento, California. In Sacramento, California, between August 26 and 29, 2025, witnesses reported strange blue lights in the sky before wildfires erupted, raising questions about a possible connection. On August 26, farmers near Folsom Lake saw vivid blue orbs hovering over dry hillsides around 7 p.m. They described the lights as moving erratically, like fireflies, before vanishing moments before a brush fire was reported. On August 28, a hiker in the El Dorado National Forest near Pollock Pines spotted a cluster of blue lights forming patterns above a forested area at dusk. Hours later, a fire broke out nearby, spreading through dry brush. Another sighting occurred on August 29 in Roseville, where residents reported blue orbs pulsing brightly before disappearing. Firefighters responding to these fires found no clear ignition sources, and investigators have not linked the lights to the blazes. The Sacramento County Sheriff's Office received multiple reports but found no physical evidence. Some locals suggest the lights could be electrical malfunctions or atmospheric phenomena, while others speculate about a more mysterious cause. The incidents have heightened concerns during California's wildfire season, with residents watching the skies for the eerie blue glow. Community meetings have called for more investigation, as videos of the lights show unusual movements that puzzle experts and locals alike. Government UFO disclosure buzz, August 25 to 30, 2025, Washington, D.C. In Washington, D.C., from August 25 to 30, 2025, reports of high-level meetings about unidentified aerial phenomena have fueled speculation about an impending government disclosure. Insiders claim classified documents detailing encounters with unknown objects could be declassified soon. On August 27, a leaked account described a meeting between military officials and lawmakers discussing objects moving at speeds and patterns beyond known technology. One report detailed a Navy pilot's encounter on August 25 off the Virginia coast, where a craft with no visible propulsion outmaneuvered their jet, recorded on radar moving at hypersonic speeds. Another account from August 26 mentioned materials recovered from an unidentified object in a secure facility, allegedly studied for non-human characteristics. No official statement has confirmed these claims, but the Pentagon issued a vague response on August 29, acknowledging ongoing UAP investigations. Congressional staffers have hinted at closed-door briefings, with some lawmakers pushing for public release of records. Residents near D.C. reported unusual helicopter activity over the Potomac River on August 28, possibly linked to these discussions. Speculation ranges from advanced foreign technology to extraterrestrial origins, with no consensus. The buzz has sparked public rallies outside the Capitol, demanding transparency. Videos of alleged UAP sightings from military sources are circulating, showing objects defying known physics, keeping the debate alive. Bigfoot sightings in Pacific Northwest, August 24 to 29, 2025, Olympic National Forest, Washington. In Washington's Olympic National Forest, between August 24 and 29, 2025, campers and hikers reported multiple sightings of a large, hairy creature resembling Bigfoot. On August 24, a solo camper near Lake Cushman heard heavy footsteps and low growls circling his tent at 11 p.m. Peering out, he saw a massive, upright figure, over 7 feet tall, with glowing eyes moving through the trees. The next morning, he found large, human-like footprints in the mud. On August 27, a group of hikers on the Dos Ualapes River Trail spotted a similar creature crossing a clearing at dusk, describing it as moving with startling speed and emitting a musky odor. Another sighting occurred on August 29 near Port Angeles, where a family camping reported a tall, hairy figure watching them from a ridge before vanishing. Local rangers investigated but found no physical evidence beyond footprints, which they couldn't confirm as non-human. The Clallam County Sheriff's Office logged several reports but noted no threat to public safety. Some suggest the sightings could be misidentified bears, while others believe they point to an undiscovered species. Videos from the hikers show a blurry figure moving through trees, fueling local speculation. The sightings have drawn cryptozoology enthusiasts to the area, eager to capture evidence of the elusive creature. Nevada's unexplained aerial lights, August 26 to 28, 2025, Henderson, Nevada. Between August 26 and 28, 2025, residents of Henderson, Nevada, reported unexplained aerial lights near Horizon Ridge Parkway, prompting UFO speculation. On August 26, a woman and her friends, stargazing in a desert lot at 10 p.m., spotted a bright, round light moving diagonally across the sky. They captured video showing the object shifting up and down in an erratic pattern before vanishing. On August 27, a truck driver on State Route 582 saw a cluster of pulsating lights hovering low over the desert at 11 p.m., forming a circular pattern before dispersing. Another sighting on August 28 in Green Valley involved a family reporting a silent, triangular object with shifting lights that appeared to change shape mid-flight. The Clark County Sheriff's Office received over 40 calls but found no debris or radar anomalies. Air traffic control at Harry Reid International Airport reported no unauthorized aircraft. Some locals suggest the lights could be experimental drones from nearby Nellis Air Force Base, while others believe they're extraterrestrial. Videos show glowing objects performing maneuvers inconsistent with known aircraft, sparking community debates. Local UFO groups have organized night watches, hoping to document more sightings in Henderson's skies. Supernatural police encounters, August 25 to 29, 2025, rural New Mexico. In rural New Mexico, between August 25 and 29, 2025, law enforcement officers reported unsettling supernatural encounters during patrols. On August 25, a deputy in Torrance County, near Moriarty, responded to a call about a disturbance at an abandoned ranch at 10 p.m. He saw a translucent, human-shaped figure moving through the walls, vanishing when approached, leaving a cold chill. On August 27, an officer in Dona Ana County, patrolling a desert road near Las Cruces at midnight, spotted a bright, pulsating light hovering above the ground. The light moved erratically before shooting upward and disappearing. Another incident on August 29 in Chavez County involved a deputy near Roswell hearing disembodied voices whispering his name during a routine patrol. He saw a shadowy figure vanish when he approached. Local sheriff's departments investigated but found no physical evidence. Officers described feeling rattled, despite years of experience. Some attribute the incidents to fatigue or optical illusions, while others believe they encountered something paranormal. The reports have sparked quiet discussions among law enforcement, with officers reluctant to share publicly but convinced something unexplained occurred. Bonnybridge UFO Hotspot, August 24 to 30, 2025, Bonnybridge, Scotland. In Bonnybridge, Scotland, from August 24 to 30, 2025, a surge of UFO sightings has reinforced the town's reputation as a global hotspot for unexplained phenomena. On August 24, a motorist on the A872 road saw a large, triangular craft hovering silently over the misty hills at 9 p.m. He described it as glowing with soft, white lights along its edges, vanishing into the clouds after a minute. On August 26, a shopkeeper in the town center reported a series of bright orbs moving in a circular pattern at dusk, captured on her phone. Another sighting on August 29 involved a family near Falkirk seeing a metallic, disc-shaped object hovering above a field, emitting a faint hum before disappearing. Local police received dozens of reports, but air traffic control at Edinburgh Airport reported no unusual activity. The British Ministry of Defence has not commented. Some residents suggest the sightings could be military tests from a nearby base, while others believe they're evidence of extraterrestrial visitors. Videos show objects moving in ways that defy conventional flight, fueling discussions. Bonnybridge, with thousands of sightings since the 1990s, continues to draw UFO researchers, with locals demanding answers about the strange objects overhead. That's all for tonight's dive into the unexplained on Real Free News Radio overnight, August 31, 2025. From the massive triangular craft startling Miami residents to the glowing orbs responding to a mother and son in Henderson, we've explored a week filled with mystery. The surge of lights in New York's Finger Lakes and Ohio's skies near Dayton kept us looking up, while Sacramento's eerie blue lights raised questions about wildfires. In Washington, D.C., whispers of government disclosure fueled anticipation, and Washington's Olympic National Forest brought chilling Bigfoot encounters. Nevada's unexplained aerial lights in Henderson, supernatural police encounters in rural New Mexico, and Scotland's Bonnybridge sightings reminded us that the unknown is never far away. These accounts, all from the last week, show that our world is brimming with phenomena that challenge what we believe is possible. Thank you for listening to Real Free News Radio overnight. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share, and write in the comments what your favorite story is and what UFO or supernatural stories in the news you want us to cover. Be sure to check out the Real Free News store for real free food, gear, and more. Thanks again for listening to Real Free News Radio overnight, and we'll see you next time, overnight. Good evening, listeners, and welcome to Real Free News Radio overnight, your go-to source for the stories that keep you up at night, pondering the mysteries of the unknown. I'm your host, bringing you the latest from the edges of reality, tales of Bigfoot, UFOs, aliens, and the supernatural that have been reported across America. Tonight, we dive into chilling accounts from the past month, each one a glimpse into the strange and unexplained. So, grab a cup of coffee, dim the lights, and let's explore the stories that are sparking whispers and wonder across the nation. Trail camera captures alleged Bigfoot in East Texas woods, sparking viral debate. In the dense, pine-laden forests of East Texas, a region steeped in tales of mysterious creatures, a trail camera set up by an anonymous local hunter has unleashed a torrent of speculation and excitement. On August 7, 2025, a grainy, motion-activated video surfaced on social media, capturing a hulking, hairy figure moving swiftly through the underbrush. The clip, now viewed thousands of times across platforms like X, shows a creature standing nearly 7 feet tall, its long arms swinging with a peculiar grace and a gait that seems eerily human, yet distinctly otherworldly. The sighting has electrified locals in this rural corner of Texas, a place long associated with Bigfoot lore, while skeptics dismiss the footage as a bear or a cleverly disguised hoaxer. The debate has turned the quiet woods into a battleground of belief and doubt, with the video's viral spread amplifying the mystery. The hunter, choosing anonymity to avoid the spotlight, insists the camera was untouched for weeks, set up to monitor game trails in a remote area near the Sabine River. He discovered the footage during a routine check, claiming the figure appeared at dusk, moving with a silent, fluid stride that belied its massive size. The dry summer soil, hardened by weeks without rain, yielded no clear footprints, a detail skeptics seize upon as evidence of fabrication. Yet believers argue the creature's movements, too deliberate for a bear, too agile for a human in a bulky costume, suggest something extraordinary. The video, though low resolution, reveals a dark, shaggy silhouette with elongated limbs, lacking the clear facial features that might settle the debate. Online forums buzz with comparisons to the 1968 Fouke monster sighting in nearby Arkansas, where a similar creature was reported lurking in the swamps. Some enthusiasts even point to the Texas Bigfoot Research Conservancy's archives, which document over 200 sightings in the state since the 1950s, as context for this latest claim. The Texas Bigfoot Research Conservancy has responded with fervor, organizing an expedition to the site in hopes of uncovering physical evidence like hair samples, scat, or elusive tracks. Volunteers are combing the dense thickets, armed with thermal cameras and audio recorders, seeking signs of the creature's presence. Local residents, meanwhile, share stories of strange noises, deep howls and wood knocks, heard in the nights following the video's release. Skeptics counter that East Texas bear population, combined with the region's history of Bigfoot hoaxes, makes a mundane explanation more likely. They note the absence of clear physical evidence and the video's grainy quality as red flags, suggesting a costumed prankster could have staged the encounter. Yet the hunter's insistence on the camera's isolation and the footage's unedited timestamp keeps the mystery alive. Social media has amplified the story, with hashtags like #TexasBigfoot trending as users dissect every frame. Some claim the creature's proportions match descriptions from Native American legends, while others speculate it could be a surviving primate species. The lack of definitive proof only fuels the fascination, drawing amateur investigators and curious tourists to the area. Businesses in nearby towns report a surge in Bigfoot-themed merchandise, from t-shirts to trail maps, as the sighting boosts local intrigue. For now, the East Texas woods remain a shadowy enigma, whispering secrets to those who dare listen. Is this the long-sought evidence of Bigfoot's existence, or merely another fleeting shadow in the forest? The answer, like the creature itself, remains just out of reach, leaving listeners to ponder what truly stalks the wilds of Texas. Alien-like figure caught on Compton doorbell camera, neighbors report strange noises. In the quiet streets of Compton, California, a chilling Ring doorbell video recorded on August 2, 2025, has left residents gripped by unease and fascination. Jessica Ortiz, a single mother of two, was jolted awake at 2 a.m. by her camera's motion sensor, which captured a shadowy, humanoid figure gliding past her front porch. The figure, described as alien-like with an unnaturally thin frame, elongated limbs, and a head that seemed slightly oversized, moved with an eerie, almost weightless grace before vanishing into the darkness. Ortiz, still shaken, reported hearing persistent banging and scratching noises outside her home for several nights prior, sounds she initially dismissed as stray animals or neighborhood kids. Neighbors on her block corroborated similar disturbances, describing low, guttural sounds and fleeting shadows that seemed to evade explanation. The video, shared on social media platforms like X, exploded in popularity, racking up thousands of views and sparking heated debates about whether it depicts an extraterrestrial visitor, a prankster, or a trick of the camera's lens. The grainy footage, illuminated only by the porch's dim light, shows a tall, slender silhouette moving with unsettling fluidity, its limbs appearing to bend at unnatural angles. Paranormal enthusiasts have seized on the video as potential evidence of alien activity, pointing to Compton's proximity to Los Angeles, a known hotspot for UFO sightings since the 1947 Roswell era. Some draw parallels to the 1973 Pascagoula abduction case, where Mississippi fishermen claimed encounters with humanoid beings. Online forums buzz with speculation, with users noting the figure's lack of reflective clothing or clear facial features, which they argue rules out a typical human intruder. Skeptics, however, are quick to counter, suggesting the image could be distorted by camera glare or low-light artifacts, or that the figure is simply a person in dark clothing, perhaps a teenager pulling a late-night prank. Compton police investigated Ortiz's property but found no signs of trespassing, no footprints, no damage, no discarded costumes, deepening the mystery and leaving authorities without answers. Ortiz, rattled but intrigued, has since installed additional security cameras and joined online groups dedicated to UFO and paranormal encounters, seeking others who might have seen similar figures. Her story has resonated with locals, some of whom report their own unexplained experiences, like flickering streetlights or sudden cold spots near their homes. The viral video has fueled late-night discussions, with some connecting it to broader UFO activity reported across California in 2025, including sightings of glowing orbs near San Diego. Others caution that urban settings like Compton are ripe for misidentification, where shadows and sounds can take on otherworldly significance. Local paranormal investigators have offered to conduct electromagnetic field readings at Ortiz's home, hoping to detect anomalies that might suggest an otherworldly presence. For now, Compton residents are keeping their lights on and their cameras rolling, wary of what might lurk in the night. The video, while inconclusive, has reignited fascination with the possibility of extraterrestrial life, prompting some to question whether we're truly alone. Ortiz herself remains torn, wondering if her home was visited by something from beyond or simply caught in a moment of earthly deception. As the debate rages on, this eerie encounter continues to captivate, leaving listeners to ponder, is Compton a new frontier for alien contact, or just another stage for human imagination? Dinosaur-like creature spotted at Skinwalker Ranch, witnessed by former Pentagon official. At Utah's infamous Skinwalker Ranch, a sprawling 512-acre property synonymous with paranormal phenomena, a jaw-dropping sighting on August 17, 2025, has sent shockwaves through the paranormal community. Jay Stratton, a former Pentagon investigator of unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, reported encountering a bizarre, 150-pound creature that defied explanation. Described as resembling a dinosaur with spines protruding along its back and a flat, beaver-like tail, the entity moved with uncanny silence across the rugged terrain during a nighttime investigation. Stratton, accompanied by a team equipped with thermal imaging and audio recorders, watched in astonishment as the creature appeared briefly before vanishing without a trace, leaving only a fleeting heat signature on their equipment. The account, shared widely on social media platforms like X, carries significant weight due to Stratton's extensive experience with unexplained phenomena, reigniting fascination with a ranch long associated with UFOs, cryptids, and poltergeist activity. Skinwalker Ranch, located in the Uinta Basin, has been a magnet for researchers since the 1990s, when stories of cattle mutilations, strange lights, and shape-shifting entities began to surface. Stratton's team was conducting a routine investigation, part of ongoing efforts to document the ranch's anomalies, when the creature emerged from the shadows. The entity, roughly the size of a large dog but with a reptilian form, moved with a fluidity that ruled out known local wildlife like mountain lions or elk, according to Stratton. The thermal cameras captured a faint outline, but the creature evaded clear imaging, disappearing into the night as if it had never been there. Skeptics argue the sighting could be a misidentification, perhaps a mountain lion distorted by the ranch's eerie reputation or the team's heightened expectations. Others suggest psychological factors, noting that the human mind can conjure vivid images in high-stress, isolated environments like the ranch. Believers, however, point to Native American lore, particularly the Navajo legend of the Skinwalker, a shape-shifting entity capable of taking animal forms. The Uinta Basin's history of such tales, coupled with documented reports of UFOs and unexplained lights, lends credence to the idea that Stratton's team encountered something extraordinary. Online discussions have exploded, with some speculating the creature could be a prehistoric survivor, like a small theropod dinosaur, or an interdimensional being slipping through a rift, a theory popular among ranch researchers. The lack of physical evidence, tracks, hair, or scat, frustrates investigators, but the heat signature has been submitted for analysis, with hopes it might reveal more about the entity's nature. The sighting has sparked renewed interest in Skinwalker Ranch, with paranormal teams planning expeditions armed with drones and advanced sensors. Local residents, accustomed to the ranch's strange reputation, report increased activity, including odd lights in the sky and unexplained animal behavior. Stratton's credibility has drawn mainstream attention, though no major outlet has confirmed the sighting. For now, the ranch remains a crucible of mystery, challenging our understanding of reality. Was this a glimpse of a lost species, an otherworldly visitor, or a trick of the mind in one of America's most haunted locales? Listeners are left to wonder what secrets Skinwalker Ranch still holds, waiting to be uncovered in its shadowy expanse. Idaho ATV rider films Bigfoot on remote trail, sparks first major sighting of 2025. In the rugged, pine-studded backcountry near Boise, Idaho, a heart-pounding encounter captured on January 15, 2025, has been hailed as the first major Bigfoot sighting of the year, too compelling to overlook despite falling just outside our one-month window. An ATV rider, navigating a remote trail far from civilization, recorded a large, bipedal figure crossing his path using a helmet-mounted GoPro. The creature, estimated at 8 feet tall with broad shoulders and a shaggy, dark coat, moved with deliberate purpose before vanishing into the dense pine forest. The video, first aired by local station 1043wowcountry.com and amplified on YouTube's Otherworldly News channel, has ignited a firestorm of excitement, drawing hundreds of Bigfoot enthusiasts to the area. The rider, a seasoned outdoorsman with years of experience in Idaho's wilds, insists no other humans were present in the isolated region, making a hoax seem improbable. Yet skeptics point to Idaho's history of Bigfoot hoaxes, arguing the figure could be a costumed prankster in a carefully staged act. The footage, though shaky from the ATV's motion, reveals a towering, hairy figure with disproportionately long arms and a fluid, powerful gait that Bigfoot researchers say aligns with Pacific Northwest lore, including the famous 1967 Patterson-Gimlin film. The creature's stride, covering nearly 4 feet per step, and its ability to navigate uneven terrain without hesitation have fueled speculation that it could be the elusive Sasquatch. The rider, who requested anonymity to avoid harassment, reported an eerie silence in the forest moments before the sighting, a detail often associated with Bigfoot encounters. He noted the trail's remoteness, accessible only by ATV or foot, reduces the likelihood of a staged event. The Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, BFRO, has taken a keen interest, analyzing the video frame by frame to measure stride length, limb proportions, and possible muscle definition, hoping to validate its authenticity. Skeptics, however, remain unconvinced, citing Idaho's history of fabricated Bigfoot evidence, such as the 2008 hoax involving a frozen Bigfoot corpse. They argue the figure's lack of clear facial features and the video's brief duration suggest a person in a high-quality costume, possibly exploiting the region's Bigfoot mystique. The absence of additional evidence, no tracks, hair, or scat, further fuels their doubts, especially given the snowy January ground, which should have preserved footprints. Despite this, the sighting has transformed the Boise backcountry into a pilgrimage site for cryptozoology enthusiasts, with local outfitters reporting a surge in guided Bigfoot tours. Online forums buzz with comparisons to historical sightings, like those in nearby Payette National Forest, where similar figures have been reported since the 1970s. The BFRO's ongoing analysis has yet to yield definitive conclusions, but the video's raw intensity keeps the debate alive. Local businesses are capitalizing on the hype, selling Bigfoot-themed gear, while residents share stories of strange noises and fleeting shadows in the woods. For now, Idaho's forests remain a battleground of belief and skepticism, with this fleeting glimpse fueling dreams of a definitive Bigfoot encounter. Is this the evidence that will finally prove the creature's existence, or just another tantalizing mirage in the wilderness? The question lingers, as Idaho's wilds hold their secrets close. Mysterious predator-like entity reported with police presence, location unspecified. On August 8, 2025, a chilling report surfaced online, sending ripples through paranormal communities and sparking fervent debate. An anonymous witness, posting on social media, described a terrifying encounter with a predator xenomorph-looking entity that appeared suddenly in an undisclosed U.S. location. The creature, towering over 6 feet with a reflective, almost cloaked appearance and a shield over its head, emitted a low, guttural growl that sent the witness fleeing toward a nearby exit, where police were inexplicably already present. The lack of a specified location, whether urban alley or rural backroad, adds an enigmatic layer to the story, fueling its viral spread across platforms like X. The witness's vivid description, likening the entity to sci-fi icons with its sleek, otherworldly form and menacing presence, has captivated imaginations, but the absence of photos, videos, or physical evidence keeps the encounter firmly in the realm of speculation. The witness recounted the entity materializing as if from thin air, its shimmering, almost translucent body glinting under ambient light, reminiscent of the cloaking technology seen in films like Predator. The shield over its head, possibly a helmet-like structure or an optical illusion, paired with its growling voice, left the witness frozen before panic set in. The presence of police at the exit raises tantalizing questions. Were they responding to the same sighting, or was their presence coincidental? Authorities have not confirmed the incident, leaving skeptics to argue the story could be a hallucination, perhaps induced by stress or fatigue, or an elaborate prank designed to exploit the internet's fascination with the unknown. Paranormal enthusiasts, however, see the entity as potential evidence of an extraterrestrial or interdimensional being, pointing to similar reports of cloaked figures in rural America, like the 2019 Missouri invisible predator sighting. Online discussions have exploded, with users dissecting the witness's brief account for clues. Some connect the entity to theories of advanced alien technology, suggesting it could be a scout using cloaking to observe humans undetected. Others propose an interdimensional origin, citing locations like Skinwalker Ranch where strange entities allegedly cross reality's boundaries. The lack of physical evidence, no footprints, no disturbed surroundings, frustrates investigators, but believers argue such beings might leave no trace. Skeptics counter that the anonymity and vagueness of the report, coupled with no corroborating witnesses, point to a fabricated tale meant to go viral. The police detail, while intriguing, lacks official backing, leading some to speculate it was added for dramatic effect. The story's ambiguity has only amplified its allure, drawing comparisons to historical cases like the 1977 Kelly-Hopkinsville Goblin encounter, where bizarre creatures were reported in Kentucky. Social media users have called for the witness to provide more details, but none have emerged, leaving the encounter shrouded in mystery. For now, this fleeting glimpse of a sci-fi-like entity stalks the edges of belief, challenging listeners to wonder, was this a genuine brush with the otherworldly, or a modern myth born from imagination? As the shadows deepen, the question remains, could something truly alien be watching from just beyond our sight? Virginia Bigfoot hoax at Wintergreen Resort caught on doorbell camera. In late September 2024, just beyond our one-month window but too impactful to ignore, Wintergreen Resort in Virginia's Blue Ridge Mountains became the epicenter of a Bigfoot frenzy that captivated the nation. A doorbell camera, installed at a vacation home in the upscale resort community, captured a tall, hairy figure lumbering through a backyard under the cover of night. The footage, which surfaced on September 27, 2024, showed a 7-foot-tall creature with matted fur and a hulking frame, moving with a slow, deliberate gait that sent social media into a frenzy. Shared across platforms like X and covered by local outlet Cardinal News, the video sparked viral excitement, with thousands speculating it was the clearest Bigfoot evidence in years. However, Nelson County Police swiftly debunked the sighting, confirming it as a hoax, a person in a meticulously crafted costume. Despite the revelation, the incident has reignited Virginia's rich Bigfoot lore, highlighting the fine line between belief and deception in cryptozoology culture. The video's initial clarity stunned viewers, showing a figure with long arms and a shaggy silhouette, eerily reminiscent of descriptions from historical sightings in the Blue Ridge Mountains. For a brief moment, it seemed to validate decades of reports, like the 1970s Shenandoah Valley encounters documented by the Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, BFRO. Enthusiasts flooded forums, comparing the footage to the iconic 1967 Patterson-Gimlin film, with some arguing the figure's proportions and movements were too lifelike for a casual prank. The homeowner, who discovered the footage after returning from a weekend away, reported no signs of trespassing beyond the video itself, adding to the initial intrigue. Local businesses, quick to capitalize, began selling Bigfoot-themed merchandise, from mugs to trail guides, as tourists flocked to Wintergreen hoping to glimpse the creature. Police, after reviewing the footage and conducting a brief investigation, identified telltale signs of a costume, slight stitching visible in high-resolution stills and an unnatural stiffness in the figure's posture. The prankster, still unidentified, left no traces like discarded costume pieces or footprints, suggesting a carefully planned stunt. Skeptics pointed to Virginia's history of Bigfoot hoaxes, including a 2018 incident where teens admitted to staging a sighting for social media clout. Yet the debunking did little to quell enthusiasm, as the BFRO noted a surge in reports of strange noises and fleeting shadows in the region post-incident. The Blue Ridge Mountains, with their dense forests and rugged trails, remain a hotspot for Bigfoot lore, with over 50 documented sightings since the 1950s. The wintergreen hoax underscores the cultural power of Bigfoot, where even a fabricated sighting can spark renewed interest and debate. Online communities continue to dissect the footage, with some diehards insisting it could still hold clues to a real creature. The incident has boosted local tourism, with guided Bigfoot hikes now a staple at Wintergreen. Though not a true sighting, its ripple effect reminds us how easily a well-crafted illusion can ignite imaginations, blurring the lines between myth and reality. Virginia's forests, hoax or not, continue to whisper tales of the unknown, inviting believers to keep searching for the truth. Ohio skies light up with unexplained UFO sighting, multiple witnesses report. In late July 2025, the night skies over Ohio became a stage for the unexplained, as residents across rural and urban areas reported a brilliant, hovering object that defied easy explanation. Described as a pulsating orb shifting between vibrant red and white hues, the sighting occurred around July 28, 2025, and captivated witnesses who shared their accounts in shaky cell phone footage on social media platforms like X. The object, silent and occasionally appearing triangular in shape, hovered for several minutes before vanishing without a trace, leaving no official explanation in its wake. The event, reported by dozens of witnesses from small towns to city suburbs, has sparked intense speculation, with some attributing it to drones or atmospheric phenomena, while UFO enthusiasts link it to Ohio's storied history of unexplained aerial sightings, such as the 1994 Michigan UFO wave. The lack of mainstream media coverage has kept this story grassroots, but its recency and multi-witness nature make it a compelling addition to America's UFO lore. The footage, though grainy due to low-light conditions and trembling hands, shows a glowing orb pulsing rhythmically, at times appearing to morph into a triangular form with faint lights at its edges. Witnesses, ranging from farmers in rural Preble County to late-night commuters in Columbus, described the object as eerily silent, ruling out conventional aircraft like helicopters or planes. One witness, a retired teacher posting anonymously online, noted the orb's hypnotic pulsations, which seemed to accelerate before it blinked out, as if dissolving into the sky. Social media buzzed with excitement, with users sharing stills and debating whether the object resembled advanced military technology, a natural phenomenon like ball lightning, or something extraterrestrial. Ohio's history as a UFO hotspot, home to the 1973 coin helicopter incident and the 1994 sightings across Lake Erie, lends weight to believers' claims that the state is a magnet for otherworldly activity. Skeptics, however, point to the proliferation of drones in 2025, capable of silent flight and equipped with LED lights that could mimic the orb's behavior. Others suggest atmospheric anomalies, such as mirages caused by temperature inversions, could explain the sighting. The Federal Aviation Administration and local air traffic control reported no unusual activity that night, deepening the mystery. UFO researchers, including members of the Mutual UFO Network, MUFON, have begun interviewing witnesses, hoping to triangulate the object's path and analyze footage for clues. No physical evidence, like radar data or debris, has surfaced, frustrating efforts to confirm the sighting's nature. The event has galvanized Ohio's paranormal community, with local meetups and podcasts dissecting the footage. Some residents report ongoing strange lights in the weeks since, though none match the July sightings' intensity. The lack of mainstream coverage has fueled speculation of a cover-up, though it's more likely the story's grassroots nature hasn't yet reached national outlets. Ohio's skies, long a canvas for the unexplained, continue to spark wonder and debate. Was this a glimpse of alien technology, a misidentified drone, or a natural quirk? For now, the pulsating orb remains a tantalizing enigma, inviting listeners to gaze upward and question what lies beyond. Haunted Biltmore Hotel in Los Angeles reports ghostly girl in red dress. The Biltmore Hotel in Los Angeles, a grand dame of Hollywood's golden age and a renowned paranormal hotspot, has once again stirred whispers of the supernatural with renewed reports in July 2025 of a ghostly girl in a red dress haunting its opulent halls. Guests staying at the historic hotel described a translucent figure, appearing to be about 10 years old, materializing near the elevators on the upper floors before fading into thin air. The sightings, shared across paranormal forums and social media platforms like X, align with the Biltmore's long-standing reputation for hauntings tied to tragic events from its century-long history. Hotel staff corroborate the eerie atmosphere, reporting unexplained cold spots and flickering lights in the same elevator corridor, phenomena that have persisted for decades. While not tied to a single incident, these recurring encounters continue to cement the Biltmore's status as one of America's most haunted hotels, drawing ghost hunters, curious tourists, and paranormal investigators eager to glimpse the spectral girl. The Biltmore, opened in 1923, has hosted presidents, celebrities, and countless galas, but its darker history, rumored suicides, accidents, and ties to the 1947 Black Dahlia murder, fuels its ghostly lore. Guests in July 2025 reported seeing the girl, dressed in a vivid red frock, standing silently near the elevators, her expression described as lost or sorrowful. One witness, a tourist from Chicago, claimed the air grew heavy and cold as the figure appeared, only to vanish when she reached for her phone to snap a photo. Another guest, a skeptic, admitted to feeling an inexplicable chill despite no open windows. Staff, accustomed to such tales, note that the elevator area is a focal point for anomalies, with lights flickering erratically and thermostats registering sudden drops. Paranormal forums buzz with speculation, with some linking the girl to a child who may have died during the hotel's early years, though no records confirm her identity. Ghost hunters have flocked to the Biltmore, armed with EMF meters and infrared cameras, hoping to capture evidence of the girl or other spirits rumored to roam the grand ballroom and presidential suite. Online discussions draw parallels to similar apparitions, like the Lady in White at other historic hotels, suggesting the girl could be a residual haunting, a spectral echo of a past tragedy. Skeptics argue the sightings may stem from suggestion, given the hotel's haunted reputation, or even from overactive imaginations in its dimly lit, ornate corridors. Yet the consistency of reports, spanning decades, keeps the mystery alive. Local paranormal groups have offered to conduct overnight investigations, with some claiming to have recorded faint whispers near the elevators. The Biltmore's allure as a paranormal destination has boosted bookings, with ghost tours now a popular draw. The girl in the red dress remains unidentified, her story a poignant thread in the hotel's tapestry of intrigue. As guests continue to report fleeting glimpses and eerie sensations, the Biltmore stands as a testament to the enduring power of ghost stories. Is this spectral child a restless spirit tied to a forgotten tragedy, or a product of collective fascination? The answer eludes us, inviting listeners to wonder what other secrets linger in the Biltmore's gilded halls. New Bigfoot footprint casts unveiled in northern Kentucky, ignite cryptozoology frenzy. In the dense, shadowy forests of northern Kentucky, a thrilling discovery has reignited the fervor of Bigfoot enthusiasts. In July 2025, the Kentucky Bigfoot Research Organization, KBRO, led by founder Charlie Raymond, unveiled a series of new footprint casts at a public event held at the Slade Welcome Center, drawing crowds of believers and curious onlookers. The 16-inch prints, discovered in a secluded wooded area near the Red River Gorge, exhibit intricate dermal ridges and an unusual depth, suggesting a creature of significant weight, potentially over 500 pounds. Raymond, a seasoned investigator with over 30 years of experience, hailed the casts as credible evidence, adding to Kentucky's tally of 398 documented Bigfoot sightings. While skeptics argue the prints could be expertly fabricated, the casts' detailed craftsmanship has impressed even cautious researchers, fueling plans for further expeditions. Kentucky's rugged, forested terrain continues to be a prime hunting ground for cryptozoology enthusiasts eager to uncover the truth behind the elusive Sasquatch. The footprints, found by a KBRO expedition team after reports of strange vocalizations in the area, were cast in plaster by Thomas Shea, a renowned tracker with the Northern Kentucky Bigfoot Research Group. The prints, measuring 16 inches long and 7 inches wide, display distinct dermal ridges, unique skin patterns akin to human fingerprints, suggesting a biological origin rather than a carved hoax. The depth of the impressions, pressed nearly 2 inches into compacted soil, indicates a creature far heavier than any known local wildlife, such as bears or deer. Raymond, speaking at the event, emphasized the prints' authenticity, noting their alignment with other credible evidence from Kentucky, including sightings in Mammoth Cave National Park and the Red River Gorge. He cited the state's history of 85 sightings accompanied by tracks or audio, out of 398 total reports, as context for the discovery's significance. Skeptics, however, remain unconvinced, pointing to the long history of Bigfoot hoaxes, such as the 1958 California casts later admitted to be fakes. They argue the prints could be the work of skilled pranksters using molded boots or casts, especially given the absence of additional evidence like hair or scat. The lack of photographic documentation of the discovery site further fuels doubts, with critics suggesting the print's pristine condition seems almost too perfect. Yet, the cast's intricate details, including subtle ridge variations, have swayed some researchers, who note that replicating such features requires advanced anatomical knowledge. The KBRO has submitted the casts for independent analysis, hoping to detect organic residue or microscopic anomalies. The discovery has galvanized Kentucky's Bigfoot community, with local hunters organizing nighttime expeditions equipped with thermal cameras and audio recorders. The Red River Gorge, a hotspot for sightings, has seen increased foot traffic, with enthusiasts reporting eerie tree knocks and distant howls. Raymond, who has interviewed over 500 witnesses, believes the prints reinforce Kentucky's status as a Bigfoot haven, rivaling the Pacific Northwest. The event has also boosted local tourism, with businesses selling Bigfoot-themed gear. For now, Kentucky's forests remain a cryptic frontier, where each footprint fuels dreams of uncovering a creature that defies science. Is this evidence of a relict hominid, or another clever ruse? The question lingers, inviting listeners to ponder the mysteries hidden in the bluegrass state's wilds. Arkansas couple encounters two Bigfoot figures crossing rural road in moonlit sighting. In the quiet, moonlit wilds of Faulkner County, Arkansas, a chilling encounter on a secluded stretch of Plum Creek Road has added a new chapter to the state's storied Bigfoot lore. In July 2025, a couple driving home late at night reported seeing two large, dark figures, an 8-foot-tall giant and a smaller 5-6-foot companion, crossing the road under the silvery glow of a full moon. The sighting, detailed in August 2025 on phantomsandmonsters.com, has gripped the local community and sparked intense interest among cryptozoology enthusiasts. The wife, initially a skeptic who dismissed Bigfoot as folklore, confirmed her husband's account, describing the creature's fluid, almost graceful movements as unlike any known animal. The area's History of Bigfoot Field Researchers Organization, BFRO, reports lends credibility to their story, though no physical evidence like footprints or hair was collected. Arkansas's dense, untamed forests continue to whisper tales of the unknown, leaving listeners to wonder what lurks in the shadows of the natural state. The couple, whose identities remain private to avoid scrutiny, were driving along Plum Creek Road around 11 p.m. when their headlights caught the towering figures. The larger creature, estimated at 8 feet tall with broad shoulders and a shaggy, dark coat, moved with a purposeful stride, while the smaller figure, possibly a juvenile, kept pace beside it. The wife noted the creature's arms swung longer than a human's, and their eyes reflected an eerie glow, a detail often reported in Bigfoot encounters. Frozen in awe, the couple watched as the pair crossed the road in seconds before vanishing into the thick woods. The husband, a lifelong outdoorsman, insisted no bears or humans could move with such silent agility in the rugged terrain. The wife, shaken but convinced, described the experience as life-changing, prompting her to research similar sightings online. Faulkner County, nestled in Arkansas's Ozark foothills, has a rich history of BFRO-documented encounters, with over 50 reports of Bigfoot activity since the 1970s, including the famous Fouke monster of 1971. This history bolsters the couple's account, as Plum Creek Road lies near known hotspots like Catron Creek, where strange vocalizations and tree knocks have been reported. The BFRO has since reached out to the couple, seeking to map the sighting and investigate the site, though summer undergrowth and lack of rain left no clear tracks. Skeptics argue the figures could have been misidentified wildlife, like black bears, or costumed pranksters, citing the absence of physical evidence. Yet the couple's detailed description, down to the creature's synchronized movements, has swayed local believers. The sighting has energized Arkansas's cryptozoology community, with local meetups discussing the encounter and planning nighttime expeditions. Residents report increased vigilance, with some claiming to hear distant howls since the sighting. The story spread on phantomsandmonsters.com has drawn national attention, with comparisons to multi-creature sightings in Missouri and Texas. For now, Faulkner County's wilds remain a cryptic frontier where moonlit roads hold secrets. Is this proof of a Bigfoot family roaming Arkansas, or a fleeting illusion under the moonlight? The mystery endures, inviting listeners to ponder what truly stalks the state's untamed heart. Well, listeners, that's our roundup of the strange and unexplained for tonight, and what a wild ride it's been. From the shadowy Bigfoot caught on an East Texas trail cam to the eerie alien-like figure on a Compton doorbell, these stories remind us that the unknown is never far away. The dinosaur-like creature at Skinwalker Ranch and the Idaho ATV sighting push the boundaries of what we believe is possible, while the mysterious predator-like entity and Ohio's glowing UFO keep us looking to the skies. Even the debunked Virginia hoax shows how much we want to believe in Bigfoot, and the Biltmore's ghostly girl in red keeps the supernatural alive in our cities. Kentucky's footprints and Arkansas's roadside Bigfoot duo prove the wilderness still holds secrets. These tales, whether you're a skeptic or a believer, spark that primal curiosity about what lurks just beyond our understanding. They challenge us to question reality, to wonder if we're alone, or if something, be it cryptid, spirit, or extraterrestrial, is watching. So, thank you for tuning in to Real Free News Radio overnight. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe, and drop a comment in the description with your favorite story tonight or any weird tales you want us to cover. Maybe you've seen something strange yourself, let us know. While you're at it, check out our Real Free News store for all natural, organic, non-GMO foods that are definitely not out of this world, but they'll keep you grounded. Stop back next time for more stories that are out of this world, right here, all night long, on Real Free News Radio overnight. Stay curious, stay spooky, and good night. Welcome to Real Free News Radio overnight. We're your late-night source for stories that push the boundaries of reality and spark the imagination. Tonight, we're diving deep into the cosmic unknown, exploring the latest UFO and extraterrestrial phenomena making headlines. From mysterious interstellar objects hurtling toward Earth to unexplained lights dancing over New York skies, we've got the top stories that have believers and skeptics alike buzzing. We'll also uncover a strange sphere discovered in Colombia and a chilling Navy video of UFOs emerging from the sea. So, grab a seat, dim the lights, and let's venture into the mysteries of the universe together. Unidentified Object 3I, Atlas raises eyebrows with alien probe speculation. On July 1, 2025, NASA's telescopes caught sight of Comet 3I, Atlas, only the third known interstellar object to enter our solar system. But this faint, fast-moving speck has ignited a firestorm of debate. Harvard professor Avi Loeb, no stranger to bold claims, published a paper on July 22 suggesting 3I, Atlas might not be a comet at all, but an artificial alien spacecraft, possibly a probe with intentions unknown. Loeb's team points to the object's unusual speed, estimated at over 100,000 miles per hour, and its peculiar trajectory, which doesn't align neatly with natural celestial mechanics. They speculate it could reach Earth's vicinity by November 2025, potentially here to observe, communicate, or even pose a threat. Mainstream astronomers are skeptical, arguing the object's behavior is consistent with a natural comet, likely ejected from another star system. NASA and the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, are tracking 3I Atlas closely, but neither has endorsed the alien hypothesis. Social media is abuzz with theories, from first contact fantasies to doomsday warnings, while scientists urge calm, emphasizing no evidence supports extraterrestrial origins. Still, as November looms, the world watches the skies, wondering if this cosmic visitor is just passing through, or coming for us. New York skies light up with 66 UFO sightings in 2025. New York State has become an unexpected epicenter for UFO activity, with 66 sightings reported in the first half of 2025, according to the National UFO Reporting Center. From pulsating orbs hovering over Manhattan to silent, triangular crafts gliding over rural upstate fields. These accounts are as varied as they are perplexing. A standout incident from July 2025 near Syracuse captured widespread attention. Multiple witnesses filmed a cluster of glowing lights weaving erratically through the night sky, defying the behavior of drones or aircraft. The Pentagon's AARO has investigated, attributing many sightings to mundane causes like weather balloons, drones, or atmospheric phenomena. Yet, 21 of these cases remain unexplained, with objects displaying speeds and maneuvers that challenge known technology. AARO Director John Kozlowski, a physicist with intelligence community roots, admitted these cases defy easy explanation, fueling speculation. Local residents are split. Some embrace the idea of extraterrestrial visitors, while others worry about national security risks. Congressman Tim Burchett has seized on the reports, demanding the Pentagon release classified data, claiming a cover-up. With cameras rolling and sightings mounting, New Yorkers are on high alert for the next glimpse of the unknown. Pentagon reports surging UFO sightings with no alien evidence. In November 2024, the Pentagon released its annual report on unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAP, documenting 757 new sightings from May 2023 to June 2024, bringing their total case count to 1,652. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office highlighted 21 particularly curious incidents, including orbs, cylinders, and triangles spotted near military bases and sensitive airspace. Some cases involved objects moving at hypersonic speeds or executing maneuvers impossible for known aircraft. Despite the intrigue, AARO insists there's no verifiable evidence of extraterrestrial activity or advanced foreign technology. Of the cases, 49 were resolved as balloons, birds, or satellites, while 243 are slated for closure as likely explainable. The remaining 21, however, stump experts, with AARO's director, John Kozlowski, admitting, "I don't understand them, and neither does anyone else." Congressional hearings in 2024 and 2025 have amplified calls for transparency, with whistleblowers like former defense official Luis Elizondo claiming the government possesses alien craft. Public skepticism is growing, fueled by viral videos and declassified footage showing unexplained objects. The Pentagon maintains its stance, but the unresolved cases keep the question alive: what's really out there? Mysterious sphere in Colombia sparks UFO frenzy. In May 2025, a strange metallic sphere unearthed in a remote Colombian jungle sent shockwaves through the UFO community. Discovered by a team of archaeologists, the object, roughly 3 feet in diameter with a smooth, reflective surface, defies easy explanation. Initial tests suggest it's composed of an unknown alloy, resistant to corrosion and unlike any known terrestrial material. Local media dubbed it a UFO relic, and speculation exploded online, with some claiming it's a remnant of an alien craft. Scientists at Colombia's National University caution it could be a natural formation or an ancient artifact, but they've yet to identify its origin. Adding fuel to the fire, local villagers reported seeing strange lights in the sky days before the discovery. The Pentagon's AARO has taken an interest, requesting data from Colombian authorities, but no official conclusions have been released. UFO enthusiasts are calling for independent analysis, fearing a cover-up, while skeptics argue it's likely a geological oddity or lost technology from a past civilization. The sphere remains under guard, with researchers racing to unlock its secrets before public fervor spirals further. Navy footage of UFOs emerging from ocean stuns experts. In April 2025, leaked footage reportedly captured by a U.S. Navy warship off California's coast sent the UFO world into a tailspin. The video, verified by defense officials, shows 4 unidentified objects emerging from the ocean, hovering briefly, then shooting into the sky in unison at incredible speeds. Described as small, metallic, and orb-like, the objects left no visible propulsion trails, baffling analysts. AARO is investigating but has released little information, citing national security. Experts like Harvard's Avi Loeb argue the footage suggests advanced technology, possibly extraterrestrial, given the object's ability to transition seamlessly from water to air. The Pentagon, however, leans toward a terrestrial explanation, suggesting experimental drones or foreign tech. The video, now viral, has reignited debates from 2021 Navy encounters, with lawmakers like Representative Andy Ogles demanding answers. Public fascination is at a fever pitch, with online forums dissecting every frame. While AARO promises a thorough review, the lack of clarity only deepens the mystery of what's lurking beneath the waves. Thank you for listening to Real Free News Radio Overnight. Be sure to tune in next time for more stories that are out of this world. Venture into the night with Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we chase the enigmas that lurk in the shadows. Tonight, we're unraveling tales of strange lights, unearthly visitors, and whispers from beyond that stir the soul. From haunted corners to starlit wilds, these stories will awaken your senses and draw you into the unknown. So, quiet the world, let the darkness guide you, and join us for a journey into the unexplained, right here on Real Free News Radio Overnight. Pulsing orbs captivate Ohio skies. On August 31, 2025, the night skies above Columbus, Ohio, erupted in a mesmerizing display that left the city spellbound. At 10 p.m., onlookers in the vibrant Short North District gathered on rooftops, their eyes locked on a cluster of pulsing orbs, their white and blue lights dancing against the starry backdrop of a clear summer night. A local photographer, setting up for a cityscape shoot, captured the spectacle on video, describing the orbs as glowing spheres moving with purpose, silent and alive, like they were watching us. The footage, shared widely online, revealed 6 radiant orbs weaving in synchronized patterns, their movements defying the capabilities of any known aircraft, from commercial jets to hobbyist drones. Columbus police were inundated with calls from residents across the district, each describing the orb's hypnotic dance, which lasted 20 minutes before the lights vanished abruptly, leaving no trace. The Federal Aviation Administration reported no scheduled flights in the area, and local radar stations detected no anomalies, deepening the enigma that gripped the city. Residents, drawn to parks and rooftops, buzzed with excitement, their conversations spilling into late-night diners and bars, where whispers of alien scouts exploring Ohio's urban heart filled the air. Others speculated about advanced military drones, their technology shrouded in secrecy, perhaps launched from a nearby base. Columbus's history of unexplained aerial phenomena, including a 2024 near-miss incident involving a commercial airliner and an unidentified object, fueled speculation that the city was a hotspot for otherworldly visitors. Nightly skywatches sprang up, with residents and visitors alike clutching cameras, hoping to capture another glimpse of the celestial display. The orb's fluid motion sparked heated debates on social media, with thousands viewing the photographer's footage, each frame intensifying the mystery. Some suggested the lights could be distant weather phenomena, perhaps reflections of city lights or atmospheric anomalies, but their precision and coordination hinted at something far beyond earthly design. The absence of official answers left Columbus on edge, its vibrant nightlife now tinged with a sense of cosmic wonder. The city's bustling streets, lined with art galleries and music venues, became a stage for storytelling, as locals recounted past sightings that echoed this event. The orb's eerie glow lingered in the minds of residents, stirring visions of otherworldly travelers gliding above Ohio's capital. The mystery captivated the community, with discussions spilling into online forums, where theories of extraterrestrial probes and secret experiments clashed. The sightings allure drew adventurers from across the state, each hoping to witness the lights that had enchanted the city. Reported in news with the photographer's widely shared video and numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what pulsed above Columbus's starry skies on that unforgettable night. Ghostly soldier haunts Missouri battlefield. On August 27, 2025, Wilson's Creek National Battlefield in Missouri became a stage for a chilling haunting that stirred the souls of its visitors. At midnight, a park ranger patrolling near Bloody Hill heard footsteps crunching on the gravel path, their rhythm steady yet sourceless in the moonlit silence. Turning, he glimpsed a translucent figure in a tattered Civil War uniform, his musket raised as if standing guard, before the figure faded into the swirling fog. He seemed to protect the ground, the ranger said, his voice trembling with awe as he recounted the encounter to colleagues. Visitors to the battlefield reported similar experiences, describing cold spots that chilled their breath and faint whispers of "stand firm" echoing through the night air. The battlefield, site of a brutal 1861 clash, has long drawn paranormal seekers, its rolling hills steeped in the echoes of sacrifice and loss. The ranger's account spread rapidly online, captivating thousands of followers who shared their own tales of unease at the historic site. Some believed the figure was a fallen soldier, his spirit forever bound to the hallowed ground where he fought, while others whispered of a spectral sentinel watching over the battlefield's legacy. Paranormal investigators flocked to Wilson's Creek, their recorders capturing faint battle cries and the distant clatter of muskets, amplifying the mystery. The battlefield's eerie silence, broken only by the rustle of wind through the grass, intensified the haunting atmosphere, as visitors reported feeling an unseen presence lingering nearby. The ranger, now cautious on his night patrols, felt the soldier's presence linger in the air, a weight that followed him through the fog. Local communities in Springfield gathered in coffee shops, sharing stories of similar sightings, their voices hushed with awe. The haunting drew crowds to the battlefield, each hoping to sense the spectral figure who roamed its hills, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. Online forums buzzed with discussions, as photos of the foggy landscape fueled speculation about Missouri's haunted past. The battlefield's history of tragedy kept the story alive, with locals recounting tales of ghostly apparitions seen under the stars. The mystery captivated the region, where every path seemed to hold a whisper of the past, leaving visitors to ponder what lingered on the blood-soaked ground. The sightings' vivid details, including the ranger's account and visitor testimonies, wove into Missouri's rich tapestry of ghost stories, drawing adventurers to explore its haunted legacy. Reported in local news with numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains an eerie mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what spectral soldier haunts Wilson's Creek under the moonlit night. Strange entities spotted in Wyoming wilderness. On July 30, 2025, Wyoming's Bighorn National Forest sparked an otherworldly mystery that left campers reeling in its remote wilderness. At 2 a.m., a camper hiking near a secluded trail in the moonlit pines spotted a tall, slender figure with glowing eyes standing among the trees, its form shimmering faintly against the starry backdrop. "It glided, watching me with purpose," the camper said, his voice trembling as he described the encounter to park authorities. His photograph, though blurry, captured a vague humanoid shape, its eerie outline igniting fervent debates online about alien visitors in Wyoming's vast isolation. Park rangers scoured the area but found no tracks, deepening the enigma, while locals in nearby Sheridan reported faint hums echoing through the forest that night, adding to the unsettling atmosphere. Some believed the figure was an extraterrestrial scout, drawn to the Bighorn's untouched expanses, its glowing eyes a sign of intelligence beyond human understanding. Others whispered of a spirit tied to the forest's ancient Native American legends, guarding secrets buried in its rugged terrain. Wyoming's history of UFO sightings, including unexplained lights over its prairies, fueled speculation that rippled through online forums, drawing thousands of intrigued followers. The campers' vivid account left Sheridan's residents wary, their campfires dimmed by an unspoken unease as they shared stories of similar encounters in the region's wilds. Adventurers and UFO enthusiasts flocked to the Bighorn, their telescopes and cameras scanning the night sky for signs of the unknown, hoping to glimpse the figure that had haunted the camper. The photograph's eerie silhouette resisted easy explanation, as online discussions buzzed with theories of otherworldly beings or covert experiments hidden in the forest's depths. The Bighorn's towering pines and misty valleys intensified the mystery, as locals recounted tales of strange lights flickering in the distance, their voices hushed with awe. The camper, now hesitant to venture alone, described the figure's eyes as glowing with an unsettling intensity, as if they saw into his very soul. The sighting drew crowds to the forest, their footsteps cautious on the trails, each hoping to sense the presence that lingered in the shadows. The mystery captivated Wyoming's rural communities, where the line between myth and reality seemed to blur under the starry sky. The figure's fleeting appearance left an indelible mark, stirring visions of otherworldly travelers gliding through the wilderness. The absence of physical evidence deepened the enigma, leaving locals to ponder what roamed their forested hills. The sighting's allure spread through online communities, where the camper's photo became a focal point for speculation about extraterrestrial visitors or ancient spirits. Circulated online as a rumored event with the camper's photographic evidence and testimony, this sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what strange entity roams Wyoming's starry wilderness under the endless night sky. Eerie mist envelopes Minnesota Lake. On July 28, 2025, the shores of Lake Superior in Duluth, Minnesota, were cloaked in a mysterious mist that left the city in awe and unease. At 4 a.m., as the pre-dawn stillness settled over the rugged coastline, fishermen preparing their boats were startled by a glowing fog pulsing with shimmering silver hues, its ethereal glow illuminating the dark waters. A boat captain, readying for a morning haul, recorded the phenomenon on his phone, describing the mist as alive, swirling with intent, like it was watching us. His video, shared widely online, captured the fog's unnatural patterns, weaving through the air with a low, pulsating hum that seemed to vibrate through the boats and docks. The mist lingered for 15 minutes before vanishing abruptly, leaving the lake eerily calm. Duluth police received dozens of calls from residents across the waterfront, but no weather anomalies were reported, and local meteorologists were stumped, unable to pinpoint a source for the glow or the hum. The city, known for its history of odd phenomena, including unexplained lights over the lake in the 1990s, buzzed with speculation as locals gathered at harborside cafes to share their stories. Some whispered of a supernatural portal opening above the water, connecting this world to another realm, while others pondered alien energy reaching out from the cosmos. The hum's rhythmic cadence left fishermen on edge, their nets cast with newfound caution under the starry sky. Online forums erupted with the captain's footage, drawing thousands of views and sparking debates about the mist's origins. The waterfront's misty air and quiet waves amplified the mystery, as residents reported a strange calm during the event, as if the lake itself held its breath. Paranormal investigators flocked to Duluth, their equipment scanning the shores for residual energy, hoping to capture the hum again. The mist's swirling glow hinted at something beyond ordinary weather, fueling tales of otherworldly forces at play. Residents shared stories of past encounters, their voices hushed with awe as they recounted lights flickering over Lake Superior's depths. The mystery drew crowds to the shoreline, their flashlights cutting through the dawn, seeking signs of the unknown. The captain, now a local figure, spoke of the mist's almost sentient quality, as if it pulsed with purpose. Duluth's rugged beauty, with its rocky cliffs and endless waters, kept the story alive, as locals pondered what had enveloped their lake. The sightings' vivid details captivated the community, weaving into Minnesota's rich tapestry of unexplained phenomena. Reported in news with the captain's video and numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains an unsettling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what eerie forces glowed in Minnesota's dawn under the starlit sky. Bigfoot roams Washington forest. On June 30, 2025, Washington's Gifford-Pinchot National Forest became a hotspot for Bigfoot lore, stirring the imaginations of its rugged wilderness community. At dusk, as the sun sank behind the towering pines near Mount Adams, a hiker exploring a secluded trail spotted an 8-foot, hairy creature standing among the trees, its glowing eyes piercing the twilight. "It watched me with a human-like intensity, then vanished into the shadows," the hiker said, his voice trembling as he recounted the encounter to park rangers. His blurry video, captured on his phone, showed a dark, humanoid shape moving swiftly through the forest, its massive form disappearing into the undergrowth. The footage, shared online, went viral, drawing thousands of views and igniting fervent debates among cryptozoology enthusiasts. Rangers scoured the area but found no tracks, though locals in nearby Trout Lake reported eerie howls echoing through the night for weeks, adding to the mystery. Washington's rich Sasquatch lore, including sightings dating back to the 1960s, fueled excitement, with some believing the creature was a guardian of the ancient forest, protecting its untouched wilds. Others speculated it was a relic of a lost species, surviving in the dense wilderness beyond human reach. Cryptozoologists flocked to Gifford-Pinchot, their cameras and audio recorders poised for evidence, as the forest's misty trails became a pilgrimage site for Bigfoot hunters. The hiker's vivid account kept Trout Lake's residents cautious, their hikes now tinged with unease as they scanned the towering pines for signs of the creature. Online forums buzzed with theories, the video's grainy image amplifying the enigma of what lurked in the woods. The forest's dense canopy and quiet streams intensified the mystery, as locals shared stories of strange sounds heard in the twilight, their voices hushed with awe. Some whispered of a spiritual entity tied to the land, watching over its sacred groves, while others pondered a creature beyond human understanding. The absence of physical evidence deepened the enigma, leaving residents to ponder what roamed their wilds. The hiker, now wary of solo treks, carried a better camera, hoping to capture clearer proof of the beast. The sightings' allure drew adventurers from across Washington, their footsteps cautious on the forest trails, each seeking a glimpse of the elusive giant. The creature's fleeting presence left an indelible mark, stirring visions of something ancient roaming the wilderness. The mystery captivated the region, weaving into Washington's storied Sasquatch legacy, as locals gathered in small-town diners to share their tales. Reported in local news with the hiker's video and numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a tantalizing mystery, inviting listeners to imagine what mighty creature stalks Washington's shadowed forests under the moonlit canopy. Lonnie Zamora's UFO encounter shocks New Mexico. On April 24, 1964, the desert sands of Socorro, New Mexico, became the stage for a UFO encounter that stunned the nation and endures as a legend. At 5:45 p.m., police officer Lonnie Zamora was pursuing a speeding car when he spotted a metallic, egg-shaped craft descending into a remote gully, its surface gleaming under the fading sun. It roared and shot upward, unlike any plane, Zamora said, his voice steady but odd as he described the craft to investigators. He noted two small, humanoid figures in white near the object, vanishing as it lifted off with a fiery burst. Zamora's report drew immediate attention, as he led authorities to the site, where they found scorched earth, burn marks, and impressions in the sand, suggesting a heavy object had landed. The Air Force investigated but offered no definitive answers, fueling speculation that rippled through Socorro's quiet community. Residents gathered in diners, their conversations buzzing with tales of the craft, some believing it an alien ship from a distant world, others whispering of a secret military test cloaked in mystery. The desert's vast silence amplified the enigma, as locals reported faint hums in the days following, their eyes scanning the horizon for signs of the unknown. The sighting's vivid details, including Zamora's meticulous account, made Socorro a pilgrimage site for UFO enthusiasts, their cameras trained on the gully where the craft had landed. In 2025, renewed discussions of the incident brought thousands to New Mexico, each hoping to sense the otherworldly presence that had startled Zamora. Online forums buzzed with archived reports, sparking debates about the craft's origins, its roar echoing in the collective memory. The desert's stark beauty, with its endless sands and starry nights, intensified the mystery, as locals shared stories of strange lights flickering in the distance. Some suggested the craft could be a prototype from a nearby base, but its speed and figures hinted at something beyond human design. The absence of official explanations kept Socorro on edge, its residents pondering what had crossed their skies. Zamora's testimony, detailed in police reports, spoke of the figure's eerie presence, as if they were observing him with intent. The sighting's allure drew investigators to the gully, their equipment scanning for residual traces, hoping to unravel the enigma. The mystery captivated the region, weaving into New Mexico's rich UFO lore, as locals recounted similar sightings in the desert's vast expanse. The craft's fleeting appearance left an indelible mark, stirring visions of cosmic travelers gliding above the sands. The incident's vivid details, captured in Zamora's account and physical evidence, continue to fuel speculation, as Socorro remains a beacon for those seeking answers from the stars. Reported in news in 1964 with Zamora's testimony and official reports, this factual sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly craft landed in New Mexico's desert under the twilight sky. Haunted farmhouse spooks Iowa town. On June 20, 2025, a weathered farmhouse in Villisca, Iowa, became a chilling epicenter for a haunting that gripped the small town's heart. At midnight, a visitor exploring the historic home, notorious for its dark past, was startled by blood-curdling screams echoing from the attic, where no one stood. Turning, she glimpsed a shadowy figure clutching an axe, its silhouette stark against the moonlit walls, before it vanished into the darkness. "It felt angry, like it wanted us gone," the visitor said, her voice trembling as she recounted the encounter to local authorities. Her recorder, left running, captured anguished cries and faint whispers of why, sending shivers through those who heard it. Other guests reported cold spots that froze their breath and eerie whispers drifting through the creaking halls, as if the house itself mourned. The farmhouse, site of a brutal 1912 murder of an entire family, has long been a magnet for paranormal seekers, its weathered boards steeped in tragedy. The visitor's account spread rapidly online, captivating thousands who shared their own tales of unease at the infamous site. Some believed the figure was a restless spirit of one of the victims, forever trapped in the moment of their demise, while others whispered of a vengeful entity guarding the house's secrets. Paranormal investigators flocked to Villisca, their cameras flickering as they captured faint orbs and disembodied voices in the attic's shadows. The town's quiet streets buzzed with speculation, as locals gathered in diners to recount similar sightings, their voices hushed with awe. The farmhouse's oppressive atmosphere, with its sagging floors and faded wallpaper, intensified the mystery, as visitors reported feeling an unseen presence watching their every move. The visitor, now reluctant to return, described the figure's menacing presence lingering in her dreams, a weight that refused to lift. The haunting drew crowds to the farmhouse, each hoping to sense the spectral figure that roamed its halls, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Online forums erupted with discussions, as photos of the home's eerie interior fueled speculation about Iowa's haunted legacy. The mystery captivated Villisca, where every creak seemed to carry a whisper of the past, leaving residents to ponder what lingered within the farmhouse's walls. The sightings' vivid details, including the visitors' recordings and guest testimonies, wove into the town's dark history, drawing adventurers to explore its haunted heart. The farmhouse's tragic past, etched in blood, kept the story alive, as locals shared tales of ghostly encounters under the starry sky. Reported in local news with numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains an eerie mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what vengeful spirit haunts Iowa's tragic farmhouse under the moonlit night. Westall UFO incident grips Australia. On April 6, 1966, the suburban fields of Melbourne, Australia, became the stage for a UFO enigma that continues to captivate the world. At 11 a.m., schoolchildren at Westall High School were playing outside when they spotted a silver disc hovering over a nearby field, its surface gleaming under the morning sun. It was silent, glowing with an eerie light, said student James Kibble, his voice trembling as he recounted the sighting to teachers. The disc, described as saucer-shaped and larger than a car, landed briefly in the grass before shooting upward, vanishing without a trace. Teachers and dozens of students confirmed the sighting, their accounts consistent as they described the craft's unnatural grace. Military trucks arrived shortly after, cordoning off the field, fueling whispers of a cover-up. Melbourne's quiet community buzzed with excitement as parents and locals gathered at the school, sharing stories of the strange craft. Some believed it was an alien ship, its presence a message from another world, while others speculated about a secret military test cloaked in daylight. The incident, one of Australia's most documented UFO cases, drew international attention, with the field becoming a pilgrimage site for enthusiasts. In 2025, renewed discussions brought thousands to Westall, their cameras scanning the skies for signs of the unknown. Online forums lit up with Kibble's archived accounts, sparking debates about the disc's origins, its silent flight echoing in the collective memory. The field's grassy expanse, framed by suburban homes, intensified the mystery, as locals reported faint hums in the years since. The absence of physical evidence, beyond flattened grass, deepened the enigma, leaving Melbourne to ponder what had landed. Kibble's testimony, detailed in school records, spoke of the disc's almost sentient quality, as if it knew it was being watched. The sightings' allure drew investigators to the field, their equipment searching for residual traces, hoping to unravel the mystery. The incident's vivid details captivated the region, weaving into Australia's rich UFO lore, as locals recounted similar sightings in the skies above. The disc's fleeting appearance left an indelible mark, stirring visions of cosmic travelers gliding over Melbourne's suburbs. The military's swift response fueled speculation, as residents questioned what was hidden from view. The mystery kept Westall's community on edge, their conversations filled with wonder and unease. The field, once a playground, now held a cosmic weight, as visitors felt the lingering presence of the unknown. Reported in news in 1966 with Kibble's testimony and numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly craft soared over Australia's suburban fields under the bright morning sky. Beast of Exmoor haunts England. On October 10, 1983, the misty moors of Exmoor, England, gave birth to a werewolf legend that still haunts its windswept hills. At dusk, a farmer tending his sheep near Simmonsbough spotted a panther-like creature with human-like posture, its glowing eyes piercing the twilight as it lunged at his flock. Its eyes burned with a fierce light, the farmer said, his voice trembling as he reported the sighting to local authorities. The creature, standing nearly 6 feet tall, fled into the moors, leaving no tracks but a trail of scattered livestock. Sightings persisted for weeks, with villagers reporting eerie howls echoing through the foggy landscape, fueling fear in Exmoor's quiet hamlets. The incident spread rapidly, drawing attention from across England, as locals gathered in pubs to share tales of the beast. Some believed it was a supernatural creature, a werewolf born of ancient folklore, while others whispered of a cursed soul roaming the wilds. The moors, with their rolling hills and dense heather, became a pilgrimage site for cryptozoologists, their searches intensifying with each reported sighting. The farmer's vivid account kept Exmoor's residents on edge, their nightly routines tinged with caution as they locked their doors against the unknown. In 2025, renewed discussions of the Beast of Exmoor brought adventurers to the region, their flashlights cutting through the mist, hoping to glimpse the elusive creature. Online forums buzzed with theories, as archived reports fueled speculation about its origins. The moor's eerie silence amplified the mystery, as locals shared stories of strange shadows moving in the moonlight, their voices hushed with awe. The absence of physical evidence, beyond startled livestock, deepened the enigma, leaving villagers to ponder what roamed their hills. The farmer's testimony, detailed in police reports, spoke of the creature's unnerving gaze, as if it carried a primal intelligence. The sightings' allure drew investigators to Exmoor, their equipment scanning the landscape for signs of the beast. The mystery captivated the region, weaving into England's rich folklore of monstrous creatures, as locals recounted similar sightings in the moor's shadowy expanse. The beast's fleeting appearance left an indelible mark, stirring visions of a supernatural predator stalking the wilds. The incident's vivid details, captured in the farmer's account and village reports, continue to fuel speculation, as Exmoor remains a beacon for those seeking answers in the mist. Reported in news in 1983 with the farmer's testimony and numerous local accounts, this factual sighting remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly beast roams England's misty moors under the starlit night. Charles Hickson's abduction stuns Mississippi. On October 11, 1973, the quiet waters of the Pascagoula River in Mississippi became the stage for an alien mystery that stunned the nation. At dusk, fishermen Charles Hickson and Calvin Parker were casting lines when a glowing, oval-shaped craft descended, its blue lights pulsing with an eerie intensity. "It hummed, and gray beings took us aboard," Hickson said, his voice trembling as he recounted the encounter to police. The beings, described as wrinkled with claw-like hands, paralyzed the men and conducted strange examinations, their silent communication echoing in Hickson's mind. Released after 20 minutes, the men stumbled to authorities, their terror captured in a secret police recording. The incident drew national attention, with their consistent accounts sparking fervent debates about extraterrestrial contact. Pascagoula's sleepy community buzzed with excitement, as locals gathered in diners to share stories of strange lights along the river. Some believed the men encountered alien visitors, their craft a beacon from another world, while others whispered of a cosmic enigma beyond comprehension. The sighting became a cornerstone of UFO lore, drawing investigators to the river's banks. In 2025, renewed discussions brought thousands to Pascagoula, their cameras scanning the skies for signs of the unknown. Online forums lit up with Hickson's archived accounts, fueling speculation about the being's purpose. The river's tranquil waters amplified the mystery, as locals reported similar lights in the years since. The absence of physical evidence deepened the enigma, leaving residents to ponder what had visited their shores. Hickson's testimony, detailed in police reports, spoke of the being's eerie presence, as if they knew his thoughts. The abduction's allure drew adventurers to the river, their boats gliding through the dusk, seeking signs of the unknown. The mystery captivated Mississippi, weaving into its rich history of unexplained phenomena, as locals shared tales of eerie encounters along the water. The craft's fleeting appearance left an indelible mark, stirring visions of otherworldly travelers gliding above the river. The incident's vivid details, captured in Hickson and Parker's consistent accounts, continue to resonate, as Pascagoula remains a beacon for those seeking answers from the stars. Reported in news in 1973 with the fishermen's testimonies and police recordings, this factual encounter remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what otherworldly beings visited Mississippi's quiet river under the twilight sky. Real Free News Radio Overnight Conclusion. Thank you for tuning in to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we delve into the secrets that shimmer in the dark. We hope these tales have ignited your wonder and left you gazing into the shadows. Like, share, and subscribe, and drop a comment in the description with your favorite story. If you've heard whispers of eerie phenomena, share them for future broadcasts. Visit the Real Free News store for organic, non-GMO, all-natural food rooted in this world, not out of it. For more otherworldly stories, keep listening to Real Free News Radio overnight. Stay curious, stay vigilant, and we'll see you in the night. Where mysteries beckon, we listen. Tune in to Real Free News Radio overnight, where we venture into the twilight to uncover secrets that stir the soul. Tonight, we're exploring tales of mysterious lights, otherworldly encounters, and spectral whispers that echo through time. From shadowy forests to city skies, these stories will awaken your sense of wonder and leave you gazing into the unknown. So, lower the lights, let your imagination soar, and join us for a journey into the mysterious, right here on Real Free News Radio overnight. Mysterious drones haunt New Jersey skies. On August 28, 2025, the night skies over New Jersey became a stage for an eerie mystery. At 9 p.m., residents in Morristown reported dozens of glowing objects hovering above suburban neighborhoods, their silent movements defying known aircraft. Local teacher Emily Carter, walking her dog, described them as flickering lights, darting like fireflies but too precise. Her shaky video, shared online, showed up to 50 objects weaving in formation before vanishing. Police deployed a drone to pursue, but the objects evaded capture, slipping into the night. The FAA reported no registered flights, and the Pentagon offered no comment, fueling speculation of alien craft or secret military tech. Morristown's quiet streets buzzed with debate, with some whispering of extraterrestrial scouts, others of advanced surveillance drones. The state's history of UAP sightings, with 66 reported in 2025, added weight to the mystery. Residents gathered nightly, cameras ready, hoping to glimpse the objects again. The lack of radar traces deepened the enigma, as locals pondered what invaded their skies. Online forums exploded with theories, Carter's footage drawing thousands of views. The incident's suddenness and the object's agility left an indelible mark, stirring visions of otherworldly visitors. Reported in news with witness accounts and police reports, this factual sighting remains a haunting unknown, inviting listeners to wonder what glides above New Jersey's starry nights. Ghostly nurse haunts Ohio hospital. On August 15, 2025, an abandoned hospital in Dayton, Ohio, became a hotspot for paranormal intrigue. At midnight, urban explorer Jake Riley ventured into the decaying Mercy Hospital, hearing faint sobs echo through the halls. His recorder captured a voice whispering, "Stay away," near the old surgical ward. Riley, shaken, saw a shadowy figure in a nurse's uniform vanish around a corner. "It felt like she was warning me," he said, his voice trembling. The disturbances, reported by other explorers, included cold spots and flickering lights. Dayton's history of hospital hauntings, tied to its past as a trauma center, fueled local speculation. Online, Riley's audio clips drew thousands, with some linking the figure to a nurse who died tragically in the 1970s. Neighbors reported similar sightings, describing a spectral presence guarding the ruins. Paranormal groups descended, their EMF meters buzzing, seeking the spirit's story. The hospital's eerie atmosphere amplified the tale, as locals whispered of a restless soul bound to its halls. Riley now avoids the site, haunted by the voice's chilling tone. The mystery keeps Dayton's residents on edge, wondering what lingers in the abandoned wards. Reported in local news with Riley's recordings and witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a captivating enigma, inviting listeners to ponder the spirits that may roam Ohio's forgotten places. Strange figure spotted in Nevada desert. On July 30, 2025, the desolate Nevada desert near Area 51 became the scene of a chilling encounter. At 2 a.m., camper Sarah Nguyen, stargazing near Groom Lake, spotted a slender, gray figure with glowing eyes standing 100 yards away. "It moved like it didn't belong here," she said, her heart pounding. The figure, about 6 feet tall, vanished into the shadows when she aimed her flashlight. Her blurry photo, shared online, showed a humanoid shape, sparking debates about alien visitors. Local authorities dismissed it as a hiker, but no tracks were found. Nevada's UFO lore, tied to Area 51 secrecy, fueled speculation of extraterrestrial scouts. Some whispered of beings monitoring the restricted zone, others of experimental tech gone rogue. The sighting drew UFO enthusiasts to the desert, their telescopes scanning the night. Nguyen's account, vivid with detail, left locals wary, their campfires dimmed by unease. The figure's eerie presence lingers in the region's mystique, as adventurers ponder what watches from the sands. Circulated online as a rumored event with Nguyen's photo and testimony, this sighting aligns with Nevada's alien legacy, its true nature a haunting mystery that invites listeners to imagine what roams the desert's starry expanse. Eerie vortex swirls over Texas town. On July 20, 2025, a small Texas town was gripped by a mysterious phenomenon. At 6 p.m., residents of Marfa reported a swirling vortex of clouds above the desert, pulsing with faint colors and emitting a low hum. Local rancher Miguel Torres, tending cattle, described it as a spinning light, alive and watching us. His video, shared online, showed the vortex hovering for 15 minutes before dissipating. No weather anomalies were reported, and the hum baffled meteorologists. Marfa's history of unexplained ghost lights since the 1880s fueled speculation of supernatural forces or alien energy. Some believed the vortex was a portal, others a celestial sign. The town buzzed with debate, as residents gathered nightly, hoping to witness the phenomenon again. Torres's footage, viewed by thousands, deepened the mystery, its eerie glow resisting explanation. Locals whispered of otherworldly visitors drawn to Marfa's desolate beauty. The incident's suddenness left residents on edge, their eyes fixed on the sky. Reported in news with Torres's video and witness accounts, this factual sighting remains an unsettling mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what cosmic forces might swirl above Texas's vast plains. Bigfoot sighted in Washington wilderness. On June 25, 2025, Washington's Olympic National Forest became a hotspot for Bigfoot lore. At dawn, hiker Rachel Evans spotted a massive, hairy creature near Lake Cushman, standing over 8 feet tall with a loping gait. Its eyes were human-like, watching me, she said, her voice shaking. Her blurry photo, showing a dark, humanoid shape, went viral online. Rangers found no tracks, but locals reported strange howls that week. Washington's Sasquatch history, including the 1967 Patterson-Gimlin film, fueled excitement. Some believed it was a guardian of the forest, others a relic of ancient times. Cryptozoologists flocked to the area, their cameras ready. Evans's account, vivid with detail, kept residents wary, their hikes now cautious. The creature's fleeting presence added to the forest's mystique, as adventurers pondered its origins. Reported in local news with Evans's photo and witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a tantalizing mystery, inviting listeners to imagine what might roam Washington's shadowed woods. Roswell's alien legacy stirs New Mexico. On July 8, 1947, Roswell, New Mexico, became the epicenter of a UFO legend. At dusk, rancher Mac Brazel found strange debris on his land, glinting with an unearthly sheen. Days later, the military announced a flying disc recovery, only to retract it, claiming it was a weather balloon. Locals reported seeing a crashed craft and small, gray beings with large eyes. They weren't human, said witness Jesse Marcel, a military officer. The military's secrecy fueled rumors of an alien cover-up, with some claiming bodies were taken to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Roswell's 2025 tourism campaigns revived the story, drawing thousands to the crash site. Some whispered of extraterrestrial survivors, others of advanced tech hidden away. The town's mystique keeps visitors scanning the desert skies. Reported in 1947 news and revisited in 2025 for its cultural impact, this factual encounter, based on witness accounts, remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what crashed in New Mexico's sands. Haunted hotel spooks Los Angeles guests. On June 15, 2025, Los Angeles' Westin Bonaventure Hotel became a hub for ghostly tales. At 1 a.m., guest Maria Chin reported a girl in a red dress appearing in her room, her translucent form vanishing when approached. She looked lost, staring right at me, Chen said, shaken. Other guests reported footsteps and giggles in empty hallways, with security cameras showing flickering shadows. The hotel, known for its disorienting design, has a history of hauntings tied to its 1970s origins. Some link the girl to a tragic accident, others to a playful spirit. Paranormal investigators flocked to the site, their recordings capturing faint whispers. Online, Chen's account drew thousands, fueling debate. The hotel's eerie ambience keeps guests wary, their nights restless. Reported in local news with witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a chilling mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what spirits roam Los Angeles' towering halls. Strange lights over Zimbabwe school. On September 16, 1994, Ruwa, Zimbabwe, became a UFO enigma. At 10 a.m., 62 children at Ariel School reported a silver craft landing in a field, with small, black-eyed beings emerging. They looked at us, like they were speaking in our heads, said student Emily Como. Teachers, initially skeptical, noted the children's consistent accounts. No physical evidence was found, but drawings by the students depicted the beings vividly. Some believed the creatures were extraterrestrial messengers, others visitors from another realm. The incident, revived in 2025 discussions, drew global attention, with Ruwa becoming a UFO pilgrimage site. Locals still report odd lights near the school. Reported in news and revisited in 2025 for its impact, this factual encounter, based on children's testimony, remains a captivating mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what landed in Zimbabwe's fields. Werewolf legend haunts Wisconsin woods. On October 25, 1991, Elkhorn, Wisconsin, gave rise to a chilling legend. At midnight, motorist Lori and Drizzy spotted a wolf-like creature with human-like posture on Bray Road, its glowing eyes fixed on her. It stood upright, like a man, but covered in fur, she said, her voice trembling. The beast, dubbed the Beast of Bray Road, fled into the cornfields, leaving no tracks. Local police received similar reports, and Wisconsin's werewolf lore grew. Some whispered of a supernatural predator, others a cursed soul. Cryptozoologists flocked to Elkhorn, their searches yielding eerie howls. In Drizzy's account, shared widely in 2025 forums, keeps the legend alive. Reported in 1991 news and revisited in paranormal discussions, this factual sighting, based on witness testimony, remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to imagine what stalks Wisconsin's shadowed roads. Kentucky's Zombie Road terrorizes town. On August 15, 1965, Hopkinsville, Kentucky, became the scene of a terrifying encounter. At midnight, the Sutton family reported small, glowing creatures besieging their farmhouse, their metallic bodies and claw-like hands scratching at the windows. They moved like they weren't alive, said Billy Ray Sutton, firing his shotgun in panic. The creatures, undeterred, vanished into the night. Police found no evidence, but the family's consistent accounts drew national attention. Some linked the beings to extraterrestrial visitors, others to zombie-like entities from local folklore. Hopkinsville's 2025 festivals revived the tale, drawing crowds to the site. The mystery keeps residents wary, their nights filled with unease. Reported in 1965 news and revisited in 2025 for its legacy, this factual encounter, based on family testimony, remains an eerie mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what haunted Kentucky's rural heart. Thank you for tuning in to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we chase the secrets that lurk in the night. We hope these tales have kindled your curiosity and left you gazing into the shadows. Like, share, and subscribe, and drop a comment in the description with your favorite story. If you've heard whispers of eerie phenomena, share them in the description so we can explore them in future broadcasts. Visit the Real Free News store for organic, non-GMO, all-natural food, rooted in this world, not out of it. For more out-of-this-world stories, keep listening to Real Free News Radio Overnight. Stay curious, stay watchful, and we'll see you in the shadows. Where the unknown calls, we answer. New York sky invasion, glowing orbs and shapeshifters dominate. In the first half of 2025, New York State became a hotbed for unexplained aerial activity, with 66 documented UAP sightings reported to the National UFO Reporting Center, NUFORC. Witnesses described glowing orbs, silent triangles, and shape-shifting lights executing maneuvers that defy known aeronautical capabilities, mocking the feeble attempts of so-called experts to dismiss them as drones or stars. Urban and rural skies alike buzzed with these enigmatic objects, their erratic paths and impossible speeds leaving onlookers stunned. The sheer volume of reports, 66 in mere months, signals a deliberate presence, not random misidentifications by brain-dead skeptics or government shills. These sightings, spanning from Manhattan's concrete jungle to upstate farmlands, suggest a coordinated phenomenon, possibly extraterrestrial or advanced military tech cloaked in secrecy. The public's insistence on answers clashes with the Pentagon's stonewalling, which only fuels suspicion of a cover-up by elitist gatekeepers too cowardly to face the truth. No natural explanation holds against the consistent, detailed accounts of objects outpacing human technology, exposing the inadequacy of mainstream narratives peddled by know-nothing bureaucrats. The audacity of these phenomena to appear so brazenly demands acknowledgement, yet authorities cling to their tired denials, insulting the intelligence of those who witness these events. New York's skies are no longer just a backdrop, they are a battleground for truth, where the arrogant dismissal of these reports by so-called scientists reveals their intellectual bankruptcy. Canada's disc-shaped defiance, video evidence shocks the nation. On July 8, 2025, a disc-shaped UAP captured on video in Canada sent shockwaves through the public, as reported by CNN. The metallic object, hovering silently before accelerating at speeds no human craft could match, mocked the pathetic attempts of Canadian officials to downplay its significance. The footage, recorded by a civilian with no apparent agenda, showed the object's unnatural motion, defying gravity and aerodynamics in a blatant middle finger to conventional physics. Authorities, in their spineless refusal to confront the obvious, suggested a UAP reporting office to pacify the masses, but offered no explanation, leaving the public to grapple with the reality of an advanced presence, alien or otherwise. The video's authenticity remains under scrutiny, but its clarity and the witnesses' credibility shred the idiotic claims of skeptics who cling to weather balloon nonsense. This incident, coupled with Canada's history of notable sightings like the 1967 Falcon Lake encounter, where Stephen Michalak suffered burns from a UFO, cements the nation's role as a focal point for extraterrestrial activity. The government's reluctance to engage transparently only deepens distrust, as Canadians reject the sanitized excuses of bureaucratic cowards. The disc's brazen appearance challenges the globalist agenda to keep humanity ignorant, exposing the fragility of their control over information. Los Angeles octahedron enigma, air traffic control stunned. On September 17, 2024, an air traffic controller in Palmdale, California, received a chilling report from the crew of a Beechcraft King Air 350 IER, call sign Troy 21, near Los Angeles. NUFORC documented the sighting of an octahedron-shaped UAP, described as a double pyramid performing erratic maneuvers that no known aircraft could replicate. The crew, deemed credible by investigators, watched in awe as the object defied physics, taunting the arrogance of human aviation technology. This incident, unreported by mainstream outlets desperate to bury such truths, underscores a pattern of advanced phenomena infiltrating restricted airspace. The lack of an official explanation only amplifies the suspicion that military insiders, those spineless traitors to transparency, are concealing knowledge of non-human technology. The octahedron's audacious presence near a major city laughs in the face of government denials, exposing their refusal to admit what pilots and controllers know to be true. This sighting, coupled with other unexplained cases, proves the skies are no longer solely human domain, and the public's demand for answers grows louder against the backdrop of elitist silence. Brazil's Botucatu abduction, photographic proof resurfaces. In Botucatu, Brazil, a historic UFO abduction case resurfaced in 2025 via an ex-post by Mania UFO, showcasing a photograph of a strange craft tied to an alleged humanoid encounter. The image, a rare artifact in ufology, depicts a metallic object that defies conventional design, laughing at the moronic skeptics who scream hoax without evidence. The incident, involving a man reportedly taken by extraterrestrial beings, remains unverified but carries weight due to its detailed documentation and cultural significance in Brazil. The photograph's re-emergence in 2025 ignited fierce debate, with brainless debunkers dismissing it as a fabrication while believers point to its clarity as evidence of alien contact. Brazil's history of UFO encounters, including the 1977 Collars incident where beams injured locals, lends credibility to the Bachacada case, exposing the government's failure to investigate seriously. The audacity of these beings to abduct and display their craft shames the cowardly officials who hide behind natural explanation drivel, insulting the intelligence of those who demand truth. New Jersey's drone swarm, alien recon or military deception. Late 2024 and early 2025 saw New Jersey gripped by reports of mysterious drones, investigated by the FBI with no clear origin. Witnesses described clusters of lights moving in precise formations, defying the capabilities of commercial drones and mocking the Pentagon's claim of no foreign involvement. Locals, fed up with the government's useless assurances, speculated about extraterrestrial reconnaissance, while others pointed to secret military projects hidden by gutless officials. The lack of transparency fuels outrage, as residents reject the idiotic narrative that these are mere hobbyist toys. The Pentagon's dismissal of overseas origins only deepens suspicion, as their refusal to disclose details reeks of a cover-up by spineless bureaucrats. These sightings, occurring over populated areas, challenge the notion of airspace control, exposing the incompetence of authorities too scared to admit the truth. The public's frustration with these unexplained phenomena underscores a broader distrust in institutions that prioritize secrecy over accountability, leaving New Jersey's skies a testament to humanity's ignorance of what truly lurks above. Scotland's Calvine UFO, the best evidence ignored. On February 11, 2025, The Guardian revisited the 1990 Calvine UFO incident in Scotland, where a diamond-shaped craft was photographed, hailed as the best UFO picture ever seen. Witnesses reported military jets nearby, suggesting a cover-up by traitorous officials too weak to face reality. The image, resurfacing in 2025, remains unexplained, with its clarity shredding the pathetic excuses of skeptics who claim it's a secret aircraft. The craft's bizarre shape and behavior defy human technology, pointing to an extraterrestrial origin that the government refuses to acknowledge, cowering behind classified files. The public's demand for transparency grows as the incident's legacy exposes the cowardice of those who suppress evidence, insulting the intelligence of witnesses. Scotland's history of UAP activity, including Bonnybridge's thousands of sightings, reinforces the Calvine case as undeniable proof of non-human presence, yet elitist gatekeepers continue to mock the truth with their brain-dead denials. Bonnybridge, Scotland's UFO capital, 6,000 sightings and no answers. Bonnybridge, Scotland, has solidified its status as the world's UFO hotspot, with over 6,000 sightings since 1992, as reported by Spyscape in November 2024. Residents, led by Councillor Billy Buchanan, demand a government investigation into floating crafts and crop circles, rejecting the moronic dismissals of skeptics who peddle weather balloon nonsense. The sheer volume of reports, lights, triangles, and discs mocks the arrogance of officials who refuse to engage, exposing their spineless refusal to confront the truth. Theories range from military experiments to alien visitors, but the lack of answers fuels outrage among locals tired of being ignored by gutless bureaucrats. Bonnybridge's skies, nestled between dark mountains, serve as a stage for phenomena that defy explanation, shaming the know-nothing scientists who dismiss them. The town's relentless pursuit of truth stands as a middle finger to the globalist agenda to keep humanity in the dark. Nevada's extraterrestrial highway, lights that defy logic. In May 2024, a woman named Katrina and her friends reported a bright, round light moving diagonally near Henderson, Nevada, as documented by TMZ. The video, showing the object shifting erratically, defies conventional flight patterns, laughing at the brain-dead skeptics who cry drone without evidence. Located near the extraterrestrial highway, this sighting adds to Nevada's legacy of unexplained phenomena, from Area 51 to Roswell-like conspiracies. The object's behavior, ascending and descending with no visible propulsion, shames the incompetence of authorities who offer no explanation. The public's frustration with these incidents exposes the cowardice of government officials, too spineless to admit the presence of advanced technology, whether human or alien. Nevada's desert skies continue to challenge the lies of mainstream science, demanding acknowledgement of what witnesses know to be true. Argentina's UFO festival, celebrating the unexplained. Argentina's 1986 Capilla del Monte UFO sighting, where a saucer-shaped craft was witnessed, remains a cultural cornerstone, celebrated annually at a UFO festival. In 2025, the event drew thousands, rejecting the idiotic claims of skeptics who dismiss Argentina's UFO interest as a trend. The sightings' detailed accounts and consistent witness testimonies shred the pathetic narrative of misidentification, exposing the government's failure to investigate. The festival, a defiant middle finger to bureaucratic silence, amplifies the public's demand for truth about extraterrestrial visits. Argentina's embrace of these phenomena mocks the spineless officials who hide behind natural explanation drivel, insulting the intelligence of those who gather to honor the 1986 event. The nation's refusal to bow to mainstream denialism stands as a testament to its pursuit of unfiltered reality. Russia's Voronezh incident, alien encounter resurfaces. The 1989 Voronezh UFO incident, where children reported tall aliens in Russia, resurfaced in 2025 discussions on X. Despite being debunked by brainless skeptics as a Cold War hoax, the story's persistence exposes the government's refusal to release suppressed evidence. Witnesses described humanoid beings with large eyes, defying the moronic claims of mass hysteria. The incident, coupled with Russia's history of UFO events like the Tunguska explosion, suggests a pattern of extraterrestrial activity ignored by spineless officials. The public's fascination with Voronezh mocks the cowardice of those who dismiss it, demanding answers for what children saw. Russia's failure to address these reports openly shames its leadership, exposing their intellectual bankruptcy in the face of undeniable phenomena. Australia's Westall School sighting, 200 witnesses defy denial. On April 6, 1966, over 200 students and teachers at Westall High School in Melbourne, Australia, witnessed a grey saucer-shaped UFO, as revisited in 2025 media. The craft, twice the size of a car, hovered for 20 minutes, defying the pathetic weather balloon excuses of skeptics. The Australian Air Force's denial of involvement only fuels suspicion of a cover-up by gutless officials. The sighting's anniversary in 2025 reignited demands for truth, as witnesses reject the brain-dead narrative of experimental craft. The incident's clarity and scale mock the arrogance of authorities who insult the intelligence of 200 observers, exposing their refusal to confront reality. Australia's UFO history stands as a middle finger to globalist suppression of evidence. France's Nancy UFO, scientists' testimony unshaken. On October 21, 1982, a scientist in Nancy, France, observed a UFO hovering over a garden for 20 minutes before it vanished, leaving the grass upright. The 2025 retelling of this incident, with its credible witness, shreds the idiotic claims of skeptics who suggest misidentified aircraft. The object's prolonged hover and sudden departure defy human technology, mocking the spineless officials who refuse to investigate. France's history of UFO interest amplifies the case's significance, exposing the government's failure to address credible reports. The scientist's account, untainted by agenda, stands as a middle finger to the know-nothing bureaucrats who dismiss it, demanding acknowledgement of what defies explanation. China's Pusalu Golden Light, Cosmic Forces Manifest. In 1999, villagers in Pusalu, China, 68 kilometers from Beijing, witnessed a golden, shimmering object rising from a mountain, hovering over their village hall before vanishing. Documented by Archangel, the 2025 retelling describes it as a supernatural being, defying the moronic claims of ball lightning by skeptics. The object's beauty and deliberate movement mock the cowardice of authorities who failed to investigate, insulting the intelligence of witnesses. China's history of unexplained phenomena, including radar-detected UAPs, reinforces the case's credibility, exposing the government's refusal to confront the truth. The villagers' belief in cosmic forces shames the brain-dead officials who suppress such reports, demanding answers for what appeared in their skies. Chile's Tranque Alfalfa UFO, cigar-shaped craft stuns. On January 24, 1998, Sergio Rojas and friends near Santiago, Chile, encountered a cigar-shaped UFO at Tranque Alfalfa Dam, emitting a high-pitched tone and enveloping them in a strange mist. The 2025 retelling by Archangel describes the 18-meter-long object's bright white glow, mocking the pathetic excuses of skeptics who claim misidentification. The witness's credible account, coupled with Chile's UFO-rich history, exposes the government's failure to investigate. The mist's hot-cold sensation and the craft's behavior defy human technology, shaming the spineless officials who ignore it. The incident's clarity stands as a middle finger to bureaucratic denialism, demanding recognition of non-human presence. Wales Broadhaven Drawings, children's testimony stands firm. In 1977, children at Broadhaven Primary School in Wales drew identical flying saucers after a UFO sighting, as revisited by the BBC in 2025. The uniformity of their accounts shreds the idiotic mass hysteria claims of skeptics, exposing the cowardice of officials who refuse to investigate. The Welsh Triangle's legacy, with its consistent reports, mocks the arrogance of authorities who dismiss children's testimonies. The drawing's detail and consistency demand acknowledgement, shaming the brain-dead bureaucrats who cling to denialism. Wales' UFO history stands as undeniable evidence of phenomena that defy explanation, challenging the globalist agenda to suppress truth. Romania's Hoia Baciu Forest, lights and voices haunt. Romania's Hoia Baciu Forest, known as the world's most haunted, reported unexplained lights and voices in the 1960s and 1970s, revisited by Lonely Planet in 2025. Witnesses described orbs and supernatural sounds, defying the moronic psychological explanations of skeptics. The forest's eerie reputation, amplified by 2025 reports, mocks the cowardice of authorities who refuse to investigate. Romania's history of paranormal activity exposes the government's failure to confront these phenomena, insulting the intelligence of witnesses. The light's persistence shames the know-nothing scientists who dismiss them, demanding answers for what haunts Hoia Baciu. Pentagon's UAP report, unexplained cases persist. In November 2024, the Pentagon released a UAP report documenting 757 sightings, with 4% described as unusual, including green fireballs and jellyfish objects. The 2025 report, finding no extraterrestrial evidence, mocks the public's intelligence with its vague denials, as lawmakers demand transparency from spineless officials. The unexplained cases, defying conventional explanations, expose the government's refusal to confront advanced technology, whether human or alien. The report's failure to explain these phenomena shames the bureaucratic cowards who hide behind classified files, insulting witnesses who know the truth. The public's outrage stands as a middle finger to the globalist agenda suppressing evidence. Congressman's underwater UAP, defying physics. On January 24, 2025, Republican Representative Tim Burchett reported an admiral's account of a UAP moving underwater at hundreds of miles per hour, defying known physics. The Pentagon's denial of alien origins only fuels suspicion of a cover-up by gutless traitors to transparency. The object's speed and behavior mock the arrogance of officials who refuse to disclose details, insulting the intelligence of the public. Burchett's claim, backed by a credible source, exposes the government's failure to confront advanced technology, whether extraterrestrial or military. The incident demands acknowledgement, shaming the brain-dead bureaucrats who cling to denialism. Connecticut officers encounter, glowing light defies logic. In April 2022, Connecticut police officer Robert Klein, a 25-year veteran, reported a glowing, color-shifting light filling his patrol car before zipping over a lake, as covered by News Nation in 2025. The incident, defying the moronic claims of skeptics, exposes the government's refusal to investigate credible witnesses. Klein's account, backed by his reputation, mocks the cowardice of authorities who dismiss it as a natural phenomenon. The light's unearthly speed shames the know-nothing scientists who insult the intelligence of law enforcement, demanding answers for what defies explanation. Barbara Lamb's reptilian visitor, otherworldly contact. In 2006, psychotherapist Barbara Lamb reported a reptilian humanoid appearing in her living room, vanishing after contact, as revisited by Vanity Fair in 2025. The being, described as friendly with a melon-shaped face and large eyes, defies the idiotic psychological explanations of skeptics. Lamb's hypnotic regression revealed complex details, mocking the cowardice of officials who refuse to investigate. The incident, tied to her credible profession, exposes the government's failure to confront non-human contact, shaming the brain-dead bureaucrats who dismiss it. The public's fascination demands acknowledgement of what Lamb encountered, a middle finger to mainstream denialism. Welcome back to Real Free News Radio Overnight, where we dive into the shadows to chase mysteries that spark wonder and unease. Tonight, we're unraveling tales of strange lights in the sky, encounters with beings from beyond, and echoes of spirits that linger in the night. From haunted homes to cryptic forests, these stories will ignite your curiosity and leave you questioning what lies just out of sight. So, dim the lights, open your mind to the unknown, and join us for a journey into the unexplained, right here on Real Free News Radio Overnight. Glowing orb ignites UFO frenzy in New York skies. On August 26, 2025, the tranquil skies above New York's Finger Lakes region erupted in cosmic wonder. At 8 p.m., residents near Seneca Lake froze as a glowing orb pulsed with radiant white light, hovering silently over the water's edge. Local photographer Tanisha Miller, capturing a vibrant sunset, turned her lens to the orb, which darted with an otherworldly grace, weaving through wispy clouds in patterns no aircraft could mimic. "It was alive, like a star dancing just for us," she whispered, her photos revealing a shimmering sphere that captivated onlookers. Dozens flooded social media with accounts, their grainy videos showing the orb's hypnotic twists before it vanished in a blink. Local police were swamped with calls, but no unscheduled flights were reported, and observatories detected no anomalies, deepening the enigma. Some proclaimed it an alien scout ship, whispering of extraterrestrial visitors watching from above, while others pondered secret military tech cloaked in mystery. The Finger Lakes, steeped in tales of unexplained lights, echoed the 1984 Hudson Valley UFO wave, fueling speculation of a presence beyond Earth. Residents launched nightly sky watches, cameras poised for another glimpse, their hearts racing with questions. The orb's fluid motions and sudden disappearance left an indelible mark, stirring whispers of cosmic travelers. Online, thousands shared Miller's images, each frame intensifying the debate. The sightings allure keeps the region on edge, as locals ponder what roamed their skies. Reported widely in news with Miller's photos and witness accounts, this factual sighting was later linked to a Vulcan Centaur rocket launch from Florida, yet its initial mystery remains a haunting chapter in New York's UFO lore, inviting listeners to wonder what truly lit up the night. Zombie-like figure stumbles through Londonderry. On July 25, 2025, the moonlit streets of Londonderry, Northern Ireland, turned eerie with a chilling sight. At 3 a.m., resident Liam Walsh froze as he spotted a gaunt, shambling figure lurching down a quiet street, its blank eyes glinting under flickering streetlights. "It moved like it was dead," moaning softly, Walsh recounted, his voice trembling with unease. The figure, pale and jerky in its movements, staggered into a dark alley, vanishing without a trace. Neighbors echoed his account, reporting similar sightings over the week, whispering of a zombie tied to ancient Celtic curses or lost souls wandering the night. Police received numerous calls, but searches revealed no clues, heightening the mystery that gripped the city. Social media buzzed with grainy security footage, capturing a vague, staggering shape that fueled wild speculation. Londonderry's rich history of ghost stories amplified the tale, with locals avoiding the area after dark, fearing an otherworldly presence. Some spoke of supernatural forces awakening in the city's ancient streets, while others pondered a spirit caught in limbo, its eerie gait defying comprehension. The sighting drew curious visitors to prowl the alleys, their flashlights cutting through the darkness, seeking the figure that haunted the night. Walsh's vivid account left residents on edge, their imaginations alive with visions of the undead. The city's legacy of paranormal reports keeps the story alive, as locals share tales of unease under the stars. Reported in news as one of many paranormal sightings in 2025, this factual account, backed by police logs and Walsh's testimony, remains shrouded in mystery, leaving listeners to wonder what truly roamed Londonderry's shadows. Belfast home haunted by restless spirit. On July 15, 2025, a Belfast, Northern Ireland, family found their Victorian home gripped by an unsettling presence. At midnight, the O'Connells heard heavy footsteps pacing their upstairs hallway, where no one stood. Glasses slid across tables untouched, and their young son, pale with fear, saw a shadowy figure in a long coat whispering his name. "It felt like it was searching for us," his mother said, her voice unsteady. The disturbances persisted for weeks, with cold spots chilling the air and faint moans echoing through the house. A priest's blessing failed to quiet the unrest, and neighbors shared tales of similar hauntings, linking the figure to a tragic 19th-century resident who met an untimely end. Belfast's vibrant history of ghost sightings buzzed with speculation, and the O'Connell story spread across social media, captivating the city. Police logged reports of a cracked mirror and unexplained noises during a visit, deepening the enigma that enthralled residents. Some whispered of a restless spirit trapped in the home's history, its whispers a plea from beyond, while others pondered a spectral guardian watching over the family. The O'Connells now sleep with lights on, wary of their unseen guest, as paranormal groups flock to the house, their equipment humming for clues. The haunting's vivid details, with accounts of moving objects and eerie sounds, keep Belfast's imagination captive, as residents share tales of their own encounters. Reported in news as part of a wave of 2025 paranormal sightings, this factual case, backed by police records and family testimony, remains an unsettling mystery, inviting listeners to ponder what spirits may linger in the shadows of Belfast's storied homes. Metallic spheres puzzle Siberia's skies. On July 20, 2025, the remote city of Ulan-Ude, Siberia, became a beacon for UFO intrigue. At 7 p.m., residents gazed skyward as multiple metallic spheres hovered silently, their silver surfaces catching the setting sun's glow. Shopkeeper Olga Petrova captured videos, describing them as dancing balls, moving as if alive. The spheres wove intricate patterns no drone could replicate, vanishing after 10 fleeting minutes. Authorities suggested a weather balloon test, but no records supported the claim, fueling wild speculation. Petrova's footage, shared widely online, sparked theories of alien surveillance or otherworldly probes exploring Siberia's vast isolation. Ulan-Ude's history of unexplained lights, including a 1998 radar anomaly, added weight to the mystery. Some whispered of extraterrestrial visitors drawn to the region's desolate beauty, while others pondered secret technology testing in the remote skies. Locals reported an eerie calm during the sighting, their eyes locked on the heavens. The incident, part of a global wave of sphere sightings in 2025, left residents scanning the horizon, their hearts pounding with wonder. Online forums buzzed with thousands sharing Petrova's clips, each frame intensifying the debate. Siberia's endless landscape heightened the sense of an otherworldly presence, as residents pondered what drew the spheres to their city. The absence of radar traces deepened the enigma, inviting visions of cosmic travelers gliding above the plains. Circulated online as a rumored event with Petrova's videos and witness accounts, this sighting aligns with global UFO trends, its origins a captivating mystery that leaves listeners imagining what might soar above Siberia's starry nights. Hoia Baciu forest swallows hiker in mystery. On July 10, 2025, Romania's Hoia Baciu forest, known as the Bermuda Triangle of Transylvania, ensnared a hiker in a chilling enigma. At dusk, Elena Popa vanished in the forest's infamous clearing, a hotspot for UFOs and strange phenomena. Her friends, trembling, reported a sudden, dense fog rolling in with a low, unsettling hum moments before she disappeared. "She was right there, then gone," said Maria Ionescu, her voice breaking with fear. Search teams scoured the forest, finding only Popa's backpack, with no tracks or signs of struggle. Locals whispered of supernatural forces, citing the forest's history of vanishings, glowing orbs, and eerie voices echoing through its twisted trees. Police logged the case, noting reports of strange lights flickering that night. Online, videos of the forest's ghostly glow fueled speculation of interdimensional portals or alien abductions. Some believed Popa was spirited away by unseen entities, while others pondered a rift in reality itself. The forest's reputation, built on decades of haunting tales, draws paranormal seekers, their steps cautious in its shadowed depths. Popa's disappearance remains unsolved, leaving residents to wonder what lurks within Hoia Baciu's trees. The mystery has captivated adventurers, their cameras trained on the clearing, hoping to glimpse the unknown. Reported by paranormal media as a 2025 incident with witness accounts, this rumored event is steeped in the forest's storied legacy of unexplained phenomena, its truth hidden in the fog, inviting listeners to imagine what secrets Hoia Baciu holds. Falkirk Triangle lights baffle Scottish town. On June 10, 2025, Scotland's Falkirk Triangle reaffirmed its status as a UFO enigma. At 9 p.m., motorist Ian Fraser spotted a cluster of lights forming a cross above Bonnybridge, shifting into a triangular pattern before vanishing into the misty night. "They moved with a purpose no plane could match," he said, his voice tinged with awe. Dozens of residents echoed his account, their videos capturing glowing objects morphing shapes in the sky. Police logged the sighting, but no radar signatures appeared, deepening the mystery that gripped the town. The Falkirk Triangle, with over 200 UFO reports since 1992, is a global anomaly hub. Fraser's footage, viewed by thousands online, fueled theories of alien craft scouting the region, while others speculated about advanced technology testing in Scotland's skies. Bonnybridge's history, including a 1991 Grangemouth sighting, has spurred calls for a government inquiry. The light synchronized pulsing left residents spellbound, their eyes fixed on the glens. Some whispered of extraterrestrial visitors drawn to the land's ancient energy, while others pondered experimental aircraft cloaked in secrecy. The sightings allure keeps UFO hunters flocking to Bonnybridge, their telescopes ready for the next glimpse. The absence of answers heightens the intrigue, as locals ponder what lingers above. Reported in news as part of the region's ongoing UFO wave, with numerous witness accounts, this factual sighting remains a captivating mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what otherworldly presence might dance in Scotland's starry skies. Bristol's time-traveling ghost haunts family. On June 15, 2025, a Bristol, UK, family encountered a haunting that seemed to defy time itself. At midnight, 10-year-old Sophie Grant woke to a translucent woman in a flowing dress, dubbed Lady, standing silently in her bedroom. Her mother's sketch of the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to an older Sophie, sending chills through the family. "It was like seeing my future," Sophie whispered, her voice trembling. The apparition appeared nightly for weeks, with cold spots and faint whispers echoing through the house. Objects moved inexplicably, and a glass shattered during one sighting, heightening the unease. Local paranormal investigators logged the case, noting Bristol's rich history of ghost sightings. Some speculated about a time-slip phenomenon, suggesting Lady was a spectral glimpse of Sophie's future, while others saw her as a guardian spirit from the home's 18th century past. The Grants' consistent accounts, including the mother's detailed sketch, enthralled neighbors, who reported similar unease in the area. The family remains convinced Lady was a supernatural guide, her presence lingering in their dreams. Sophie now keeps a journal, hoping to unravel the mystery of the figure's visits. Paranormal groups monitor the house, their equipment humming for clues, while Bristol's residents share tales of their own encounters. Reported by paranormal media as a 2025 case with family testimony, this rumored sighting is grounded in local accounts, its enigmatic nature leaving listeners to ponder the unseen threads of time and spirit that may weave through Bristol's storied homes. Glowing figures seen in Australian outback. On July 25, 2025, a remote cattle station in Queensland, Australia, became a stage for an otherworldly encounter. At midnight, rancher Tom Walsh spotted 3 glowing, humanoid figures near a water tank, their 7-foot forms shimmering with silvery light that seemed to pulse with life. "They floated, watching me with purpose," he said, his heart racing with awe. His blurry photo, capturing vague luminous shapes, went viral online, igniting debates about extraterrestrial visitors in the outback's vast isolation. The figures vanished without a trace, leaving Walsh shaken and sleepless. Local police investigated but found no tracks, heightening the mystery that gripped the region. Queensland's history of UFO sightings, including the 1966 Tully saucer nest, fueled speculation of alien scouts exploring the desolate landscape. Some believed the figures were otherworldly beings, their glow a sign of intelligence beyond our world, while others pondered unknown phenomena haunting the night. The sighting drew adventurers to the station, their cameras ready for a glimpse of the unknown. Online forums buzzed with theories, the photo's eerie glow resisting all explanation. Walsh now keeps his rifle loaded, wary of what lurks under the starlit sky. The outback's mystique, with its tales of strange lights, keeps the story alive, as locals share whispers of other encounters. Circulated online as a rumored event with Walsh's photo and witness accounts, this sighting aligns with Australia's rich UFO lore, its true nature a haunting mystery that invites listeners to imagine what might roam the desert's endless night. Virginia's alien encounter shocks Brazil. On January 20, 1996, Virginia, Brazil, became a global UFO enigma that still captivates the imagination. At dusk, 3 teenage girls, Liliane, Valkyria, and Katia, stumbled upon a creature in a vacant lot, its red eyes glowing, oily skin reeking of ammonia. It crouched, like it was scared or hurt, Lillian recalled, her voice trembling with the memory. About 4 feet tall, it vanished as military trucks swarmed the area, their urgency palpable. Locals reported a second being whisked to a hospital, with rumors of a crashed UFO nearby fueling the frenzy. The government claimed the girls saw a dwarf, but their consistent accounts sparked speculation of a cover-up. Some believed the creature was an alien survivor, lost in our world, while others pondered an otherworldly visitor seeking refuge. The hospital's lockdown that night deepened the mystery, and locals remain wary of strange lights in Virginia's skies. The incident's allure has made the town a UFO pilgrimage site, with 2025 tourism campaigns reviving the story through reenactments and memorials. Visitors flocked to the lot, hoping to sense the otherworldly presence that shook the girls. The event's enduring mystery keeps Virginia alive with speculation, as residents ponder what landed in their town. Reported in news in 1996 and revisited in 2025 for its cultural impact, this factual encounter, based on the girls' vivid testimony, remains a haunting mystery, inviting listeners to wonder what extraterrestrial secrets may lie in Brazil's heart. Michigan's dogman stalks the Upper Peninsula. On July 5, 1887, the dense forests of Marquette, Michigan, gave birth to a chilling legend that still echoes through time. Lumberjack Amos Turner, working late in the Upper Peninsula, spotted a creature standing upright, its dark fur matted and yellow eyes glowing fiercely. It growled and ran on 2 legs, faster than any wolf, he wrote in his journal, describing a 6-foot beast that left claw marks on nearby trees. Dubbed the Dogman, it vanished into the woods, leaving Turner shaken and sleepless. The sighting, reported in local newspapers, sparked tales that endure, with modern hunters in 2025 reporting similar howls and shadowy figures in Marquette's wilds. Some whispered of a supernatural predator haunting the forests, while others pondered a creature caught between worlds, its eerie gaze defying nature. The Dogman's bipedal stance and claw marks fueled belief in something beyond the ordinary. Cryptozoologists flocked to the region, their cameras ready for a glimpse of the unknown. The legend's allure keeps Marquette's residents wary, their stories of strange sounds echoing under the stars. The absence of physical evidence adds to the mystery, as locals ponder what roams their woods. Preserved in 1887 newspapers and revived in 2025 paranormal discussions, this folklore-based sighting, rooted in Turner's vivid testimony, remains an enigmatic tale, inviting listeners to imagine what unearthly creature might stalk Michigan's shadowed forests. Thank you for joining us on Real Free News Radio overnight, where we unravel the mysteries that dance in the shadows. We hope these tales have stirred your curiosity and left you pondering the unknown. Like, share, and subscribe, and drop a comment in the description with your favorite story. If you've heard whispers of strange phenomena, share them in the description so we can investigate for future broadcasts. Visit the Real Free News store for organic, non-GMO, all-natural food, rooted in this world, not out of it. For more out-of-this-world stories, keep listening to Real Free News Radio overnight. Stay curious, stay awake, and we'll meet you in the dark. Where shadows whisper, mysteries unfold. Welcome to Real Free News Radio overnight. We're diving into the unknown tonight, exploring the latest and most intriguing UFO stories from around the world. From mysterious orbs to government cover-ups, we've got mind-bending tales that'll keep you looking at the stars. So, buckle up and let's get started. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base UFO Swarm. Deep in the heart of Ohio, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base has long been a hotspot for UFO lore. Recently declassified documents have reignited the mystery, detailing a bizarre incident from December 2024. Swarms of unidentified aerial phenomena reportedly flooded the skies above the base, home to legends of alien tech from the 1947 Roswell crash. Witnesses described glowing orbs and strange lights darting erratically, some dropping within feet of the runway before vanishing without a trace. The Air Force halted all flight operations for hours, citing safety concerns, but official reports remain vague. Locals and UFO enthusiasts claim this isn't new. Wright-Patterson has been a magnet for unexplained sightings for decades. Some speculate the base houses extraterrestrial artifacts in secret hangars. Skeptics argue these could be advanced drones or atmospheric anomalies, but the lack of transparency fuels suspicion. No physical evidence has surfaced, yet the story keeps the base at the center of UFO conspiracy theories. Metallic orb over Pico de Orizaba. Across the border in Mexico, a massive metallic orb has locals buzzing near Pico de Orizaba, the country's tallest volcano. Eyewitnesses claim the shimmering object hovered silently above the peak, glinting in the sunlight before disappearing. Social media posts exploded with accounts of similar sightings stretching back years, with some locals swearing